70,000 people, men, women, and children, were killed in the course of 2 or 3 days, by the unchecked spread of disease, by starvation owing to the destruction of crops and the neglect of agriculture, and by loss in battle against the Anglo-Egyptian forces. Efforts are being made by the enlightened administration which rules from Khartoum to encourage agriculture and to educate the people. The Gordon College was founded at Khartoum in 1899 with the special purpose of giving a practical and secular education to the Arabs and Negroes of that dominion. One splendid feat, among others, due to British courage and tenacity of purpose was the cutting through the Sad, as it is pronounced, or Sud as it is ordinarily written, the dense growth of floating water vegetation which from time immemorial has blocked the courses of the mountain Nile and its tributaries between Baz and the 6th degree of latitude, and the confluence of the Sobat. At intervals between 1871 and 1882 this Sad had completely barred the way to steamer or boat journeys between Khartoum and the equatorial provinces. The great work of cutting through the Sad was finally achieved under the direction of Sir William Garstin between 1899 and 1904 by Major Malcolm Peake, Lieutenant Drury, R.N., and Major G. E. Matthews. Since that time the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan has been completely linked up by a steamer mail service with the British Protectorate of Uganda. The area of this vast dominion, between Wadi Halfa on the north, Gonda Koro and the 5th degree of latitude and the Nile-Congo-Sherry water parting on the south, is 984,520 square miles, yet the population is still only estimated at 2,600,000, though it is capable of supporting 50 million black or brown men and is healthy in a few parts for Europeans. Aden, at the southwest extremity of Arabia, was occupied by the Indian government in 1839 in view of the opening up to steamships of the Egyptian route to India. To Aden were added in 1840, by treaties of purchase or exclusive influence, Zila and Musha Island on the Somali coast, the island of Param in 1858, and the island of Socotra in 1876, 196. Egypt in 1875 had annexed the coast of Somaliland opposite Aden, with the exception of the French post of Obak. When the Egyptian dominion of the Sudan collapsed, it was necessary to our interests that the Somali coast opposite Aden should not come under the influence of another European power, so a British protectorate was established there, 1884–89, by accord with France and Italy, France extending her Obak territory to meet the British Somali protectorate, while the town of Harar in the interior, which was likely to be a bone of contention, was transferred to Abyssinia together with a small adjoining piece of territory in 1897. In 1898, a considerable slice off the southwest portion of British Somaliland was surrendered to the Empire of Ethiopia, Abyssinia, by the Renault-Rod Agreement made in 1897. The Italians between 1889 and 1892 had acquired rights over all the seaboard east and south of British Somaliland, but, as time went on, the interior, never well disposed towards Europeans, became disturbed. The eastern and southern parts of this protectorate were ravaged between 1899 and 1904, and again between 1908 and 1910, by a Somali leader, Mohammed bin Abdullah, called most inappropriately the Mad Mullah. This man, a native of southern Ogaden Somaliland, appears at first to have been the exponent of legitimate grievances on the part of some of the coast Somalis. The British administration of Somaliland during the close of the 19th century was not fortunate in its dealings with a turbulent and fickle people. Some of the earlier officials seemed to be more interested in the hunting of big game than in acquiring knowledge as to the predilections, traditions, and general affairs of the Somali tribes under their government. Gradually Somali opinion grew restless under restrictions which were seemingly not backed by adequate force, and led towards the side of their national leader, the mullah. The latter attacked successfully those tribes on the coast which remained faithful to the British rule. A succession of expeditions against the mullah culminated in an elaborate and expensive campaign conducted by the British War Office in 1903–4. The mullah was repeatedly driven into Italian territory, and the permission of Italy was obtained to use the coast of Italian Somaliland as a fresh base of operations against the Somalis. Somewhat dubious and half-hearted assistance was also supposed to be rendered by Abyssinia. As the result of these operations, the mullah and his forces were repeatedly defeated. After more than one disaster had happened to the British troops, and he was driven out of British territory into the no-man's land in dispute between Italy and Ethiopia. Between 1905 and 1908, there was peace, the mullah being content to settle down under Italian supervision. Then he broke out again and finally attacked the tribes under British protection. Previous Somali wars, 1900-4, having cost the British government the lives of many British officers and Negro and Indian soldiers, besides over £2 million expended in maintaining armies of 7,000 men, it was decided to leave the interior of British Somaliland, a barren and sparsely inhabited region, alone, and confine the British occupation to the coast towns. This decision was carried into effect in 1910. The Mullah Muhammad bin Abdullah is still at large, but the interior tribes are gradually asserting themselves against him. The area of the protectorate is about 68,000 square miles. Prior to 1902, this territory, alone amongst the British protectorates in Africa, excepting Zanzibar, paid its own way without a subsidy, the revenue being derived from the considerable receipts at the customs houses. Unfortunately, the war destroyed so much in the way of livestock as to make it difficult for years to come for Somaliland to recover the partial prosperity it enjoyed in earlier days. But nevertheless, considerable towns are springing up on the coastline, where they can be easily defended by garrisons of Indian troops and Somali police. After the Portuguese had been expelled by the Arabs from Zanzibar and Mombasa, all the east coast of Africa from Somaliland to the Ruvuma River came under the control of the Imam of Muscat, who usually deputed a brother or some other relation to be his viceroy at Zanzibar. Owing to internecine quarrels which arose in the princely family of Muscat, the British government intervened in 1861, and definitely separated the Sultanate of Zanzibar from the Imamate of Oman or Muscat. As the French were beginning to take a keen interest in the affairs of Zanzibar and Muscat, the British government at that time, 1863, concluded a treaty with the French Empire by which both powers bound themselves to respect the independence of Zanzibar and Muscat. Many years previously, in 1824, a lieutenant writes, by the orders of Captain W. F. W. Owen, had hoisted the British flag at Mombasa, and had endeavoured to occupy that town for the East India Company, but his action was disallowed. Nevertheless, British influence at Zanzibar grew very strong through the political agent whom we established at the court of the Sayyid or representative of the Imam of Muscat, known later as the Sultan of Zanzibar, 197, and the powerful squadron of cruisers which were maintained in Zanzibar waters to put down the slave trade. In 1866 Dr. afterwards Sir John Kirk, who had been Livingstone's second in command on the Zambezi, was appointed vice-consul and gradually rose to be consul and then political agent and consul general. He threw himself zealously into the task of suppressing the Zanzibar slave trade, which had become an outrage on humanity. The British government supported him, and in 1873 Sir Bartle Frere was sent to Zanzibar to negotiate a treaty with the Sultan. The Sultan, Barg Hash, was recalcitrant, and even went to the length of offering his territory to France. Finally, however, before a threatened British bombardment could take place or the French squadron arrive, Sir John Kirk had persuaded the Sultan to sign the treaty, after which Syed Barg Hash bin Said resolved to visit England, which he did in 1874. It is said that even at that date he had some idea of invoking German protection, provided he were allowed to tear up the slave trade treaty. However, the wisdom and tact of Sir John Kirk did wonders for British influence at Zanzibar, and in 1876 the Sultan offered the lease of nearly all his continental territories to Mr. afterwards Sir William Mackinnon, the chairman of the British India Steam Navigation Company. But Mr. Mackinnon was an overcautious man. Instead of accepting, and then forcing the hand of the British government, he refused to take the Sultan's concession unless he could first obtain a British guarantee, an action to which the government was naturally unwilling to commit itself. In 1881 Sir John Kirk thought of another plan, that of inducing the Sultan to employ capable Britons, who would develop his territories as governors or commissioners. He secured the services of Mr. Joseph Thomson to develop the resources of the Ruvuma province, an appointment which might have effectually prevented any future German intervention, but Mr. Joseph Thomson was too pessimistic and perhaps short-sighted. The country seemed to him poor in resources, though it has long since been shown to be more productive than he thought. He bluntly told the Sultan so and therefore was relieved of his appointment. In 1883 Sir John Kirk returned from England, having induced the government to appoint a number of salaried vice-consuls at various points in the Sultan's territories. It must be noted that at this period a very large proportion of the Zanzibar trade was in the hands of British subjects, natives of British India. In 1882-4 took place the remarkable exploring journey of Mr. Joseph Thomson under the auspices of the Royal Geographical Society. Thomson travelled from Mombasa to the verge of Busoga, on the north coast of the Victoria Nyanza, and revealed all the most striking features of British East Africa. Sir John Kirk had also about the same time entered into friendly relations with Mandara, a chief on Mt. Kilimanjaro, and had urged the sending out of a scientific expedition, to the leadership of which Mr. Harry Johnston was appointed in 1884, in order to explore that mountain. After some months' stay on Kilimanjaro, Mr. Johnston reported the great advantages this region possessed as a sanatorium, and, while waiting for instructions from Sir John Kirk, concluded treaties with several chiefs. The response of the British government was favourable to the establishment of British interests in this direction, but various obstacles arose which required consideration, amongst others the remembrance of the 1862 agreement with France. Another European power, however, was bound by no such agreement, and had no such scruples, as will be related in Chapter 14. Although Mr. Johnston's treaties with Chaga, South Kilimanjaro, and Taveta, the eastern slopes, proved the basis on which the British East Africa Company was eventually founded, the actual mountain district of Kilimanjaro finally fell to Germany. By 1885, the British government had more or less indicated to Germany that portion of the Zanzibar dominions which must come under British influence if there was to be a division of those territories, and after several years of diplomatic conflict, the whole question was settled with fairness to both parties by the 1890 convention between Great Britain and Germany, and by a secondary agreement with France, which definitely allotted to Great Britain the northern half of the Sultan of Zanzibar's dominions, the islands of Zanzibar and Pemba, and a sphere of influence in the interior which included Uganda and Lake Albert Nyanza. The British East Africa Company, organized in 1886, was chartered in 1888, and undertook the government of the vast territories lying between the Mombasa coast and the Victoria Nyanza. For the first 2 years things went smoothly. The company possessed a capable administrator, Mr. afterwards Sir George Mackenzie, who solved the slavery difficulty by redeeming the slaves of the Arab gentry and then setting them free. This no doubt prevented the coast Arabs from attacking the British regime at a time when they had nearly destroyed that of Germany in the regions farther south. But the Imperial British East Africa Company had undertaken a task far too great for its resources and capital. It was expected by the people and government of Great Britain to maintain and defend British interests over a vast hinterland. The country of Uganda, 198, on the northwest of this greatest of African lakes, had been allotted to the British sphere by the German Convention, but unfortunately for British interests the country had been entered by French Roman Catholic missionaries of Cardinal Lavigary's White Fathers Mission, cf. pages 245-6, who were such ardent Frenchmen that they rather forgot the religious purpose for which they had come, and fomented serious quarrels between the king and the Protestant missionaries who had preceded them. The great King Tessa died in 1884, peevish and disgusted with the missionary disputes and religious recriminations that buzzed in his ears, and longing for the old, easy, pagan life he had led before pressing Stanley, page 326, to send him Christian teachers. After his death, the Arab party prejudiced his son Mwanga against the Christian foreigners and native converts. Bishop Hannington, of the Church Missionary Society, newly appointed to East Equatorial Africa, persisted in entering Uganda along Mr. Thomson's route by what the king called the back way. Frightened lest the bishop might be coming to take the country by the methods which the Germans had employed farther south, the king ordered him to be murdered in Busoga, not far from the Victoria Nile. Soon after this, the missionaries, Protestants and Catholics, were expelled from Uganda. Then later on there was a Mohammedan revolt, which drove Mwanga flying. He took refuge with the Catholic missionaries at the south end of the lake, and became a Christian. He was restored to his throne by the aid of Mr. Stokes, who was afterwards hanged by Major Lode Hare, page 347. Then the French missionaries got control over the king, and attempted to prevent the country from becoming a British protectorate. If it could not be French, at any rate let it be German, and Dr. Peters arriving on the scene strove to make it German, but his efforts were annulled by the 1890 convention. After this, to prevent the country from falling under the sway of the Mohammedans, who might have joined the Mahdiists or become French, the British East Africa Company was obliged by public opinion to intervene, although it did not possess sufficient funds to administer such an expensive empire. Captain, now General Sir Frederick, Lugard, not long returned from the Arab War in Nyasaland, was sent there as their agent in 1890-1, and in an exceedingly able and courageous manner restored order, obtaining from the king a treaty with the company, and putting down revolts of the Roman Catholic Christians and of the Mohammedans. But the East Africa Company was obliged to appeal to the British government to come to its assistance lest Uganda should swallow up all its resources. The late Sir Gerald Portal, agent and consul general at Zanzibar, was sent to Uganda to report on the advisability and the means of retaining this country under British influence. Unhappily, he died soon after his return to England in 1894, but his report led to the establishment of a British protectorate. Through the intervention of the Pope, some appeasement of bitterness was obtained in regard to the White Fathers mission, whose field of work was bounded on the east by the Victoria Nile. A new Roman Catholic mission under Bishop Hamlin, an Irishman, supported by English, Irish and Dutch priests, has since carried on the conversion and teaching of the natives in the eastern half of the protectorate on harmonious terms with the British administration, though indeed since 1900 all bitterness of feeling between the White Fathers mission and the British officials or the native chiefs is completely at an end. The French missionaries were compensated in 1895 for the destruction of some of their stations in the Civil War by a payment of £10,000. After the withdrawal of Emin Pasha from his equatorial province, a number of his former Sudanese soldiers volunteered for employment in Uganda, and were eagerly recruited as a capable fighting force. But they were Mohammedans, and always inclined to intrigue against a Christian power. Added to this, Mwenga, the Kabaka or king of Buganda, was the most unstable of men, and an exceedingly bad character to boot. His vices and his cruelty had made him so hateful in the eyes of his subjects, that without British support he would probably have been deposed or killed. As it was, the presence of the British prevented this, but did not arrest his intrigues with that section of the populace which disliked European intervention. After an undecided behavior which lasted several years, he finally attempted to massacre a few of the British officers and missionaries, but was defeated, and fled across the German border. Then the Sudanese troops revolted, seized a fortress and some guns, and for nearly a year set the British and the loyal Baganda at defiance. Finally, a detachment of 450 Sikhs reached the country. A handful of these splendid soldiers had already enabled the European officers to face the Mohammedan mutineers. Order was to some extent restored, and a determined effort was made to capture the truant King Mwenga and that aged scoundrel Kabarega, the king of Bunyoro, who has been justly hated by Europeans since Speke and Baker's time. 199. This capture was achieved by Colonel John Evatt in June, 1899. The British government, having decided that the military and civil organization of Uganda should now be settled definitely, decided in the same year to dispatch Sir Harry Johnston as a special commissioner to frame and inaugurate a suitable scheme of administration in these countries round the Nyanzas and the Upper Nile. 200. Prior to these troubles, continual warfare was carried on for some years with the Bunyoro kingdom to the north, which was finally conquered and eventually annexed to the protectorate. In these wars with Bunyoro, commencing with unprovoked hostilities on the part of Kabarega, Major A.B. Thurston greatly distinguished himself. This gallant officer and able linguist was afterwards killed by the mutineer Sudanese soldiers. 1897. Major Roddy Owen had hoisted the British flag at Wadlai, on the White Nile, in 1894, but this action was not confirmed by the British government. Nevertheless, with the movement towards Khartoum in prospect, and the eventual reconquest of the Sudan, it was decided to send out a well-equipped surveying expedition under Colonel Sir J.R.L. MacDonald, which should explore thoroughly the lands between the Victoria Nyanza and the Mountain Nile. It was partly the demand that this expedition should be escorted by a Sudanese battalion which precipitated the mutiny of these discontented soldiers. Sir James MacDonald cooperated in breaking the chief resistance of these mutineers and then proceeded on an epoch-making survey which revealed new mountains, new lakes, new peoples and new languages, and laid the foundations of British influence on the northern part of the Uganda Protectorate. The Special Commission of Sir Harry Johnston arrived in Uganda at the close of 1899, when the Sudanese Mutiny and other troubles were nearly over. As the results of this special commission, the boundaries of the Uganda Protectorate were carried northward to Gondokoro on the mountain Nile, to the 5th degree of N latitude and to Lake Rudolph. The state of Ankole on the southwest was also included up to the German frontier. A definite constitution was given to the Kingdom of Buganda. The native ruler of Buganda received the title of His Highness the Kabaka. 201. The native parliament or Lukiko was recognized, and the kingdom was divided into a number of administrative counties. A land settlement was arrived at, by which at least half of the land of the Kingdom of Buganda was secured to native owners. Settlements somewhat similar to that effected in the province or Kingdom of Buganda have been carried out in the adjoining provinces of Ankole, Toro, and Bunyoro. In 1903, the Eastern, Maasai, province was transferred to the administration of the adjoining East African Protectorate, thus reducing the total area of the Uganda Protectorate at the present day to 117,681 square miles, with a population, almost entirely Negroes, of about 2,900,650 Europeans. In the summer of 1901 a new portent appeared in Uganda, the terrible disease known as sleeping sickness. This is a malady caused by the injection into the human system through the proboscis of its tsetse fly of trypanosome animalcules which after swarming in the blood reach the spinal marrow and then kill the patient, Negro or European. This terrible disease, which has existed for centuries in West Africa, penetrated from the Congo forest into Uganda in 1901-2 and killed many thousands of the natives year after year along the shores and islands of the Victoria Nyanza. It is being carefully studied with a view to its extirpation. After the Zanzibar Sultanate had been placed under British protection, it was necessary to reorganize its administration. The islands of Zanzibar and Pemba remained under the more or less direct rule of the Sultan, who, however, appointed English ministers to control the various departments of state, and was at the same time subject to the advice and financial control of the British agent and consul general. Several sultans succeeded one another and died in a few years, and on the occasion of the death of Sultan Hamid bin Thwain, 1896, a palace revolt occurred, occasioned by a disappointed claimant to the throne. This revolt, however, was really a premature outbreak on the part of the Arab party, who frankly disliked British interference which entailed the abolition of the slave trade and even the disappearance of slavery, and were sufficiently foolish to imagine that they were strong enough to resist a European nation. A few hours' bombardment of the Sultan's headquarters quelled this rebellion. Since that time, by degrees, and with a wise system of gradation, slavery is being abolished, and will soon cease to exist as a recognized status. In 1911 the young Sultan of Zanzibar, Ali bin Hamid, abdicated for reasons of health, and his son, Suaidi bin Ali, was proclaimed under a regency, the regent and first minister being a British official. Between 1903-5 there was considerable local dissatisfaction with the methods of government employed in Zanzibar, and a deputation of Zanzibaris came to London to make representations on the subject. But since reforms were instituted in 1906 the people of Zanzibar and Pemba have been quiet and prosperous. The total area of these two islands is 1,020 square miles and the population, 200,000, mainly Negro, with about 10,000 Arabs, 10,000 Indians, and 300 Europeans. Zanzibar Island is a great rendezvous for shipping and is the headquarters of a great ocean cable company. Apart from this, it produces cloves and other tropical vegetable products, and Pemba is rich in cattle. On the mainland between the Umba River and Mombasa on the south and the Juba River and Somaliland on the north, the Imperial British East Africa Company continued to rule until 1894. But as soon as the British government had undertaken to govern Uganda as a protectorate, 1894, it was evident that the company's rule over the intervening district from Kikuyu to the coast could not continue. Accordingly in 1894 the company's charter was annulled and they were compensated with £450,000. On July 1, 1895, Sir Arthur Hardinge took over the administration of the British East Africa Protectorate. The new administration had scarcely been installed on the Mombasa coast than it found itself obliged to deal with the question of the Mazrui Arabs. It has been mentioned elsewhere in this work that early in the 18th century the Arab power on the coast between the Rufa River on the south and Malindi on the north was exercised nominally on behalf of the Imam of Muscat by an Arab family known as the Mazrui. Various explanations are given of this name and of the origin of this clan, some deriving them from an old colony of Egyptian Arabs. Masr is the Arab name for Egypt, but more probably they came from southern Arabia, or even from Oman, prior to the arrival of the Portuguese, who dispossessed them for a time. In the 17th century they had made common cause with the Arabs of Oman in attacking and expelling the Portuguese, but, when it came to their accepting the Imam of Muscat as their sovereign lord, they usually evaded the direct issue by partial compliance. In the early part of the 19th century they had defied the representative of the Imam at Zanzibar and had attempted to place Mombasa under British protection. During the latter part of the 19th century the Sultan of Zanzibar, backed by Sir John Kirk, had asserted Zanzibar rule over the coast strip as far north as Somaliland. He held, indeed, all the principal ports of what is now Italian Somaliland, as well as Lamu, Malindi, and Mombasa. In the hinterland of Lamu was another semi-independent Arab sultanate, that of Vitu, on the Ozi River, while the Mazrui clan between Mombasa and the German frontier was represented by a line of sultans usually called Sidi Mubarak or Mbaruk. Sidi means lord, the rest of the name is a varying form of the Arab word for blessing. The Germans in their dealings with East Africa had early appreciated the dissidence between the Sultan of Zanzibar and the independent Arab powers on the mainland, and, when Germany and Britain were striving in the 80s for an East African dominion, Germany had recognized the independence of the Sultanate of Vitu. By the 1890 agreement Vitu was transferred to the Protectorate of Great Britain, much against its will. It was a country rendered inaccessible by an extravagant growth of forest nourished by the delta of the rivers Ozi and Tana, but was nevertheless captured in the late autumn of 1890 by a naval expedition under Admiral Sir E. Fremantle, to punish the Sultan for resuming the trade in slaves and ordering a party of German timber cutters to be massacred. A little further action on behalf of British officials resulted in the tranquility of this small state being re-established with a reasonable degree of self-government. Sir Arthur Hardinge, on assuming the control of British East Africa, found that he had first of all to fight a long war of skirmishes, ambushes, and repelled raids against the Sultan Mubarak, whose strongholds were a series of small Arab towns in the hinterland regions, southwest of Mombasa. This difficulty was not finally disposed of till the following year, 1896, when Mubarak, after several defeats inflicted on him by the Negro and Indian troops of the British, took refuge on German territory. Since that time there has been no further difficulty with the Arabs in this part of East Africa. The Maasai of the East African hinterland, who, it was thought, would give the most serious trouble to any overruling power, very soon acquiesced in the idea of a British protectorate and have really been the allies of the British in many of their difficulties with recalcitrant tribes. In the Kikuyu Forest country, which was once the western borderland of the East African Protectorate, a few police operations had to be carried out, as the industrious Kikuyu people, suspicious after many years of raiding by the Maasai, at first looked upon the white man as another enemy, and attacked British settlers or big game hunters in the neighborhood of their country. In 1902-3, as already mentioned, the Protectorate of East Africa was extended over the eastern province of Uganda up to the shores of the Victoria Nyanza, the slopes of Mount Elgon, and the southwest coast of Lake Rudolph. On the south it was of course bounded by the Anglo-German frontier, which last was accurately defined between 1903-5. On the north, after long negotiations with Abyssinia, its boundaries were so drawn as to admit the Abyssinian Empire to the northeast corner of Lake Rudolph. From this point the East African boundary is drawn along the Goro escarpment to the Juba River, which it then follows down to the sea. The total area of the Protectorate is about 200,000 square miles, and the total population at the present day is guessed at 4,040,000,202. It consists mainly of Negroes and Negroids, the Negroids being the result of ancient or modern intermixture between the Hamitic tribes of Ethiopia and Somaliland and the Negroes of Equatorial Africa. The Gala, a handsome and interesting Hamitic people, displaying their kinship with the white man by their use of the plough, by their possession of a sex-denoting language, and by many other features, inhabit a portion of the northern parts of the Protectorate, coming as far south as the Tana River. In the northeast, on either side of the Jub or Juba River, are the Somali clans chiefly belonging to the group known as Ogadean. These southern Somalis are much mixed with Negro blood, and are not such a handsome or Caucasian people as those of northern Somaliland. Alike to the Italians and to the British, and perhaps even more markedly towards the British, they have shown themselves inimical from the very first. It will be remembered how cruelly they treated in older times the Portuguese Catholic missionaries who attempted to travel through their country into Abyssinia. Since 1896 they have murdered several British officials stationed at Kismayu, or other places in their territory, and punitory expeditions have been directed against them in 1898 and in 1901. This last expedition ended somewhat disastrously for the British arms, but was wisely not followed up by an expensive avenging campaign, as the country is not at present worth conquering, and is only inhabited by semi-nomad, warlike Somalis, who are, however, by the lure of commerce gradually settling down into a peaceable condition. In the Barangala country in the northernmost parts of the Protectorate, raids of Abyssinian soldiers take place from time to time and are particularly exasperating by the reckless damage which is done to the big game of the country. In this portion of East Africa the big game is being rapidly exterminated by the Abyssinians. Big game, indeed, has been found to be one of the assets of this East African Protectorate. The writings of Joseph Thomson, H. Johnston, F. G. Jackson, Count Teleki, and Lieutenant Honnell, explorers of this region between 1882 and 1888, revealed to the world the amazing wealth of mammalian life in this region, formerly so abundant as to rival in this respect the South Africa of the early 19th century. Not long after the definite establishment of a British administration, measures were taken to preserve this wonderful fauna from a too rapid extinction at the hands both of European and of native hunters, and game reserves were established. But perhaps the most important feat performed by the British government, and one which has irradiated good as an exemplar and as a transport agency over all East and Central Africa, was the building of the Uganda Railway between 1897 and 1903. The railway commences at Mombasa, with another station at the great harbour of Kilindini on the south side of Mombasa Island, and pursues a course of 585 miles till it reaches the head of Kavirondo Gulf on the northeast of the Victoria Nyanza. Before long it will no doubt be extended through Kavirondo and Busoga till it attains the Victoria Nile and links up with railways which are being made from the birthplace of that river to the Albert Nyanza and Gondokoro. The Uganda Railway, so early as the commencement of the 20th century, enabled European tourists and settlers to penetrate far into eastern Africa, and thus brought to public notice what had for some time past been realized by a few individuals, the fact that a good deal of the interior of British East Africa is a high and healthy plateau, possessing a very good climate, a kind of mild, perpetual summer, but invigorating, genial, and sufficiently rainy to support an abundant vegetation. In British East Africa there are, in fact, scattered areas of relatively uninhabited, healthy upland amounting in all to about 30,000 square miles, uninhabited at the beginning of the 20th century because the native population had either been dispersed or exterminated by intertribal wars and famines, or found the climate too cold and preferred the lower-lying lands. At one time there was a project of offering a region about the size of Wales, carved out of these plateaus, to the distressed Russian, Romanian, and Galician Jews through the Jewish Territorial Organization Committee. But the offer was foolishly declined by that body, and it is most unlikely it will ever be renewed, for, no sooner was the South African War over, than Boer settlers to the number of 600 or 700 with their wives and families proceeded to this interior part of East Africa and began to take up land from the British government. Before and subsequent to their arrival there came not a few British for the same purpose, and at the present day there is a settled white population in British East Africa numbering at least 2,000. Without injustice to the indigenous peoples, there is no reason why some 30,000 square miles of East Africa should not be set aside for white settlement and nourish in course of time a sturdy population of 3 or 4 millions, which might prove to be a very potent factor in the politics of equatorial Africa. It is not to be supposed that this region is without disease, but the disease arises not from the climate, but from the coexistence of black men with germs in their blood, and mosquitoes, ticks, and tsetse flies, whose odious purpose in life is to transfer these germs from the blood of one man to that of another. But the mosquito is often absent from both the high and the dry parts of East Africa, and in that case germ diseases cannot be spread, or it is possible by cultivating the land to get rid of this and other pests. No doubt also in the plans which will be adopted for the eventual settlement of the whole country, some policy of segregation will be adopted, separating to a certain extent the colonies of the white man and of the British Indian. For, amongst other things which are happening as the result of the British development of East Africa, is the inpouring of a number of British Indian colonists, and even of Persians, and this Asiatic population shows every sign of prospering. It would be more reasonable, however, to reserve for Asiatic colonization the vacant lands near the coast and in the more northern parts of the Protectorate, which are hot and low-lying, and therefore unsuited to European settlement, but which would be well adapted for the cultivation of cotton and grain crops and the rearing of cattle by agricultural colonies of Asiatics. British Africa Plate V Explanatory Note Colonies, Protectorates, Spheres of Influence or Control, red, in 1815. This darker color in Cape Colony represents the extreme extent of Dutch South Africa when taken over by the British, pink, in 1912, pink bars imply uncertainty of possession. Chapter 15 The Italians in Africa. The part played by Italy in the colonization of Africa after the submergence of Roman civilization in that continent under the Arab invasion was remarkable. It was not, however, a part attributable to Italy as a whole, but to some of her component states. The little Principality of Amalfi had early dealings with the Saracens, and imported from them some knowledge of the new navigation, and of that newly introduced group of fruit trees, the orange family, which was to find a second home in Italy. Pisa, Genoa, and Venice alternately warred and traded with the north of Africa. Naples obtained from Egypt the domestic Indian buffalo so early as the 13th century. Sicily was finally conquered by the Saracens in 832 AC. And Sardinia from 712 became intermittently a Saracen possession for more than 3 centuries until it was definitely rescued by the Pisans after 1015 AC. Consequently, Sicilian and Sardinian renegades figure in the early Muhammadan history of Tunis, Tripoli, and Algeria. But the two states which before the Portuguese era shared most prominently in the commerce of North Africa were Genoa and Venice. Genoa had most to do with the Tunis littoral. She had intermittent establishments at Tabarka and Bona, besides occasionally holding Mahdia on the coast of Tunis. Genoa sent several noteworthy seamen to explore the Atlantic, the northwest coast of Africa, the Azores, and Canary Islands, and it is believed that Genoese ships may even have found their way along the west coast of Africa to the Gulf of Guinea as early as the 14th century, for in a volume of 8 maps, the famous Laurentian Porcellano, executed by a Genoese about 1351, and subsequently acquired for the Laurentian Library at Florence, Africa for the first time in history is delineated as a continent with a great western projection, a tapering southern extremity and its bold eastern horn of Somaliland. This information, however, may have been derived from Arabs during the Crusades. Venice cultivated a friendship with Egypt during and after the Crusades, and in this way obtained control over the Indian trade, until the Portuguese discovered and utilized the Cape route. Even then the interest of Italy in Africa did not slacken. It was displayed chiefly in Rome during the 16th and 17th centuries, when the Roman pontiffs took up geographical research into the problems and possibilities of Africa with some eagerness, especially with regard to the Congo, Abyssinia, and the northern Sudan. Noteworthy amongst the popes who promoted African studies were Leo X, who encouraged the Italianized Moor, Johannes Leo Africanus, to write in Italian a description of his travels through the Nigeria and northern Sudan, 203, Sixtus V, who caused his chamberlain Filippo Pigafetta to publish much valuable information from Portuguese travelers and missionaries concerning the Congo and Abyssinia, Paul V, who sent a mission to the King of Congo in 1621 to report on that West African kingdom, and Urban VIII, who in 1640 erected the Congo kingdom into an apostolic prefecture dependent on the Roman See and dispatched many Italian missionaries thither. His efforts were revived in 1652 by his successor, Innocent X. During the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, Abyssinian Christian students frequently journeyed to Rome and lived in Italy more or less as pensioners of the popes. Similarly, during the 17th and 18th centuries so many Italian craftsmen, surgeons, physicians, naturalists, and botanists traveled in and through Tunisia and Egypt, and stayed there permanently, that, besides the innumerable Italian slaves captured by the pirates and absorbed into the Mohammedan community, there grew up the great Levantine communities in the principal towns of Egypt and Barbary. In 1600, an Italian surgeon named Federigo Zaringhi killed 2 hippopotamuses at Damietta, at the eastern mouth of the Nile, and in 1658 other Italian travelers noted the extinction of the hippopotamus in the Nile Delta. Italian influence sank to its lowest ebb in the late 18th century, but after Napoleon's invasion of Egypt many Italians were employed in the service of that country, under Muhammad Ali. Thousands of Italians, many of them Jews, also emigrated to eastern Algeria and Tunis in the first half of the 19th century and financed the sponge fisheries off Tripoli. United Italy, in 1862, began to assert herself at first in Tunis. During the 60s of the 19th century the affairs of Tunis, instead of being debated only between France and Britain, were submitted to the consideration of a third power, the Kingdom of Italy, and in 1869 a triple control of these 3 powers had been established over its finances. Then Britain ceased to claim a consultative voice in the control of this tottering Turkish regency, and France and Italy were left face to face. Italy had to give way in 1881. She had, however, for some time been cultivating an interest in Tripoli, where she had established, as in Tunis and Egypt, royal schools for the gratuitous teaching of Italian, but a too vivid display of her interest in the affairs of Tripoli after the French occupation of Tunis caused the Sultan of Turkey to reinforce his garrison there by 10,000 soldiers, and Italy decided that the time was not then. Italian influence of a more or less Levantine, denationalized stamp had become well established in Egypt before the British occupation, and had to a great extent replaced that of France, the Italian language being employed as a kind of lingua franca. The present writer can remember, when first visiting Egypt in 1884, that most of the letterboxes at the post offices had on them buca per l'ulatir, while Italian was much better understood in the towns than French, English of course not being understood at all at that time. So that, if it be true that Mr. Gladstone in 1882 invited Italy to take the place of France in a dual control with England over Egypt, the proposal was not, at the time when it was made, such a preposterous one as it might now appear. So far back as 1873 Italy had cast an eye over Abyssinia, and one of her great steamship companies had purchased a small site on Asab Bay as a coaling station. Asab Bay, in the Red Sea, was on the inhospitable, ownerless Danakil coast, not far from the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. In 1875 the suspicious movements of Italian ships about Socotra obliged England to take that island under her protection. From 1870 onwards Italian missionaries and Italian travelers had begun to move about this coast, and to explore the south of Abyssinia. In 1880 the Italian government revived the Italian claim to Asab Bay, but did not take actual possession of it until July 1882, when the bombardment of Alexandria had awakened Europe to the apprehension of a great change in Egyptian affairs. An acrimonious correspondence took place between Italy, Egypt, and Turkey regarding this claim to Asab Bay, but Italy received the tacit support of England, and when the Egyptian hold over the Sudan crumbled, the Italians rapidly extended their occupation north and south, until Italian influence was conterminous on the south with the French Somaliland territory of Obak, and consequently opposite the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, and on the north reached to Ras Khazar, 110 miles southeast of Suakin. In this manner Italy acquired about 670 miles of Red Sea coast, including the ancient and important port of Massawa. This coast in its partial condition of sterility and its terribly hot climate would be of little value did it not possess a cool, mountainous hinterland, considerable areas of gum forest, and fertile river valleys, besides having much grazing ground for camels and other livestock, and commanding the easiest and nearest approaches to Abyssinia. In one part of the coast the natives are practically of Abyssinian stock, and Abyssinia has constantly striven through centuries to maintain her hold on the seaboard, but has always been driven back to her mountains by maritime races, such as the Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Turks. Seeing Italy step in, after the downfall of Egypt, to replace that power in Massawa and elsewhere, King John of Abyssinia soon fell out with the Italians. The Italians had occupied an inland town called Sahadi, formerly an Egyptian stronghold. Ras al-Ula, an Abyssinian general, with 10,000 men attacked 450 Italian troops on their way to Sahadi, and, as may be imagined, massacred nearly all of them. Italy felt her honor at stake, and in spite of the expense, would have been obliged to commence an Abyssinian war but for the good offices of the British government. Lord Salisbury sent Mr. afterwards Sir Gerald Portal on a mission to Abyssinia, which had the effect of arranging a temporary peace between the Italians and King John. Shortly afterwards King John of Abyssinia advanced against the Mahdaists, and was killed in battle. Italy then occupied the posts of Keren and Asmara, which gave her control over the mountain passes leading, on the northeast, into Abyssinia. She had previously maintained a great friendliness with Menelik, the vassal king of Shoa in the south. Abyssinia proper may be said to be divided into three principal districts, which sometimes become semi-independent satrapies or kingdoms: Tigray on the north, Amhara in the center, and Shoa to the south. When King John of Abyssinia died, Menelik, as the strongest of his vassals, seized somewhat illegally the Abyssinian Empire. Although now viewing the Italians in a more suspicious manner, he nevertheless concluded a treaty with them, which enabled him to negotiate a loan and to obtain a large quantity of war material, but contained a clause dealing vaguely with the mutual protection of the contracting parties. The Italian protectorate over Abyssinia was recognized by England and by Germany, but not by France or Russia. In order to annoy Italy as a member of the Triple Alliance, France and Russia commenced encouraging Menelik to a repudiation of the Italian protectorate, and supplied him with quantities of arms and ammunition. Russia, indeed, for years past had shown a disposition to concern herself about Abyssinia on the pretext that the Greek Christianity of that country linked it specially to Russia. She sent numerous scientific expeditions thither, and also a party of Cossack monks to stimulate Abyssinian Christianity. On one occasion these Cossack monks even went to the length of seizing a port on the French coast, near Obak. This was too much, even for the French, and force was used to expel these truculent missionaries. In March 1891, with a view to regulating future action on the part of Italy, England had entered into an agreement delimiting the respective spheres of British and Italian interests in East Africa, and by this agreement Italy was permitted, if she found it necessary for military purposes, to occupy the abandoned post of Kassala, then in the hands of the dervishes, on the frontiers of the Egyptian Sudan. Accordingly this post was occupied by Italy in 1894. In the beginning of 1895, the Italian forces being again attacked by the Abyssinians, the war was carried into the enemy's country, and after several sanguinary defeats had been inflicted on the Abyssinians, the greater part of the Tigray province was occupied. Menelik, whose administrative capital still remained at Addis Ababa in Shoa, organized a vast army, and prepared to defend his kingdom. In the early spring of 1896 General Baratieri, in fear lest he might be superseded, and without waiting for sufficient reinforcements, assumed the offensive against the Abyssinians in the vicinity of Adjua, with the result that he sustained a terrible reverse. Nearly half the Italian army, 13,000 men, 7,000 only Italians, the rest natives of the coast, against 90,000 Abyssinians, was killed, and of the remainder many prisoners were taken. This was a terrible blow to Italy, and its effects on European politics were far-reaching. General Baldassarre somewhat retrieved the position, but all thought of an Italian protectorate over Abyssinia was at an end, a position frankly recognized by Italy in her subsequent treaty of peace with Menelik. She lost but little of her original colony of Eritrea, but Eritrea seemed then of small value except as the stepping stone to Abyssinia. The French and Russians were triumphant, and French adulation of the Emperor Menelik was scarcely worthy of a nation in the high position of France. A British mission was sent in 1897 to open up friendly relations with Abyssinia, and to establish a political agency at the king's court. The treaty concluded seemed at first sight not wholly satisfactory to British interests, as it yielded a portion of Somaliland to Abyssinia, and did not provide for any delimitation of Abyssinian boundaries on the west, but apparently there were other clauses not made public which subsequently ensured the friendly neutrality of Menelik during the Khartoum campaign. Since 1897, or rather since the institution of civil government in 1900, the colony of Eritrea has made a quiet progress towards well-being and commercial prosperity insufficiently appreciated by historians of Africa. Colony remains an inaccurate designation, since the excessive heat of the lowlands makes Italian settlement in large numbers impossible. There are only 3,000 settlers in the whole colony, while the uplands are either barren or sufficiently well populated by a sturdy race of Negroids, a mixture of Hamites, Semites, and Nilotic Negroes. But this native population, 275,000, has prospered and increased under Italian rule. A considerable trade is being developed in the nuts of the hyphene palms, exported to the approximate annual value of £50,000. Hides and cattle, wax, gum, coffee, ivory, and salt are also exported, and the annual trade, imports and exports, now, 1912, averages £1 million in value. The area of Eritrea, which extends southward to Cape Demira on the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, is 45,800 square miles. Finding that Germany did not intend to push claims, half-developed, to the Somali coast, Italy in 1889 began to make treaties in that direction, and by the end of that year had established a protectorate over the whole Somali coast from the west side of Cape Gardafui to the mouth of the River Jub, a claim subsequently confirmed by agreements with Britain and with the Sultan of Zanzibar. Italian enterprise has led to a great deal of geographical discovery near the Jub River and the Webi Shabili, an eccentric stream, which after arriving within a few miles of the sea and meandering along parallel with the coast, loses itself in a sandy desert near the mouth of the Jub River. Several Italian expeditions came to grief in these Somali and Gala countries, but Italy held on, and deserves to succeed in the long run. An Italian commercial company was founded to deal with the exploitation of the Benadir coast, once in the hands of the Sultan of Zanzibar, where there was still some lucrative trade to be done in products of the interior. But complaints were made as to mistreatment of the natives by the chartered company, and in 1900 the Italian government bought from the Sultan of Zanzibar, for £144,000, the ports, Benadir, plural of Bandar, a seaport, of Mogadishu, Brawa, Marka, and Warsheik, which had long been appanage of the Sultan of Zanzibar. The name of the colony is now Somalia Italiana, Italian Somaliland, and the capital is at Mogadishu, the Mogadiscio of the 16th century Portuguese. Inland, Italian rule stretches along the Jub or Juba River as far as the Gala towns of Bardera and Luff. Farther north, along the coast, there is the native Somali Sultanate of Abia and then the Somali tribal territory of Nogal. The total area of Italian Somaliland is about 140,000 square miles, and the population, Gala, Somali, Swahili Negroes, Arabs, and Helot tribes, is 400,000. About the year 1904 a rapprochement took place between France and Italy relative to a settlement of colonial aspirations, coincidentally with agreements, secret or avowed, entered into between France and Britain. It was then laid down that, should Italy at any time establish herself in place of Turkey in the Tripolitane, the boundaries of her sphere of influence there should practically be conterminous with those then recognized by France as being the Turkish limits, comprising Tripoli, as far west as Gatams and Got, Fezzan, and Cyrenaica. It is probable also that a similar understanding was come to with Great Britain in the early part of the 20th century. In fact, it was openly stated in the literature of the period that Italy had earmarked the Tripolitane as her share of the Turkish Empire should any further curtailment of the Turkish dominions take place. No official repudiation of such an idea emanated from Germany or Austria. Nevertheless, when Italy did move in this direction in 1911, it was from Germany and Austria that she received the bitterest reproaches. The explanation of this changed attitude was no doubt that between 1909 and 1911 an idea had grown up both in Germany and Austria that Tripoli was now considered by Italy as practically worthless from the point of view of a future field for Italian colonization, and that it might be possible, through some scheme of concessions and chartered companies, for the Teutonic allies to effect a settlement and control over the Tripolitane, under the Turkish flag, possibly. Thence they might build a trans-Saharan railway which would connect this German foothold on the South Mediterranean coast with the future Congolese Empire which Germany was resolving to shape in course of time out of French, Belgian, and Portuguese possessions, by purchase, exchange, and it may be some pressure. This idea bore fruit in an attenuated form in the concessions made to Germany by France in northwest Congoland in 1911, see page 234. Italy had nearly gone to war with Turkey in 1910 over a dispute regarding the Italian post offices in the Turkish Empire, and, as her principal means of punishing Turkey, was preparing an expedition to land in Tripoli. But the Turks gave way before a practical ultimatum, and Italy was left without an excuse. Then followed the announcement that a well-equipped Austrian scientific mission would start for the thorough exploration of the Tripolitane in the winter of 1910 to 1911. Italy appealed to Turkey to grant similar facilities for an Italian expedition, but received an evasive reply. In July 1911 came the startling incident of Agadir, with all that it implied, both as to North African and as to Central African aims on the part of Germany. It was felt soon afterwards that Germany, being balked of a foothold in Morocco, would be more than ever anxious to establish herself on the Tripoli coast. A quarrel was therefore picked with Turkey on somewhat vague grievances, and a declaration of war was followed by the immediate landing of an Italian army at the town of Tripoli on September 20, 1911. Soon afterwards, in the autumn and winter of 1911, all the other towns on the coast of Tripoli and Cyrenaica were occupied by the Italians, whose Senate, on February 23, 1912, ratified a decree annexing these provinces to Italy, as far to the west, south, and east as the spheres of France, Britain, and Egypt. The whole of the port of Salem and its vicinity was given over to Egypt, a solatium accepted without hesitation by the Anglo-Egyptian government. The European conscience of course was outraged, and much sympathy was expressed with Turkey, but no assistance furnished. No doubt the action of Italy in theory was a political crime. In a time of perfect peace, she delivered an ultimatum to a neighboring European power based on ostensible grievances of a trifling kind, and before that power could discuss any rectification of the said grievance, 2 large provinces of its territory were forcibly annexed. In theory the action of Italy was indefensible, in practice it was probably a matter of stern necessity. The coast of Tripoli is immediately opposite Italy, and it is far away from Turkey. A little hesitancy, and this littoral might have first been assigned commercially to German and Austrian subjects and subsequently have passed forever beyond the scope of Italian sea power. Italy would then have had the ironical punishment which fate so often allots to those who let I dare not wait upon I would. As to any regret being felt for Turkey, let us consider for a moment what were her moral claims to these 2 provinces. Their coast ports were seized by Turkish pirates in the middle of the 16th century. Eventually there grew up a Turco-Arab dynasty of the Karamanli Pashas to whom was delegated by Turkey in the early 18th century the government of Tripoli and Barca, Cyrenaica. The Karamanli Pashas, though they sent out piratical fleets into the Mediterranean to attack the ships of powers not in treaty relations with them, nevertheless did much to open up Fezzan and the northern Sudan to European commerce, and their friendship with Britain made it possible for the British expeditions to Lake Chad and Bornu to take place in 1821-3. In 1835 the Turkish government at Constantinople, alarmed by the spreading power of Muhammad Ali and the French seizure of Algiers, intervened in the affairs of Tripoli and annexed it. A guerrilla warfare continued for 10 years afterwards. From 1850 onwards, a great revival of the Sudan slave trade took place through the Tripolitan ports, and this was still more marked after Egypt, governed by the Khedive Ismail, ceased to export slaves. Under direct Turkish rule, the Tripolitane became almost impenetrable by European travelers, several of whom were assassinated within its limits. Nothing was done for the improvement of Fezzan, of the oases, or even of the Tripolitan coast towns. Locusts ravaged the crops unchecked, and the desert sand steadily advanced on the cultivable regions. No public works worth mentioning exist to testify to any benefits derived from Turkish rule. Turkey has been tried in the balances of Tripolitan history and found to be utterly wanting. By the summer of 1912, the Italians had fought many battles and skirmishes with the Turks and Arabs of the Tripolitane. They had been accused of the usual inhumanities of war by the usual Anglo-Saxon journalist, but they were in possession of all the coast towns, and in several of their lavish public works began to reconcile the much-tried Moorish population to the dominance of the Rumi, in this case a singularly truthful term, for it really was the Roman come back to rule a land which 1400 years before, prior to the Vandal descent, he had raised to a position of considerable fertility and prosperity. In July 1912 the chief of the Great Senussi Brotherhood, see page 236, made terms of peace and amity with the Italians, and, as this edition goes to press, peace has been concluded, October 15, 1912, between Italy and Turkey on the basis of the retrocession to the eldest daughter of Rome of two among the North African provinces torn from her mother state, first by the Vandals and next by the Arab invasion of the 7th century AC. When Italy is enabled to take complete possession of this area of 400,000 square miles, she will find that barely 1/3 is cultivable, and that the remainder consists of naked plateaus, mountains of sun-baked rock, and vast seas of drifting sand. The sand is a less hopeless proposition than the rock, for under it often lie layers of imprisoned water, releasable by artesian wells. But when the claims and requirements of the natives of Libya, as the Italians call their scarcely won possession, are duly provided for, there will not remain much agricultural land for Italian settlement. Yet there may arise many promising industries which will provide employment for Italians in the towns on the coast. Moreover, with time, patience, sympathy and understanding, the Italians will find the million of Arabs, Jews, Berbers, Tibis, Negroids and Negroes who make up the Tripolitan and Cyrenaic population a people possessing many fine qualities of physique and endurance, who under a wise and fraternal government may cooperate with the European in making the desert blossom as the rose. Whether Italy will be required to halt on the verge of the Sahara and Libyan deserts, or whether France and Britain, declining to play the dog in the manger, will withdraw on either side the skirts of their spheres of influence so as to admit the Italian to direct access to the northern Sudan, on the borders of Darfur and Kanem, is an eventuality on the knees of the gods, and likely to remain for long among unborn events until the sands of the Libyan desert prove to be valuable enough to be worth claiming and crossing. Chapter 16 German Africa. German settlement in Africa is not altogether the outcome of the scramble for Africa in 1884. German settlements on the west coast of Africa date back to 1683, and Prussian or German protectorates in Africa were discussed during the 60s of the 19th century. Ships from Emden, 204, and Gretzel, belonging to the Friesland possessions of the Electorate of Brandenburg, the mother of the Prussian monarchy, stole out of the North Sea and took a part in the West African trade in slaves and gold. These ships were much harassed by the French, Portuguese, and Dutch, but the Brandenburgers, together with the Prussian Company of Emden, managed to establish a foothold at the close of the 17th century on the Gold Coast, where they held for a time Gross Friedrichsburg and Takrana. The little island of Argan near Cape Blanco, off the Senegal coast, was bought by Frederick William, the great Elector of Brandenburg, from the Dutch, and was held for some years. The Brandenburg Africa Company was definitely founded in 1681, but by 1720 these North Germans, distracted by quarrels at home, had abandoned their West African enterprise. During the 40s of the 19th century some consideration was given in Germany to the question of colonization, but attention was directed to unoccupied territories in America, and nothing was said about Africa. About 1850 German steamships, under the Hamburg flag, began to trade along the west coast of Africa, and in that year the celebrated House of Warman opened its first agencies at Monrovia, Liberia, and elsewhere on the west coast. Many German missionaries and colonists between 1845 and 1865 went out to South Africa to settle chiefly in Cape Colony, Namaqualand and Natal. Between 1860 and 1865, a Hanoverian baron, von der Decken, was exploring Kilimanjaro and the east coast of Africa. It began to dawn on him that Zanzibar and the Zanzibar coast would form a legitimate field for German enterprise, settlement, and colonization, especially after the opening of the Suez Canal. Although von der Decken was killed on the Jub River in 1865, he transmitted his opinions to Otto Kirsten, who wrote an article in 1867, stating that von der Decken had had ideas of buying Mombasa from the Sultan of Zanzibar in order to found a German settlement. By this time Hamburg merchants had established a flourishing trade at Zanzibar, and until 1885 the German representative at that place was almost invariably a Hamburg man. Indeed, before the unification of the German Empire there was a Hamburg, Hanseatic, consul at Zanzibar, rather than a German representative. Until the deliberate intervention of Germany on the east coast of Africa, these Hanseatic merchants practically placed themselves under British protection. In 1878 the German African Society of Berlin was founded as a branch of the International African Association. It absorbed two similar societies dealing with Africa, more from a geographical than political point of view. German international stations were founded between Zanzibar and Tanganyika, and German explorers made a careful examination of the country round Lake Mweru and of the river Lualaba. Other German explorers, Wisman amongst their number, traversed and mapped the southern half of the Congo basin, and, when the present writer visited the Congo in 1882-3, the German explorers, nominally in the service of the King of the Belgians, made no secret of the desire of Germany to acquire control over the western Congo. This, no doubt, was one reason why Bismarck opposed the Anglo-Portuguese Treaty of 1883-4, pages 89-343. But, when the conference he had negotiated was brought about, he felt that French and Belgian opposition, united, and the absence of German treaty claims, made a German Congo state impossible. The energies of Germany were then directed towards the Niger, but here they were thwarted by the National African, afterwards the Royal Niger Company. Several emissaries were, however, sent out to Nigeria by the German Colonial Society. This institution was founded at Frankfurt on the Main in 1882, and at once met with enthusiastic support. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, German Protestant missionaries had established themselves in Damaraland and Namaqualand, in southwest Africa. In 1864 some of these missionaries bought the estates of the Walfish Bay Copper Company, to the northeast of Walfish Bay, and here they hoisted the German flag. So early as 1877 Sir Bartle Frere began to regard the proceedings of the German missionaries with suspicion, and, to combat their action, proposed adding Damaraland to the South African Empire. But the British government would only permit the annexation of Walfish Bay. About 1880 the German missionaries renewed their complaints as to the treatment they suffered at the hands of the natives and the lack of protection they received from the British authorities. Prince Bismarck took up these claims, and asked the British government whether it was prepared to protect Europeans in Damaraland and the Namakwa country. Lord Granville repudiated any responsibility outside Walfish Bay, and informed the governor of the Cape that the Orange River was the northwestern boundary of Cape Colony. In 1881 the German missionaries asked for a gunboat to protect their interests on the Namakwa coast. The Foreign Office was consulted, and again repudiated any British claims to this territory outside Walfish Bay. At the beginning of 1883 Herr Literates of Bremen, acting possibly under the inspiration of the German Colonial Society, asked the German government whether he would receive German protection if he acquired territories in southwest Africa. He received a guarded consent, after the German Foreign Office had again consulted the British government and received a vague reply. In April 1883 the agents of Herr Literates went with a German ship to the Bay of Ungar 150 miles north of the Orange River. The Germans landed there, and marched inland 100 miles to the German mission station of Bethany. The Hottentot chief of that district sold to these agents of Herr Literates a piece of land 24 miles long and 10 miles broad, with that breadth of frontage on the Bay of Ungar, including all sovereign rights. On the 2nd of May, 1883, the German flag was hoisted on the shore of Ungar Bay over the first German colony. When the news reached the Cape, an English gunboat, the Boadicea, went to Ungar and was met at that place by a German gunboat, whose commander informed the captain of the Boadicea that he was in German waters, and could exercise no authority there. Nearly 5 months had apparently elapsed between the hoisting of the German flag at Ungar and this visit of the British warship, and during that period no action had been taken in England. Nor, indeed, could any action have been taken after the explicit manner in which both Lord Beaconsfield's and Mr. Gladstone's administrations had disavowed any British claims to the coast of southwest Africa. Too late, Lord Granville informed Prince Bismarck that any claim of sovereignty or jurisdiction on the part of a foreign power over any part of the coast between the Portuguese boundary and the Orange River would be regarded as an encroachment on the legitimate rights of Cape Colony. Even then Germany did not proceed to immediate action, but repeatedly pressed the question whether England did or did not intend to take upon herself the administration of this Damara coast. The British government sought to evade a direct reply by consulting the Cape government. No answer was returned by the latter till May 1884, when the Cape offered to take over the control of the whole coast up to Walfish Bay. But in April Germany had made a statement that she would not recognize British protection over this coast, and on the 21st of June she secured from England a recognition of a German protectorate. If the action of the British authorities was blameworthy, from a national point of view, in refusing to take Germany seriously, and in puzzling her by declining to proclaim a British protectorate between the Orange River and the Portuguese possessions, the blame falls equally upon the Cape Parliament. It was the parsimony of Cape Colony which feared to be led into expense, coupled with the short-sightedness of the English ministry of the day which refused to believe in the possibility of Germany desiring colonies, that permitted Germany to establish herself as a South African power. As to the German government, it behaved throughout with perfect correctness. It gave the British government ample time and opportunity to make good any preceding rights. Germany did not act here as she did in the Cameroons, where she merely informed the British government that Dr. Nachtigall had been commissioned by the German government to visit the west coast of Africa in order to report on the state of German commerce, and asked that he might be furnished with recommendations to the British authorities in West Africa. Her ambassador did, it is true, mention that Dr. Nachtigall would conduct negotiations connected with certain questions, but the context implied that these questions were commercial matters. Therefore the British government, which had already made arrangements for establishing a protectorate over the whole coast between Lagos and the Cameroons, did not cause Consul E.H. Hewitt to return to his post with any undue hurry. Dr. Nachtigall arrived at the Isles de Los, on the Sierra Leone coast of Africa, on the 1st of June, 1884, with the intention of taking under German protection the river Dubrika, situated in the district which the French call Rivières du Sud, but, as there was some doubt as to French claims, nothing further was done at the time, and, when afterwards the German flag was hoisted, it was at once removed on the receipt of a French protest. On the 5th of July Nachtigall reached a district on the east of the English Gold Coast colony, now known as Togoland. Here arrangements were made with the native chiefs and the country was declared a German protectorate. Then Dr. Nachtigall steamed right across to the Cameroons. Here he was just in time. The principal chief, King Bell, had been won over by the gift of £1,000 to sign a treaty with Germany. The other chiefs refused to do so, and Bell himself waited for a week to see if Consul Hewitt would arrive. However, when the consul did come on the 19th of July, King Bell had signed the treaty, and the German flag had been hoisted over the Cameroons River. Consul Hewitt was in time to carry out the rest of his program, and, so far as actual treaty signing went, the British had only lost a small piece of the coastline they had determined to secure, but, in order that a grudging spirit might not be shown to Germany, she was finally allowed to take over all the Cameroons district, 205. In East Africa Germany's procedure may be summarized thus. Count Weil, Dr. Karl Peters, and Dr. Julka arrived at Zanzibar on the 4th of November, 1884, as deck passengers, dressed like mechanics. Officially discountenanced by the German consul, they nevertheless left at once for the interior, and on the 19th of November the first treaty was signed with a native chief, and the German flag was hoisted in Usagwa. Eventually other treaties were concluded in Nguru, Usagara, Ukami, and other adjoining countries, which resulted in a solid block of 60,000 square miles being ostensibly secured on paper. Dr. Peters hastened back to Berlin, and on the 12th of February, 1885, he had already founded a German East African Company, to whom he transferred his treaty rights. On the 27th of February following, the German emperor issued an official notice of the extension of his protection to the territories acquired, or which might be further acquired. In vain the Sultan of Zanzibar protested. The British representative was instructed to support German claims, and eventually it was decided that the Sultan of Zanzibar's authority was to be limited to a strip 10 miles broad along the coast between Cape Delgado and Somaliland. In May 1885, the Foreign Office informed Germany that a British company desired to develop the country between the Mombasa coast and the Victoria Nyanza. The foundation for this scheme was the treaties which the present writer had concluded on or near Kilimanjaro in the preceding year, and which at the suggestion of the Foreign Office had been transferred to the late Mr. James Hutton of Manchester. The Sultan of Zanzibar, however, refused to give in, even to British representations, and made strenuous efforts to support his claims to the hinterland of the East African coast. On the 7th of August 1885, a German squadron hove to in front of Zanzibar and delivered an ultimatum. The Sultan bowed to the inevitable, and recognized the German territorial claims, including a protectorate over Vitu, 206, a little patch of territory near the Tana River. Gradually, however, matters settled down. An agreement was come to in 1885 between the British and German governments for a recognition with France of the independence of the Sultan of Zanzibar, and the definition of his exact dominions by a joint commission. Eventually, in 1886, the respective British and German spheres in East Africa were defined. In the same forceful manner the Germans had taken Kilimanjaro. Except for the bulge of Kilimanjaro, a line drawn from Wenga on the coast, near the river Umba, straight to the northeast shore of Lake Victoria Nyanza is the Anglo-German frontier in East Africa. The limit of the British sphere on the north was the Tana River, Germany maintaining her hold on Vitu. The German government then came to terms with Portugal, and agreed that the territories of the two powers in East Africa should march together as far as the east coast of Lake Nyassa. Germany also concluded treaties along the Somali coast. The German Colonization Society and the German Colonial Society subsequently united under the latter title, while the German East African Association had been incorporated by imperial charter. Further subsidiary companies were organized, and by 1888 numerous plantations had been established in the north of German East Africa, near the coast. In 1888 the German East Africa Company obtained from the Sultan of Zanzibar the lease for 50 years of the whole of the Sultan's coast territory from the Ruvuma River to the Umba. A great development then took place in the company's operations, which were more and more identified with the German government. A staff of over 60 officials was sent out to carry on the new administration. Sir Charles Ewan Smith, who had succeeded Sir John Kirk as British agent at Zanzibar, warned the German administration in a friendly manner that, unless greater care for Arab susceptibilities was shown in replacing the Sultan of Zanzibar's government on the coast, troubles with the Arabs might ensue. His warning was only too well founded. 5 days after taking over the administration of the country, on the 21st of August 1888, disturbances fomented by the Arab and Swahili population broke out, and in another month the Germans held very few posts on the coast or in the interior. An animosity also began to be directed not only against the Germans, but against all Europeans, and the situation became very serious. In 1889, the resources of the company having broken down, Captain Hermann Wisman, afterwards Major von Wisman, was appointed Imperial Commissioner for East Africa. With 1,000 native troops, mainly Sudanese recruited with the help of the British government, 200 German sailors, and 60 German officers and non-commissioned officers, von Wisman carried on a vigorous campaign against the Arabs and Swahili, and by the end of 1889 he had put down the revolt and captured and executed the leader of it, Bushiri. It took 6 months longer, however, to quiet some of the interior districts and those near the river Ruvuma. In the middle of 1890 Germany concluded a very wise arrangement with England, by which, as has already been described in another chapter, all German possessions to the north of the British boundary at the Umba River were given up, and a British protectorate over Zanzibar was recognized, while the German boundaries were carried inland to the frontier of the Congo state. On the south, Great Britain was admitted to the south end of Tanganyika, and secured all the west coast of Lake Nyassa. From 1890 to the present time German settlement and the development of German East Africa have gone on without any disagreeable check so far as the Arabs or the European powers are concerned. In 1893 a large and well-appointed steamer, the Hermann von Wisman, was placed on Lake Nyassa, and the British authorities round that lake were amply rewarded for any help they might have contributed towards its conveyance thither by the services which the German steamer afterwards rendered in acting as a transport for a portion of the British forces in the last war against the Lake Nyasa Arabs. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Germans had placed a fine war steamer on Lake Tanganyika. On the Zanzibar coast, new quarters in the old Arab towns sprang up like magic, the streets being widened, kept clean, and well lit. Flourishing plantations covered many acres of what was formerly waste land. There was fair security for life and property, even in the distant interior. The Arabs became reconciled to German rule, while on the other hand the German officials slowly learnt the art of dealing tactfully with subject races. Since 1890, when the coast strip leased from the Sultan of Zanzibar was finally purchased from him, the whole of German East Africa has been under direct imperial administration. This German possession has now an area of about 384,000 square miles, with a population, mainly Bantu Negroes, estimated at 10 million. The Asiatic settlers are stated at only 7,000, and the Europeans, mainly Germans, at 3,800. It is likely to turn out in course of time a flourishing tropical settlement, not a country which Germans could colonize in the sense that Australia or Canada are colonizable, but a Ceylon, a Java, a southern India, where the German planter may make a competence, where the goods of Germany may find unrestricted markets, and where the Teuton may educate and raise into a higher state of civilization a vigorous Negro people, some tribes of which, like the Wanyamwezi and the Waswahili, possess fine qualities. The plateau region to the north and northeast of Tanganyika may support here and there small but flourishing colonies of white men. British Indians are already settling somewhat thickly in the coast towns and are exchanging their nationality for that of German subjects. In 1891, scarcely 2 years after Wisman had broken the power of the Arabs, the Germans found themselves fighting a more difficult, brave and unaccountable enemy, the Wahihi of the plateau region south of the Rufiji River. These people seem to have some distant affinity with the Zulu in appearance, character, and mode of warfare. This may be due to their having been influenced by the Wangoni further south, partly in Portuguese, partly in German East Africa, the Wangoni, under various tribal names, being derived from Zulu clans which left Southeast Africa early in the 19th century and crossed the Zambezi, reaching northwards nearly to the Victoria Nyanza. The German war with the Wahihi lasted till about 1893. Then ensued a period of comparative peace till the year 1905, when a most serious native rising took place in the southern districts of the colony, between North Nyasa and the Kilwa coast. Nearly all the tribes, Mohammedan and pagan, joined in attempting to oust the Germans. Officials, Catholic missionaries, male and female, planters, and traders were murdered. It took nearly a year and a half to subdue this rebellion completely, and something like 120,000 natives, adults and children, died during this struggle, or from its immediate results, they were killed in battle, by famine resulting from the destruction of crops or neglect of agriculture, or by disease. The effects of this depopulation are still to be seen in the coast belt of Kilwa and in the Ruvuma watershed. The Wangoni, or Magwangwara as they are sometimes called, were almost exterminated, an achievement by no means to be greatly mourned, since they had kept East Africa, Lake Nyasa to the Indian Ocean, unsettled by their raids, sparsely populated, and scarcely cultivated for some 50 years previously. The Germans subdued this native rising with a small army of German officers and non-commissioned officers, and Maasai and Sudanese soldiers, and even brought the Oceanic Negro of New Guinea face to face with his African brother for the first time for something like 300,000 years. But these Papuan and Melanesian soldiers were not altogether a success. It was alleged that this great rising was caused by misgovernment, and by imposing on the people labor taxes which were most unpopular, especially when this forced labor was leased out to conscienceless European planters. Herr Dernberg, then German colonial minister, came out to investigate the cause of this revolt in 1907. Since his recommendations were adopted, the whole of German East Africa has been peaceful. In 1890 railway construction began, firstly in a line from Tanga, a northern port, to Usambara and eventually Kilimanjaro. This at present, 1912, has a length of 108 miles. In the early years of the 20th century, Dar es Salaam, 207, Tanganyika Line was begun, which already reaches Kilimatinde, 240 miles inland. Another line, starting from Kilwa on the southern coast, aims at the northern end of Lake Nyassa. The later history of the Cameroons has been much like that of German East Africa: revolts, sharp lessons, then attacks by hostile tribes inland, which are quelled by expeditions and the building of forts, followed by other revolts still further in the interior, to be succeeded by still further victories and advances, but on the whole increasing peace and order throughout the country, and a great development of trade. Unfortunately, as amongst some officials of the East Africa Company and administration, so among a few of the government servants in the Cameroons, there were instances of great cruelties committed between 1887 and 1896, cruelties which led to a serious revolt among the Negro soldiery, 1895. Germany wisely did not hush up these affairs, but investigated them in an open court and punished the guilty. It will be seen, I fancy, when history takes a review of the foundation of these African states, that the unmixed Teuton, Dutchman or German, is on first contact with subject races apt to be harsh and even brutal, but that he is no fool and wins the respect of the Negro or the Asiatic, who admire rude strength, while his own good nature in time induces a softening of manners when the native has ceased to rebel and begun to submit. There is this that is hopeful and wholesome about the Germans. They are quick to realize their own defects, and equally quick to amend them. As in commerce so in government, they observe, learn and master the best principles. The politician would be very short-sighted who underrated the greatness of the German character, or reckoned on the evanescence of German dominion in strange lands. In 1904-05 there were risings of the Bantu Negroes against German authority in the western part of the Cameroons, 208, colony. These were suppressed after much bush fighting, but the cause of them being oppressive legislation, the governor of the Cameroons was changed in 1906, since which time the whole country has been peaceful. In the far interior German influence was established over the banks of the Sherry and of Lake Chad by 1902, and about the same time Germans began to open up relations with the Fang country in the western part of the Congo watershed. Railways were begun in the first decade of the 20th century. One from Victoria, Ambas Bay, the original settlement of the Baptist Mission, see page 244, runs round the southern flanks of Cameroon's mountain Tabia, the German capital, 3,000 feet above sea level. Another from the Cameroons River, Douala, to the Mananguba Mountains and Bayonne. This will eventually link up with the Victoria-Bia line and be built northwards towards the Sherry River, and a third from Douala southeastward to the Nyanza River. In 1911-12, Germany obtained from France additional territory on the south and west of the Cameroons colony to the extent of 100,000 square miles, bringing this African dominion eastwards into the central Sudan, to the Mubangi River, main Congo, and north coast of the Gabon. Germany thus secures the whole basin of the Sangha River, a valuable waterway into the Fang country, and now possesses in the Cameroons, or as it is spelt in the German fashion, Cameroon, an empire in western equatorial Africa of some 292,000 square miles, with a population of Negroes and Negroids numbering about 4 million. The country is rich in valuable products, and already the annual trade amounts to about £2,200,000 in value. In southwest Africa Germany, by arrangement with Portugal and eventually with England, secured a protectorate or sphere of influence over a very large stretch of country, 322,450 square miles, bounded on the north by Portuguese West Africa, on the south by the Orange River, and on the east by British Bechuanaland, with, in addition, a long, narrow strip, which reached the Zambezi at its confluence with the Chobe. This country along the coastline is very barren. It is, in fact, a hopeless desert, most hopeless of all between the Orange River and Wallfish Bay. But the interior is mountainous, and in these mountains there are stretches of well-watered country where cattle are kept in enormous herds. Moreover, this mountainous country is very healthy. With the Bantu Herero, who inhabit the northern part of German Southwest Africa, the Germans at first got on very well, thanks to the influence exerted by the German missionaries, but with the pure-blood and half-caste Hottentots, who inhabit the southern section of the colony and almost all the coast belt, the Germans have been constantly at war. These Hottentots, many of whom have some slight infusion of Dutch blood which renders them more warlike than their relations in Cape Colony, are Christians of a kind, wear clothes, and bear Dutch names. They at first found a leader in a certain Hendrik Witbooi, who again and again inflicted defeats on small parties of German soldiers, made treaties, and broke them, and from first to last gave the Germans a great deal of trouble. Although he could boast of but a paltry number of followers, he fought in a waterless, mountainous country, where concealment was easy and pursuit difficult. In 1894 he made peace with the Germans and remained more or less their ally till 1904. As he spoke Cape Dutch fluently he soon mastered German, and for a time seemed really reconciled to the Germanization of his people, already Calvinist or Lutheran Christians. But in 1903, the Hottentots living on the north of the Orange River and largely mixed with Boer blood, the Bondelswoords, rose against the Germans, and, although they only numbered some 5,000 fighting men at most, they occupied the German forces for 4 years before they were conquered, mainly by extermination. The deserts in which they lived, yet from which they were being dispossessed, were remote and inaccessible except from the British possessions. Whilst the German forces were attacking the Bondelswoords, the Bantu Damara or Ovaherero in the far north broke out into rebellion, attacked the German settlers and traders without warning, and murdered some of them, destroying all the homesteads they could find. The excuse they gave for this furious outburst was that, when they signed the Origin treaties of friendship and acceptance of protection, they had no idea they were signing away their native land, and that subsequently much vacant land in the Damara country had been given or sold by the German Chartered Company, 209, or government to white settlers, some of whom also on unfair pretexts had taken away native cattle. Reinforcements came out from Germany under General von Trotha, and the mass of the Herero army was attacked in its stronghold, the Waterberg range of mountains in about lat. 21 degrees. The Herero warriors were slaughtered in numbers. Nevertheless, the larger proportion of the fighting men succeeded in evading the encircling movement of the Germans and escaped under the leadership of a chief, Samuel Maherero, and fought against the Germans for months after their great defeat in the Waterberg Mountains in August 1904, 210. In the early autumn of that year the Hottentots broke out again with renewed vigor, first under the leadership of a Herero half-caste, Morna, and a few days later under the renowned Hendrik Witbooi. The Nama Hottentots, as a signal of their defiance of the German power, assassinated about 60 German settlers in the southeast part of the colony, scrupulously distinguishing between them and the Boers or British residing in or travelling through the country. These, as the Herero had done, far to the north, they left uninjured in any way. General von Trotha was baffled by the double enemy, Hottentots and bastards in the south, Herero in the north. He issued proclamations of a somewhat savage tone in his exasperation, and these being annulled by the imperial government he resigned and returned to Germany in 1905. In the autumn of that year a new governor, von Lindequist, arrived, and by reasonable measures of conciliation and by the allotment of definite native reserves made peace with the Ovaherero. Samuel Maherero however preferred to remain on British territory, where he had taken refuge. Since the close of 1906, however, there has been no more trouble between the Germans and the Herero, who are slowly recovering from the awful loss of life and diminution of their notable nation during this terrible war of fierce hatred on either side. 210. The Ovambo farther north have given signs of unrest, but are believed now to have become reconciled to German rule. Hendrik Witbooi died in 1905, and Morna was finally killed by a British police patrol, in August 1907, in the Kalahari Desert. He had fled to British territory in 1906, but had not been surrendered to the Germans. On the contrary, he was treated as a political refugee and given every chance of settling down peacefully. He only abused this kindness, however, in order to organize attacks on the Germans from the secure basis of the British frontier. Therefore his death in a skirmish with British mounted police was entirely his own fault. By 1908 all these troubles were at an end, and German Southwest Africa was free from native foes. But the long war in these deserts and bare, rocky mountains had cost the Germans the lives of over 5,000 soldiers and settlers, and an expenditure of 15 million sterling. So that it would have been cheaper at the commencement of this colony's history to have carried out a fair land settlement which would have contented the natives and still have left more than half the area of Southwest Africa at the disposal of the white man. In 1908 diamonds were discovered in the sandy desert country at the back of Littoret's Bay. Their quality was that of the Brazilian or Liberian diamond, rather than of the type of Cape Colony or Transvaal stone. Though as yet not large in size, they were of good water, and in 1909 the total value of the diamonds exported was £771,776 in value. In succeeding years the supply fell off somewhat. In the northern part of the colony, at Otavi and Tsumeb, copper mining is carried on, and the output of copper is sufficient to warrant the construction of railways of considerable length. Cotton cultivation has been begun, and the keeping of cattle, sheep, and Angora goats has revived once more with the cessation of warfare. The amount of sheep indeed is beginning to approach a total of 500,000. Cattle thrive well in the interior, especially in the northern half. So also do horses, camels, asses, and pigs. Camels have proved most useful for the desert regions of the coast belt and the south. The Guado Islands along the coast all belong to British subjects and are part of Cape Colony. So also is the only really good harbor on the coast, Walfish Bay. This little enclave of 430 square miles belongs to Cape Colony and is British territory. It would be an act of not wasted generosity someday to transfer this little patch to Germany for the benefit of German Southwest Africa. Its retention by the British Empire is of the dog-in-the-manger type of policy. It is no longer of any use to us, nor does the want of it cripple German Southwest Africa, yet its possession by Germany would relieve her of the continued heavy expenditure needed to maintain the adjoining Swakopmund as a landing place for passengers and goods. A railway of over 200 miles now connects the southern port, Littoritzafen, Angra Pequena, with the inland settlement of Keetmanshoop, and will be extended someday to the Orange River and the Cape Railway system. Another and longer railway, 359 miles, goes from Swakopmund to the Tsumeb copper mines. A third railway, 237 miles, of small gauge, the first constructed, connects Swakopmund with the administrative capital, Windhoek. There is also a short line between the Otavi copper mines and Grootfontein. So that, between 1900 and 1912, Germany has constructed over 1,000 miles of railway in her colony of Southwest Africa. This indeed comes nearer to being a real colony than any other possession of Germany in Africa. Out of a total population of not quite 100,000, nearly 11,000 are Germans, the rest of the 12 to 13,000 whites being Boers and British. The Negro population, Bantu, Hottentot, Bushmen, and half-castes, only numbers about 85,000 since the wars of 1903-7. The climate is nearly everywhere healthy for the white man, and the tsetse fly is almost completely absent from the entire colony of 322,450 square miles. Only in the extreme north, near the Cunene River, the Kabango, and Kwando is there malarial fever. In the interior, more or less parallel with the coast, are mountain ranges rising to considerable altitudes. 8,972 feet is the highest point. They enclose fertile valleys, and their mists and rains nourish perennial streams, which however do not send their waters to the sea except in flood time. Indeed, over much of this central and northern mountain region the average yearly rainfall, between October and April, is only 20 inches. Germany has made far from a bad bargain with fate in investing in what was thought at the time by ignorant statesmen in England and Cape Colony to be a derelict portion of South Africa. Like parts of the French Sahara, German Southwest Africa may turn out to be a singularly healthy and wealthy tract of land. But can it remain long a German colony? Will not the attraction of the South African Union be more powerful than the fiat of governments 5,000 miles away in London and Berlin? The parallel instances of Texas, Florida, and the United States may be quoted someday, very appositely. But such a movement, if it ever does come about, will be a peaceful one because it will be irresistible, and it may be coeval with a very close alliance in Europe, Asia, and tropical Africa between Germany and her oldest colony, Britain. Togoland, between the Gold Coast and Dahomey, became a German protectorate in 1884. It has an area of 33,700 square miles and a Negro population of about 1 million. Its boundaries were finally settled with France and Britain in 1899, and the neutral sphere, which contained the towns of Yendi and Salaga, was divided between Germany and Britain. Togoland stretches northward to the 11th degree of An Lat, its boundary with France, and includes the important Mohammedan towns of Yendi and Sans and Mangu, in which the trading population is mainly Hausa. The administrative capital is Lomé on the very narrow coast belt. High and less unhealthy land for European settlement has been discovered in the interior. There have been no disturbances with the natives, and German trade has prospered. The annual total of imports and exports is now, 1912, about £900,000. There is a railway, in all of about 130 miles, which links up Lomé with other coast stations and with the hill stations in the interior. Togoland is the only German colonial possession which is self-supporting and does not require an annual subsidy towards its upkeep. The land has not been taken from the natives, and the native kings and chiefs not only remain in power but are much consulted by the German government. Consequently, there has never been any native rising or discontent with the white man's overrule. Germany now possesses an African empire of 1,032,000 square miles with a population of about 14,500,000 Negroes and 30,700 whites, mainly Germans. German Africa Plate 6. Explanatory note, red, area of German possessions in 1885, yellow, 1912. Chapter 17 The French in Madagascar. The island of Madagascar is possibly alluded to by the Alexandrian Greek geographer, Ptolemy, who wrote during the 2nd century after the birth of Christ, as Meneutheas, 211, and by other classical geographers as Meneuthus or Menethesias, though it is more probable that at most Pemba, Zanzibar or one of the Comoros was meant both by Ptolemy's informants and the unknown authors of the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea who first used the term Meneutheas a century earlier, about 50 AC. Then comes a break, and when the study of geography is resumed in Europe the allusions to this island are more obvious, and evidently come through post-Islamic Arabs. A large island in the Indian Ocean is alluded to as Albargoa, and Manusha Alfil. Older Arab names were rendered in medieval European geography as Serendab, Fenbalan, Quambalan. Later an allusion is made to it in Arab writings as Jazirat al-Qamar, Island of the Full Moon, but this name more probably applies to what are still called the Comoro Islands, an adjoining archipelago. On the maps of the Venetian geographers from Maro and Andrea Bianco, between 1457 and 1459, wherein use has been made of Arab information, the Cape of Good Hope is indicated, 40 years before the discovery of Diaz, as Cabo de Diab, Olo, and Madagascar is given as a triangular island to the northeast, and has on it the names of Sofala and Zanzibar. From Arab sources we learn that an Indian dhow in 1420 rounded the southernmost point of Africa, Cape Diab, and, turning again eastward, sailed back past Madagascar, on the shore of which island they discovered a rooka's egg, 212. Madagascar was mentioned and described in much fuller detail and with allusions to the gigantic bird, whose fossil remains were discovered in the 19th century, by Marco Polo the Venetian explorer at the beginning of the 14th century. Polo obtained his information from Arab sea captains of the Persian Gulf. More authentic news of Madagascar was sent to Portugal near the end of the 15th century by Pedro de Covilham, whose journeys overland to India have been alluded to in Chapter 4. On the 1st of February, 1506, a Portuguese fleet sent out by King Manuel, under Francisco de Almeida, discovered the east coast of Madagascar, but the island had already been sighted by a Portuguese sea captain on the August 10, 1500, and named São Lourenço, because the discovery was made on St. Lawrence's Day. In 1507 its west coast was visited and its shape more clearly defined by Gomes d'Abreu. The name Madagascar, like the adjective Malagasy, is probably of native origin, the former having been introduced in its present form by Marco Polo and the Portuguese, and the latter by the French. It was not until 1540 that any Portuguese actually settled on the island, and those who made this venture at its southeast extremity were nearly all massacred in 1548. At the end of the 16th century the Dutch visited Madagascar, and about the same time Dominican, Ignatian, and Lazarist monk missionaries made an unsuccessful attempt to obtain a hearing for Christianity. Between 1618 and 1640 English and Dutch adventurers nibbled at Madagascar, but the hostile and treacherous attitude of the natives and the unhealthy climate of the island coasts caused these attempts to end invariably in disaster. In 1642, however, the French Company of the East was formed under the patronage of Cardinal Richelieu with the main object of colonizing Madagascar. Prones, a French Protestant of dissolute habits, was sent out as governor. 2 years later a rival project for the same purpose was started in England under the presidency of Prince Rupert, and a small station was founded at St. Augustine's Bay, but this was soon after abandoned, and the company broken up on account of the Civil War in England. The name of the first French settlement at the southeast extremity of Madagascar was Fort Dauphin. Prones, whose immoral life shocked the French settlers, was replaced as governor by Flécourt, but the fortunes of the settlement were checkered. The parent company got into trouble, and its charter was abolished. The royal concession of Madagascar was then bandied about from nobleman to nobleman, and was finally sold to Louis XIV, who, having reassumed these rights on behalf of the crown, sent out the Duc de la Meilleraye. One of the officers of the staff of the Duc de la Meilleraye was Bacquer de Rochelle, who explored the country, and acquired the rare advantage of winning the friendship of the Malagasy. Bacquer de Rochelle, for some unknown reason nicknamed and ordinarily known as La Caisse, 213, was admired by the natives for his courage, and was invited to marry the heiress of a powerful native chief. He did so, and becoming dissatisfied with the mismanagement of the French settlement retired into the interior, and became king consort of the state of Ambol at the death of his father-in-law. Nevertheless, when the French got into difficulties with the natives and were hard-pressed, Bacquer de la Rochelle came to their assistance with great bravery. This remarkable person, whose life should be written by some framer of romances, died about 1671, assassinated by a native. In 1664 the French East India Company was founded, and took over Madagascar amongst other concessions under the pretentious title of Gallia Orientalis. As if to punish them for this overweening assumption, a great massacre occurred 8 years afterwards, leading to the almost entire extinction of the French settlers round Fort Dauphin. The few survivors fled to the island of Bourbon, which the French had taken in 1638–43. Nevertheless, in spite of this disaster, the French government calmly annexed Madagascar by an order in council of 1686, which was confirmed in 1719, 1720, and 1725. At the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th century, European pirates, English, French, and Dutch, who had begun to infest the eastern seas, and to trade in defiance of the commercial monopolies given to various chartered East Indian companies, gradually made Madagascar their headquarters, and formed several strongly fortified settlements hidden away up creeks or inlets or the mouths of rivers. Some of these pirates founded a cosmopolitan city of freedom which they called Libertatia, on the island of Sainte Marie, off the east coast of Madagascar. They were swept away by British and French war vessels in 1722–23. Numerous half-caste offspring, known as Malata by the Malagasys, arose from these unions with the native women, and men of this hybrid type sometimes became powerful chiefs. In 1750 the French East India Company created a settlement on the island of Sainte Marie Delaware, Madagascar, which underwent violent vicissitudes of fortune for the first few years of its life. In 1768 Fort Dauphin was for a short time reoccupied. In that year a man of superior scientific attainments, M. Poivre, was appointed governor of Mauritius and initiated a scientific investigation of Madagascar by sending thither a French naturalist, Philibert Commerson, who, as the result of his brief examination of the flora and fauna, pointed out the isolated character of Madagascar. In 1774 the French naturalist Sonnerat, 214, visited Madagascar, and discovered the Ravenala or traveler's tree, and that extraordinary aberrant lemur, the Chiromes. In 1772 Madagascar was visited by a type of adventurer then very uncommon, an Austrian Pole, called Benioski, who alternately offered his allegiance to France and England, and ultimately tried to carve out for himself a native Malagasy principality, as the result of which he was killed by the French in 1786. Allusions were made in the first 2 chapters of this book to the Malay invasion of Madagascar. This great island seems to have at first been peopled by Negro or Negroid races from East Africa, while Arabs had from very early days settled for trading purposes in the adjoining Comoro Islands, 215, and in the north of Madagascar. But at a period of time probably antecedent to the Christian era, Madagascar was invaded by a people of Malay stock, coming thither from the Malay archipelago. Despite the vast distance which separates Java and Madagascar, there is a current always streaming from the Sunda Islands towards the east coast of Madagascar and the Comoro Islands. Another flows more towards Ceylon, the Maldives, and the Seychelles. Aided by the east trade winds, Malay outrigger canoes with sails might conceivably be driven across the Indian Ocean to Madagascar in a few weeks. Even of recent years, cases have been known of Javanese junks being stranded on the Comoro Islands, in one case with a Javanese crew on board. However, numbers of Malays, or rather Polynesians, must have invaded Madagascar simultaneously in order to be able to overcome and absorb the previous Negro inhabitants. It would almost seem as though we had here an instance of deliberate oversea colonization on the part of this interesting race, which at the same time was pushing eastward, almost further from its base, to the Hawaii Islands. When the term Malay is used to describe these Asiatic invaders of Madagascar, it does not necessarily imply the direct descendants of the Malays of the Malay archipelago, but those of an older race, from which Malays, Polynesians, and other non-Papuan peoples of the Pacific are descended, a divergent branch of the Mongol stock intermixed with an Indonesian, Caucasian, element, perhaps also tinged with the Melanesian, 216. About the middle of the 18th century there was a tribe dwelling on the high plateau of east-central Madagascar, known as the Hovas but really bearing the name of Marina, Imarina, or even calling themselves Malagasy. They were more recent colonizers of Madagascar from across the sea, who, having landed on the coast of the great island, some hundreds or even 1,000 years ago, left as quickly as possible the malarial coast region and forced their way through the forests to the cool and open plateaus of Imarina. Here they were much harried by the more mixed races around them, who were of stronger physique. At last, driven into a corner, they turned at bay, and from being the persecuted became the persecutors. By means of much better military organization they pursued and conquered the tribes which had harassed them, and their conquests, spreading to the east coast and the south, brought them into contact with European traders and settlers. In 1792 the National Assembly of France sent M. Lescalier to visit Madagascar. In 1801 Bory de St. Vincent went thither and announced that the colonization of Madagascar would atone to France for the loss of San Domingo. In the following year Mr. Inverarity, of the Honourable East India Company's service, made a survey of Bembatoka Bay, a harbour on the west coast, since better known by the name of its principal town, Mojanga. Lord Keith, a British admiral cruising in these waters, visited the place in 1791, and directed the attention of the Indian government to the worth of Madagascar. In 1807 the French, in spite of British hostilities, made a determined attempt to settle at Foulet Point, 217. In the following year, Impoina, the most powerful Hova chief on the Imarina Plateau, died, leaving the supreme Hova chieftainship to his second son, Radama. When the British had seized Mauritius, Bourbon, and the Seychelles Islands, it was determined to finish the work of clearing the French out of the Indian Ocean by taking the trading stations which still remained in their possession on the east coast of Madagascar, namely, Tamatave and Foulet Point. In 1811 this was effected, and Tamatave was occupied by British soldiers. This capture was ratified by the definite treaty signed at Paris on May 30, 1814, which ceded the settlements in Madagascar as one of the dependencies of Mauritius, 218. The island of Bourbon was, however, restored to France by this treaty. In 1848 it was rechristened Réunion. Sir Robert Farquhar, a very enterprising governor of Mauritius, obtained soon afterwards a large concession from the native chiefs of the northeast of Madagascar, which included Diego Suarez Bay. Various proclamations were issued in the Mauritius Gazette claiming Madagascar as a British possession. On the other hand, it had been agreed that all French possessions in Madagascar which were in existence in 1792 were to be restored to France by England, but as a matter of fact, in 1792 France held no post in Madagascar, all places having been abandoned. Tamatave was not founded till 1804. All this confusion was due to the ignorance of local geography, then most characteristic of both British and French government offices. Nevertheless, it is clear that France imagined that she still had rights over Madagascar, because in 1817 the French governor of Bourbon protested against the British proclamation declaring Madagascar an appendage of Mauritius, and the French protest was further supported by the reoccupation of the island of Sainte Marie Delaware, Madagascar. While Sir Robert Farquhar was in England on leave of absence, the acting commissioner, a military officer named Hall, deliberately undid much of Sir Robert Farquhar's work, and thereby prejudiced any further insistence on British claims over Madagascar. Subsequently, when Sir Robert Farquhar returned, he deemed it the better policy to back up the efforts of the Hova king Radama to conquer the whole of the island, and proclaim himself king of all Madagascar, in spite of a protest from the French, which was absolutely disregarded. In 1818 the first missionaries of the London Missionary Society arrived, and established themselves on the Hova Plateau. Radama was much helped in his conquests by the loan of several English soldiers and non-commissioned officers, amongst whom one made himself specially prominent, a Mr. Hasty. By degrees Radama took possession of Tamatave, held for some years by a French mulatto, Jean René, and of all other French posts on the mainland of Madagascar, including Fort Dauphin. Here he cut down the French flag and deported the small French garrison to the island of Sainte Marie Delaware, Madagascar. Radama died in 1828, and was succeeded in a very irregular, Catherine the Great manner by his senior wife, Ranavalona. But her policy was not that of her great prototype in Russia, for it was a reactionary return to barbarism. She persecuted the native Christians and the missionaries, showed the greatest enmity to any foreign influence, and so flouted the French that the latter were compelled to take some notice of her hostility. In 1829 the government of Charles X decided to send a small expedition against Madagascar, which was to be largely composed of Yolof soldiers from Senegambia, a new departure in European warfare in Africa to be afterwards largely followed. The French bombarded Tamatave successfully, but were repulsed at Foulet Point, though they made a successful attack on another Hova post. Still, the results of the expedition were ineffective, though the Prince de Polignac wrote to the Queen of Madagascar proposing a French protectorate, with French stations at Diego Suarez, St. Augustine's Bay, and other places on the coast. But the government of July reversed this policy, and evacuated all French posts on the mainland of Madagascar, after which there was not for years a Frenchman on Madagascar soil, with the exception of a remarkable personage named Laborde, originally a French shipwrecked sailor, who had been sent up to the Queen of Madagascar for her to decide on his fate. From his comely appearance he found great favor in her eyes, and was the only European tolerated at her court, where he attained a very influential position. In 1833 a French surveying party had pronounced Diego Suarez Bay to be a very suitable place for a settlement. During the 30s of the last century Queen Ranavalona had made herself infamous by her persecution of the native Christians and by forcing all European missionaries to leave the island, in addition to which her soldiers, in exacting tribute and in emphasizing their conquests over the Sakalavas, committed the most atrocious cruelties and wholesale slaughters. The Queen of Madagascar, feeling at last even in her remoteness that she was banned by Europe, sent an embassy in 1836 to William IV of England, but the envoys effected nothing in the way of renewing friendly relations. In 1840 the Sakalavas, 219, driven to desperation by the Hova attacks, placed themselves under French protection, with the result that France, to enforce her protectorate, occupied the islands of Nossi Mitsiu, Nossi B, and Nossi Kamba, as well as the island of Mayotte, in the Comoro archipelago. In 1845 the Hova government intensified its unfriendliness to Europeans by expelling all foreign traders from Tamatave. This action roused the French and English governments, who replied by a joint bombardment of Tamatave. Unhappily, the bombardment was followed by a landing party, which met with a most disastrous repulse, which neither France nor England thought fit to revenge otherwise than by breaking off all political and commercial relations with Madagascar. Between 1847 and 1849 the French had abolished slavery in Réunion and in their Madagascar possessions, but this philanthropic action subsequently caused outbreaks among the Sakalavas, who were angry at having their slave trading operations interfered with by the French. Between 1847 and 1852 the Queen's son, Rakoto, heir apparent to the throne, applied at intervals for French protection, in order that he might depose his mother and put an end to her ferocious policy. No very definite answer was made to these appeals, which possibly were not genuine, but fabricated for their own purposes by the Frenchman Laborde, who still lived at the Malagasy capital, and by A.M. Lambert, who visited Madagascar as a slave trader, nor were they followed up by any action on the part of the French government. In 1853 the merchants of Mauritius, finding that the Madagascar government continued to refuse to pay the indemnity demanded by the British government for the disaster of Tamatave, in consequence of which refusal trade with Tamatave was forbidden, subscribed amongst themselves and paid up the indemnity to the extent of £3,125. Trade was then reopened. In 1855 the French adventurer and ex-slave trader, Lambert, visited Tananarivo, the Hova capital, and after an interview with Prince Rakoto, conveyed from him to the French government fresh proposals for a French protectorate, but these were rejected by the Emperor Napoleon III, because he was loyal to the British alliance and would do nothing in Madagascar which might seem unfriendly to Great Britain. In 1856 Mr. Ellis, one of the pioneers of the London Missionary Society's agents, who, after many years of work had left Madagascar in despair in 1836, was invited to return thither to confer with the Queen, and went out as an informal messenger of the British government. His mission resulted in nothing, however. Lambert, the French adventurer, returned to Madagascar in that year, and escorted to the capital Madame Ida Pfeiffer, one of the earliest of women travelers, the Mrs. Isabella Bird of her day. Lambert plotted a coup d'état which should place Rakoto on the throne under French influence, with Lambert himself as prime minister. But Rakoto was frightened, and kept his mother informed of the conspiracy. It was therefore nipped in the bud, and Lambert and Laborde were promptly expelled from the country, the latter after many years' residence losing in one day all his property in lands and slaves. But in 1861 this ferocious old queen, who had ruled Madagascar with a rod of iron for 33 years, and had successfully set Europe at defiance, died, and was succeeded by her son Rakoto, who took the title of Radama II. If Ranavalona, his mother, was like Catherine of Russia, Radama II resembled in his brief career Catherine's predecessor, the unhappy Peter III. He reversed the Queen's anti-Christian policy, abolished customs duties, and was such an enthusiastic reformer as almost to suggest flightiness. He invited and received an English envoy in 1861. Laborde and Lambert returned, and were received by him with almost extravagant affection. The foolish king signed without hesitating a deed presented to him by M. Lambert which gave the latter the most extravagant concessions in Madagascar. He is also supposed to have created Lambert Duc d'Amerne, a title, however, which the ex-slave trader soon found it wiser to drop owing to the ridicule it entailed. At this time also Roman Catholic missionaries, 220, came out to settle in the Hova country. Mr. Ellis also returned, and brought letters of congratulation from the British government. The English missionaries re-established themselves, and in 1862 British and French consuls were established at Tananarivo. The French consul was Laborde, who had resided for so many years in Madagascar. But the Hovas were profoundly dissatisfied with their king's reforms and extraordinary generosity to Europeans. A palace revolution took place in 1862, and the unhappy Radama was strangled. A female cousin, Rabodo, Razoharina, was proclaimed queen, but was dominated by the prime minister, as have been subsequently all the remaining queens of Madagascar. The French treaty was denounced on account of Lambert's claims. These last were compounded for finally by the payment of £36,247. 7s, in silver. The concession was returned to the Malagasy envoys, and solemnly burned at Tamatave. The whole procedure of the French government in supporting Lambert's unfair claim profoundly affected the Hova people, and caused them to be suspicious in future of all European enterprise. Queen Razoharina died in 1868, and was succeeded by her cousin, Ranavalona II, who established Christianity as the state religion. In her reign arose a very powerful prime minister, afterwards to be famous as the opponent of the French, René Arivani. In 1872 the French government again allowed its influence in Madagascar to wane, and withdrew its subsidy from the Jesuit missionaries, but with returning energy, and in the dawn of the new phase of colonial activity, it resumed a more active policy at the beginning of the 80s. Laborde, the French consul, died in 1878, but the Malagasy government opposed his landed property passing to his heir on the plea that he was only a life tenant, and that no land could be alienated in Madagascar. The French government supported the claims of Laborde's heirs, and disputed the matter between 1880 and 1882, at the same time reviving the idea of a French protectorate over the Sokolava of northwest Madagascar. The situation becoming strained, the Madagascar government sent a mission to Europe, but it was unsuccessful in obtaining assurances of support. The Malagasy argued with some justice that the French Treaty of 1868 recognized the Queen's rule over the whole mainland of Madagascar, and made no mention of any French protectorate over the Sokolavas. But we know in the fable that the lamb's arguments availed but little with the wolf. The French had endeavored in 1881 to find cause for a quarrel in the murder by the Sokolavas of 4 French subjects on the west coast of Madagascar, and claimed an indemnity from the Hova government, which, logically, they could not have done if the country had been under a French protectorate. The Malagasy government promptly paid the indemnity demanded, but, when later on they endeavored to strengthen their authority over the Sokolavas, they were forbidden to do so by the French. In the following year, 1882, a French protectorate over the northern coast was distinctly asserted, and the demand was made that the Hova flag should be withdrawn from those territories. The demand was refused, and the French commissioner left Tananarivo. Lord Granville in 1882 protested against the assertion of French claims to the northwest coast of Madagascar, but received no immediate reply, nor was the opposition of the British government deemed an obstacle worth taking into account, seeing that we had already tied our hands with the occupation of Egypt. It was, however, asserted by the French with some degree of truth that a certain Sokolava chief opposite Nosy had concluded protectorate treaties with France in 1840 and 1843. Another cause of complaint which France urged against Madagascar was the passing of a law in 1881 forbidding the Malagasy to sell their land to foreigners, but in 1883 this complaint was somewhat obviated by other edicts facilitating the transfer of land on perpetual leases, 221. Nevertheless, in May 1883 war broke out between France and Madagascar, and the French fleet under Admiral Pierre captured Mojanga. Subsequently Admiral Pierre steamed round the island, and anchored in the roadstead of Tamatov, where he found HMS Dryad, Commander Johnston, already watching events. The French admiral, after delivering an ultimatum, which was rejected, bombarded and occupied Tamatov, and destroyed other Hova establishments on the east coast. Mr. Shaw, an English medical missionary, was established at Tamatov, and, beyond rendering medical assistance to the wounded natives, took no part in the struggle. Nevertheless, his dispensary was broken into, and he was arrested, accused of poisoning French soldiers, 222, and closely confined as a prisoner on the French flagship. The British consul, Pakenham, who had gone down to Tamatov and was very ill, was ordered to quit the town in 24 hours, but died before this time elapsed. Anglo-French relations were severely strained by the attempt of the French to intercept Captain Johnston's mails. When the news of French action reached England, Mr. Gladstone made a very serious speech in the House of Commons regarding Mr. Shaw's arrest. The French government, feeling its agents had gone too far, made a conciliatory reply. Mr. Shaw was released, and given an indemnity of £1,000. In the meantime the Queen of Madagascar died, and was succeeded by another queen, Ranavalona III. Admiral Pierre also fell ill, and died just as he reached Marseilles. His successor, Admiral Galibert, did much to restore cordial relations between the British and French officials by his courteous manner. In 1884 an Englishman named Digby Willoughby, who had been a volunteer in the Zulu War, succeeded in running a cargo of arms and ammunition across to the south coast of Madagascar, and in reward for his energy was taken into the service of the Malagasy government, made an officer in their army, and finally rose to be their commander-in-chief. The war dragged on through 1885, causing some dissatisfaction and lassitude in France. It is probable that the French government would not have insisted on the protectorate but for German action on the adjoining coast of Africa, which caused the French to feel that in the African scramble they should be fairly represented. At last a treaty of peace was negotiated, and finally concluded in January 1886. General Willoughby represented the Malagasy government at Tamatave, and concluded a treaty in their name. This agreement gave France a virtual protectorate over Madagascar, at any rate, a control over her foreign relations, an establishment at Diego Suarez Bay, and an indemnity of £100,000. A few months later, in June 1886, France declared her protectorate over all the Comoro Islands, of which she had already annexed Mayotte in 1840. In 1890, England, in return for the waiving of French opposition to a British protectorate over Zanzibar, recognized a French protectorate over Madagascar. But the Malagasy themselves had been sullenly refusing their recognition of any such protectorate and endeavoring to shake themselves free of the trammels of the 1886 treaty. It was believed in England and in France that the conquest of Madagascar would be an extremely difficult undertaking, that the opposition of the Hovas would be a determined one, and that their warlike energy combined with the terribly unhealthy climate would make success doubtful or dearly purchased. For some 9 years, therefore, the French government put up with many a rebuff from the powerful Prime Minister of Madagascar. But at last the French were obliged either to let their protectorate become a dead letter or enforce their right to a predominant influence at the Malagasy court. Their ultimatum in 1895 was rejected. A powerful French expedition was sent, over 10,000 French soldiers, and an equal number of Senegalese. The idea of landing at Tamatave and forcing a way up to the capital through dense forests and across steep mountain terraces was wisely abandoned, and in preference the forces entered Bembatoka Bay, Mojanga, on the west coast, and were transported up the Ikopa River. From the point where its navigability came to an end they started overland for Tananarivo, which was captured after the feeblest resistance on the part of the Hovas, 223. At first an attempt was made to continue the government of the Queen of Madagascar under French protection, but this only led to treachery and intrigue on the part of the Hovas. The Prime Minister was exiled, the Queen was deposed, and exiled first to Réunion and subsequently to Algiers. In 1896 the island was annexed to France, and became a French colony. At the same time, and by this act of annexation, the commercial treaties of other nations with Madagascar were annulled, the coasting trade was confined to vessels flying the French flag, and the fiscal policy adopted was that of the severest protectionist type, the commerce and enterprise of other nations being practically excluded from Madagascar. These actions gradually came to be apprehended and resented in England, where in the previous recognition of the French protectorate no intention whatever had existed of abandoning British commercial rights. The Hova rule was bloody and barbarous, and more recent by quite 100 years than the first establishment of European influence. But it at least established freedom of religion, 224, and complete freedom of commerce and enterprise for all civilized nations. By pursuing this retrograde policy in commerce and religion, France has somewhat alienated the sympathy and interest with which one might otherwise have watched her resolute intention to civilize Madagascar. But from all accounts, British and French, the persistent efforts of the first great administrator of Madagascar, General Gallieni, to restore law and order and to open up this island of 228,000 square miles to cultivation and civilization produced favorable results between 1897 and 1905, 225. The slaves have been emancipated. In 1896, Tananarive, the French, as it was the Hova capital, has been transformed into a fine town of European aspect. Roads are being rapidly made, canals have been dug to connect the coast lagoons with the sea and the mouths of rivers, and railways into the interior are in course of construction, 226. Already the connection of Tamatave, the principal port on the east coast, by railway with Tananarivo the capital is nearly complete. Gold, iron, copper, lead, silver, zinc, and many other metals and minerals are being worked. Agriculture has not been neglected, and of late Madagascar has begun to export rice. Rubber, wild and cultivated, is entering into the list of exported products, of which the principal are gold, cattle, hides, coffee, vanilla, cloves, and silks. The land has not been taken from the natives, and the native population, said to have at first decreased under French rule, has of late shown a distinct increase. In 1911 it was found by census to number 3,054,658, of whom only 13,539 were of European race, 7,606 being French. Forced labor in the public service was abolished in 1901. The natives are a good deal governed by their own elected chiefs and notables, and of late years very little local legislation has been enacted without taking the leading native authorities into consultation. The mass of the Malagasy people are growing in contentment and well-being under the paternal rule of a French governor-general, but the volume of trade has not markedly increased and remains at about an annual value of £3 million. And nearly the entirety, £2,300,000, of this is done with France or French possessions, differential duties and other forms of protection having greatly hampered foreign trade with Madagascar since 1896. As already mentioned, France had annexed the Mascarene Islands of Mauritius, Île-de-France, in 1715 and Réunion, called Bourbon from 1649 to 1848, in 1643. Both were taken from her by Britain in the Napoleonic Wars, but, though Mauritius was kept by the British, Réunion was restored to France in 1815. Both islands had been held by the French East India Company till 1767, when they became appanage of the Crown. Réunion has an area of 965 square miles and a population, nearly all white, of about 174,000. The Comoro Islands to the northwest of Madagascar, area, about 760 square miles, population of Mohammedan Negroids about 100,000, were finally annexed to France in 1910 and are now under the Madagascar government. Chapter 18 Conclusions and Forecasts. We have now seen the result of these race movements during 3,000 or 4,000 years, which have caused nations superior in physical or mental development to the Negro, the Negroid, and the Hamite to move down on Africa as a field for their colonization, cultivation, and commerce. The Great Rush, however, has only been made since 1881, and may be said to have begun with the French invasion of Tunis. Now there remain but two small portions of the map of Africa which are uncolored, that is, attributed to the independent possession of a native state. These tracts, theoretically independent, or the overlordship of which is international, are the Negro Republic of Liberia on the west coast and the Ethiopian Empire in northeast Africa. The whole remainder of the continent is now allotted to the dominion, overlordship or exclusive political direction of some one European, Christian power, Britain, France, Germany, Portugal, Belgium, Italy, or Spain. Morocco, on the extreme northwest of the continent, the bulk of whose trade was formerly with England, and whose principal seaport was once in English hands, has now France for a protector, educator, and disciplinarian, and Spain for recolonizer. There is Egypt, in the occupation and under the control of Britain, though still nominally a tributary state of the Turkish Empire. Since this book was first published in 1898, the truculent Mohammedan state of Wadai has been annexed and conquered by France, together with Bagirmi and Kanem, Air, and the Saharan oases. Darfur is under Anglo-Egyptian suzerainty, Tripoli, Cyrenaica, and Fezzan are annexed to Italy as the future colony of Libya, and British rule has been made very real over the eastern Fula states of Nigeria and Borneo. The South African Republic and Orange Free State are part of the Union of South Africa. Even Liberia has recently entrusted its finances to the indirect control of its original parent, the United States. Only Abyssinia, now the Empire of Ethiopia in very fact, since 1900, remains theoretically independent, and even Abyssinia is aware that three European powers, Britain, France, and Italy, while guaranteeing her independence, have in a sense agreed to take joint action if she should abuse that independence to the commercial or political injury of their interests. Abyssinia, for many reasons connected with her history, her religion, and her sturdy assertion of independence deserves more than any other state of Africa to preserve her national self-respect and her sovereign status, provided she will abstain from offense, and recognize her geographical and racial limitations. But if through ambition she should attempt to arm and to lead the peoples of the Sudan against the new order of things which is being patiently introduced by Great Britain, she will find herself restricted once more to the African Switzerland which has been the nucleus and the last refuge of this Semitico-Hamitic people. Liberia, by studiously following American advice and educating herself on the right lines to be an African Negro state and not an African parody on a tiny scale of the vast United States of North America, may play an important part someday in the political development of West Africa. What is Europe going to do with Africa? It seems as though there were three courses to be pursued, corresponding with the three classes of territory into which Africa falls when considered geographically. There is, to begin with, that much restricted healthy area lying outside the tropics, or in rare instances, at great altitudes inside the tropics, where the climate is salubrious and Europeans can support existence under much the same conditions as in their native lands. Here they can freely rear children to form in time a native European race, and in these regions, except in parts of South Africa, there is no dense native population to dispute by force or by an appeal to common fairness the possession of the soil. These lands of the first category are of relatively small extent compared to the mass of Africa. They are confined to the districts south of the Zambezi and the Cunene, with the exception of the neighborhood of the Zambezi and the eastern coast belt, to the 50,000 square miles on the mountain plateaus of northern Rhodesia, and about 130,000 on the highlands of Nyasaland, Katanga, South and Central Angola, Uganda, and British East Africa, to the northern half of Tunisia, a few districts of northeast and northwest Algeria and the Cyrenaica, northern projection of Barca, and to parts of the northern projection of Morocco. The second category consists of countries like much of Morocco, Algeria, southern Tunis, and Tripoli, Barca, Egypt, Abyssinia, and parts of Somaliland, where climatic conditions and soil are not wholly opposed, 227, to the healthful settlement of Europeans, but where the competition or numerical strength or martial spirit of the natives already in possession are factors opposed to the substitution of a large European population for the present owners of the soil. The third category consists of the remainder of Africa, mainly tropical, where the climatic conditions make it impossible for Europeans to cultivate the soil with their own hands, to settle for many years, or to bring up healthy families. Countries lying under the first category I should characterize as being suitable for European colonies, a conclusion somewhat belated, since they have nearly all become such. The second description of territory I should qualify as tributary states, countries where good and settled government cannot be maintained by the natives without the control of a European power, the European power retaining in return for the expense and trouble of such control the gratification of performing a good and interesting work, and a field of employment and profitable enterprise for a few of her choicer sons and daughters. The third category consists of plantation colonies, vast territories to be governed as India is governed, autocratically but wisely and as far as possible through native chiefs and councils, with the first aim of securing good government and a reasonable degree of civilization to a large population of races at present inferior in culture and mentality to the European. Here, however, the European may come, in small numbers, with his capital, his energy, and his knowledge to develop a most lucrative commerce, and obtain products necessary to the use of his advanced civilization. It is possible that these distinctions may be rudely set aside by the pressure of natural laws 100, 200 years hence, if the other healthy quarters of the globe become overpopulated, and science is able to annul the unhealthy effects of a tropical climate. A rush may then be made by Europeans for settlement on the lands of tropical Africa, which in its violence may sweep away contemptuously the pre-existing rights of inferior races. But until such a contingency comes about, and whilst there is so much healthy land still unoccupied in America and temperate Africa, it is safer to direct our efforts along the lines laid down in these three categories I have quoted. Until Frenchmen have peopled the north of Tunis and the Ouars Mountains of Algeria, it would be foolish for their government to lure French emigrants to make their homes in Senegambia or on the Congo, until Cape Colony, Natal, the Orange Free State, the Transvaal, and Rhodesia south and north of the Zambezi are as thickly populated with whites as the resources of the country permit. It would be most unwise to force on the peopling by Europeans of Sokoto or the coastlands of British East Africa. On the other hand, however healthy the climate of Egypt may be, it is a country for the Egyptians, and not for Englishmen, except as administrators, instructors, capitalists, or winter tourists. Since we have begun to control the political affairs of parts of West Africa and the Niger Basin, our annual trade with those countries, rendered secure, has risen from a few £100,000 a year to about £10 million. This is sufficient justification for our continued government of these regions and their occasional cost to us in men and money. In the north of Africa, the white Berber race will tend in course of time to weaken in its Mohammedan fanaticism, and to mingle with the European immigrants as it mingled with them in ancient times and in the Middle Ages, when it invaded Spain and southern Europe. The Arab will gradually draw aloof, and side with those darker Berbers, who will long range the Sahara wastes unenvied, or else he will betake himself to the Sudan, and lead a life there freer from European restrictions, even though it be under a loose form of European rule. The Egyptians will probably continue to remain the Egyptians they have been for untold centuries, no matter what waves of Syrian, Libyan, Hittite, Persian, Greek, Roman, Arab, Turkish, French or English invaders swept over the land, but they will probably come within that circle of confederated nations which will form the future British Empire, nations of every origin, color, race, religion, united only by one supreme ruler, and the one supreme bond of peace, mutual defense, and unfettered interchanging commerce. The Negro or Negroid races of all Africa between the Sahara Desert, the Red Sea, and the Zambezi will remain Negro or Negroid, even though here and there they are slightly lightened with European blood, and on the east are raised to a finer human type by the immigration of the Hamites, the interbreeding of Arabs, and the settlement of Indians. It is possible that there may be a considerable overflow of India into those insufficiently inhabited, uncultivated parts of East Africa now ruled by Britain and Germany. Indians will make their way as traders into British Central Africa, but these territories north of the Zambezi will be governed also in the interests of an abundant and powerful Negro population, which before many years have elapsed will be as civilized and educated as are at least 1 million of the Negro inhabitants south of the Zambezi at the present day. South of the Zambezi great changes will take place. The black man may continue to increase and multiply and live at peace with the white man, content to perform for the latter many services which his bodily strength and indifference to health permit him to render advantageously. But as the white population increases from 1 to 20 millions, it will tend to reserve to itself all the healthy country in the south of Africa, and inland on that great central plateau which stretches up to and beyond the Zambezi, and the black man will be pushed by degrees into the low-lying, tropical coast regions of the southeast and of the Zambezi Valley, regions which with much of Bechuanaland and Nyasaland must for an indefinite period be regarded as a black man's reserve. The European nations or national types which will predominate in the new Africa are the British, with whom perhaps Dutch will fuse, the French and the French-speaking Belgian, the German, the Italian, the Greek, and the Portuguese. The Spaniard may be met with on the northwest coast and in Morocco and western Algeria. The Portuguese may have in Angola a second Brazil, but this dream will dissolve disenchantingly unless this nation can soon recover national energy and divert her thousands of emigrants annually to Portuguese Africa rather than to Portuguese or English-speaking America. Portugal itself requires colonists and ought to be able to support not a discontented 6 but a prosperous 15 millions of people. Italy's share of colonizable territory may be comparatively small under her own flag, and Greece may have none at all, but the north, the northeast, and north-central parts of Africa will teem with busy, thrifty, enterprising Italian and Greek settlers, colonists, merchants, and employees. 229. The great languages of New Africa will be English, French, Italian, Portuguese, Arabic, Hausa, Swahili, and Zulu. It is doubtful whether German will ever become implanted as an African language any more than Dutch has taken root in the Malay archipelago. It is true that Dutch in a corrupted jargon has become a second language to the Hottentots and a few Bantu tribes. But Dutch is simpler in construction, and easier of pronunciation to a Negro than German. I have observed that in the Cameroons the Germans make use of the pidgin English of the coast as a means of communication with the people when they do not speak in the easily acquired Douala tongue. In East Africa, on the other hand, they use Swahili universally, just as the Dutch use Malay throughout their Asiatic possessions. English may not become the dominant language in all countries under British influence in Africa. It will certainly become the universal tongue of Africa south of the Zambezi, and possibly, but not so certainly, in British Central Africa, where, however, it will have the influence of Swahili to contend with. In British East Africa, in Zanzibar, and in Uganda the prevailing speech will be the easy, simple, expressive, harmonious Swahili language, a happy compromise between Arabic and Bantu. In Somaliland, Egypt, the Sahara, and the Sudan Arabic will be the dominating language, but Italian, French, and English will be much used in Lower Egypt. Italian, Arabic, and French will remain coequal in use in Barca, Tripoli, Tunis, and eastern Algeria, French and Arabic, French perhaps prevailing, in Algeria, and French will make its influence felt in Morocco, though it will contend there with Arabic and Spanish, and right across the western Sahara to Senegambia and the upper Niger. English will be, as it is now, either in jargon or correctly spoken, the language of intercommunication on the west coast of Africa from the Gambia to the Gabon. French, Swahili and Portuguese will prevail in the Congo Basin, Portuguese in Angola, and Hausa in Nigeria and around Lake Chad. In Madagascar French will predominate, mingling in the Comoro Islands with Swahili. Paganism will disappear. The continent will soon be divided between nominal Christians and nominal Mohammedans, with a strong tendency on the part of the Mohammedans towards an easygoing rationalism, such as is fast making way in Algeria, where the townspeople and the cultivators in the more settled districts, constantly coming into contact with Europeans, are becoming indifferent to the more inconvenient among their Mohammedan observances, and are content to live with little more religion than an observance of the laws, and a desire to get on well with their neighbors. Yet before Mohammedanism loses its savor, there will probably be many uprisings against Christian rule among Mohammedan peoples who have been newly subjected to control. The Arab and the Hamite for religious reasons may strive again and again to shake off the Christian yoke, but I strongly doubt whether there will be any universal mutiny of the black man against the white. The Negro has no idea of racial affinity. He will equally ally himself to the white or to the yellow races in order to subdue his fellow black, or to regain his freedom from the domination of another Negro tribe. There may be, here and there, a revolt against the white rule in such and such a state, but the diverse civilizations under which the African will be trained, and the different languages he will be taught to talk, will be sufficient to make him as dissimilar in each national development as the white man has become in Europe. And just as it would need some amazing and stupendous event to cause all Asia to rise as one man against the invasion of Europe, so it is difficult to conceive that the black man will eventually form one united Negro people demanding autonomy, and putting an end to the control of the white man, and to the immigration, settlement, and intercourse of superior races from Europe and Asia. Difficult, this conception may be, in the light of past history, and because language counts for so much, but not impossible. Any repetition of Leopoldian tactics on a large scale, any gross oppression of the Negro in South, East, West or Central Africa might fuse all culture differences, blend black and yellow men of diverse religious beliefs and superstitions in one blazing rebellion against the white race which might avail to wreck the new and the growing European civilization now spreading so fast over Africa. But otherwise the indigenous races of Africa will grow up into being black or brown British subjects, unless we deny them all suffrage, Frenchmen, Portuguese or Germans. Great white nations will populate in course of time South Africa, North Africa, and Egypt, and rills of Caucasian blood will continue, as in the recent and the remote past, to circulate through Negro Africa, leavening the many millions of black men with that element of the white-skinned subspecies which alone has evolved beauty of facial features and originality of invention in thought and deed. But the black, or, as it will be in the future, the brown, race will, through bowing to many an influence and submerged by many an invasion, in the long run hold its own within limits, and secure for itself a large proportion of the soil of Africa. All predictions as to the future of the dark continent seem futile in face of the unexpected, the strange, the unlooked for which arises in Africa itself. A new disease may break out which destroys the Negro and leaves the white man standing, or unconquerable maladies may be evolved which sweep the white man away or make it too dangerous and unprofitable for him to settle on the soil of tropical Africa. On the other hand, remedies for all African diseases may be found, and it may be no more dangerous to the white man's health to reside at Sierra Leone or on the Upper Congo than it is for the indigenous black man. No doubt, as in Asia and South America, the eventual outcome of the colonization of Africa by alien peoples will be a compromise, a dark-skinned race with a white man's features and a white man's brain. Appendix I. Notable events and dates in the modern history of African colonization. BC. Foundation of the colony of Utica, Attica, on the African, Tunisian, coast by the Phoenicians about 1100. Foundation of the colony of Carthage by the Phoenicians about 822. Expedition of Dorians founds first Greek colony in Cyrenaica, modern Barca, about 631. Pharaoh Necho II of Egypt, son of Samadek, sends out Phoenician expedition from Red Sea which is said to have circumnavigated Africa in 3 years. About 600. Conquest of Egypt by the Persians under Cambyses about 525. Hanno the Carthaginian explores the west coast of Africa as far south as Sierra Leone and brings back chimpanzees about 520. Alexander of Macedon conquers Egypt from the Persians and founds the city of Alexandria. 332. The Romans take Egypt under their protection. 168. The Romans definitely conquer and destroy Carthage and found the Roman province of Africa, consisting eventually of modern Tunis and part of Tripoli. 146-5. Numidia. Algeria, annexed to the Roman Empire. 46. Egypt annexed to the Roman Empire. 30. Romans invade Fezzan, Fezzania, 19. AC. Mauritania, Morocco, annexed to the Roman Empire. 42. Jewish massacre of Greek inhabitants of Cyrenaica. 117. North Africa torn from the Roman Empire by the Vandals. 429. Recovered partially by the Byzantines. 531-4. Persian armies occupy Egypt. 616. Herodias recovers Egypt from the Persians. 626. The Mohammedan invasion of Africa. Amr bin al-Asi conquers Egypt. 640-2. The Arabs invade Tripoli and Tunis, defeat the patrician Gregory and partially destroy Byzantine rule. 647-8. Uqba bin Nafa is appointed by the Caliph governor of Ifriqiya. 669, overruns Fezzan and South Tunis, and founds there the Mohammedan capital of Kairouan. 673. Uqba traverses Africa till he reaches the Atlantic Ocean. 681. Carthage taken by the Arabs. 698. Tunisia finally conquered from the Berbers. 705. Morocco and Algeria conquered about 708, Spain invaded by Arabs and Berbers. 711. First Islamic settlements founded on African coast about 720, Kilwa Sultanate founded 960. Aglabite, Berber, dynasty begins in Tunis in 800, Morocco contemporaneously ruled by the Idrisites, and comes to an end. 909. Rise of the Fatimite dynasty over Tunis, Tripoli, and Egypt. 909, by whom Cairo, Al-Qahira, is founded. 969. Great Arab invasion of North Africa, especially Tunis, about 1045. About 1050 commences the invasion of Africa from the Niger and the Moroccan Sahara by the Berber sect of the Murabitan, Moravides, who have conquered all Africa and Spain by 1087. Timbuktu founded by the Tuareg about 1100. The third great Berber dynasty of the Mohadim, Almohad, arises in Algeria about 1150. Conquers Morocco, Spain and Algeria, and finally Tunis, from which the Normans are driven away. 1160. French and German crusaders occupy eastern part of Nile Delta and garrison Cairo before they are driven out by Saladin. 1163-70. Hafs dynasty founded in Tunis. 1236. King Louis IX of France, St. Louis, invades Egypt in 1248, is disastrously repulsed, captured and ransomed. 22 years later he invades Tunis, where he dies of fever. 1270. Roman Carthage finally destroyed by the Moors, and Tunis made the capital of Ifriqiya about 1271. The Portuguese take Ceuta from the Moors. 1415. The river Senegal reached by Portuguese exploring vessels sent out by Prince Henry. 1446. Diego Gomez reaches and names Sierra Leone. 1460. The Canary Islands, discovered by a Norman adventurer and ultimately sold to Portugal, are transferred by that power to Spain. 1479. Gold Coast, Niger Delta, Fernando Pa, Cameroons, and Gabon discovered by the Portuguese. 1471-80. River Congo discovered by the Portuguese. 1482-5. Bartolomé Diaz rounds the Cape of Good Hope. 1488. Melilla, and Morocco, captured by the Spaniards. 1490. Christianity introduced into the Kingdom of Congo by the Portuguese. 1491. Vasco da Gama passing round the Cape of Good Hope discovers and names Natal, Christmas. 1497. Reaches Sofala and Malindi, East Africa. 1498. Sofala occupied and Portuguese East African Empire begun. 1505 Madagascar discovered by the Portuguese 1500-6 The Emperor Charles V grants a charter to a Flemish merchant for the exclusive importation of Negro slaves into Spanish America. Slave trade thus definitely founded 1517 The Turks conquer Egypt 1517 Charles V intervenes in the affairs of Tunis to restore Arab Hafsid Sultan and drive out the Turkish corsair Kheireddin Barbarossa. 1535 Charles V sustains disastrous repulse at Algiers, from which dates gradual decay of Spanish power over North Africa. 1541 Delagoa Bay first explored and temporarily settled by the Portuguese. 1544 First British trading ships leave London for the West African coast. 1553 Sir John Hawkins conveys the first cargo of Negro slaves to America under the British flag. 1562 The Turks, having through corsairs founded the Regency of Algiers in 1519, that of Tripoli in 1551, once more take Tunis and make it a Turkish pashalik. 1573 Portugal founds the colony of Angola. 1574 Dom Sebastião, King of Portugal, defeated and slain at the Battle of Khazar al-Kabir, and the Portuguese Empire over Morocco thenceforth crumbles. 1578 Turkey attempts to wrest from Portugal the Zanzibar coast, but is utterly defeated by the Portuguese Admiral Tomé de Souza Coutinho. 1584 Abu al-Abbas al-Mansur, the first Sharifian emperor of Morocco, who was the victor over Dom Sebastião, sends an army across the Sahara and annexes Timbuktu and the Upper Niger to the Moorish dominions. 1590 The first Dutch trading ships appear on the West African coast. 1595 The Dutch replace the Portuguese at Argan, N.W., coast of Africa, and Gori, Dakar, in 1621, and at Elmina, Gold Coast. 1637 French traders from Dieppe found the fort of St. Louis at the mouth of the Senegal. 1637 Foundation of the French Compagnie de l'Orient for the purpose of colonizing Madagascar. 1642 The British East India Company takes the island of St. Helena from the Dutch. 1651 The Dutch take possession of the Cape of Good Hope. 1652 The dynasty of the Falali Sharifs acquires the possession of the whole empire of Morocco and Upper Nigeria. 1658 A British African company chartered by Charles II builds a fort at James Island, at the mouth of the Gambia. 1662 The same company, afterwards the Royal African Company, taking advantage of the war declared against Holland, seizes and retains several Dutch forts on the Gold Coast. 1665-72 Denmark establishes forts on the Gold Coast. About 1672 Brandenburg, Prussia, builds the fort of Grossfriedrichsburg on the Gold Coast. 1683 England, to whom Tangier had been ceded by Portugal in 1662, abandons it to the Sharifian Empire of Morocco. 1684 The rising Arab power of Oman had driven Portugal out of all her possessions north of Mozambique. By 1698 the present Husseinite dynasty of Beys, from 1706 to 1881 practically independent sovereigns, is founded in Tunis by a Turkish Aga, Hussein bin Ali Bey. 1706 Sieur André de Brou, who went out to St. Louis in 1697 as the governor of the French Senegal Company, founds during the next 18 years the French colony of Senegal and returns to France. 1715 The French occupy the island of Mauritius, Bourbon or Réunion not being occupied until 1764. 1721 The Portuguese, having finally lost Mombasa in 1730, recognize the Muscat Imamate on the Zanzibar coast and decree the Bay of Lourenço Marques on the south and Cape Delgado on the north to be the limits of their East African possessions. 1752 The Portuguese lose Mazagao, their last foothold in Morocco. 1769 Spain acquires Fernando Po in the Gulf of Guinea. 1778 Sierra Leone ceded to the British by the natives. 1787 Spain loses Oran by a terrible earthquake, and with it her last hold over Algeria. 1791 Denmark forbids the slave trade to her subjects. 1792 Britain first seizes the Cape of Good Hope. 1795 Mungo Park discovers the River Niger at Siga. 1796 The London Missionary Society's agents land in Cape Colony and commence work amongst the Kaffirs and Bushmen. 1799 Napoleon Bonaparte conquers Egypt. 1798 Nelson destroys French fleet at Abuker Bay. Same year, French evacuate Egypt. 1801 Britain finally occupies the Cape of Good Hope. 1806 Sierra Leone and Gambia organized as crown colonies. 1807 An Act of Parliament is passed abolishing the slave trade in the British dominions. 1807 British capture from the French Seychelles. 1794 Mauritius and Réunion in 1810. and Tamatavand Island of Sainte Marie, Madagascar. In 1811 Muhammad Ali destroys the Mamluks in Egypt. 1811 First Kaffir War in South Africa. 1811-12 Cape Colony definitely ceded by Holland to Great Britain. 1814 Island of Réunion, Bourbon, restored to France. 1814 Holland abolishes the slave trade in her dominions. 1814 France and Sweden abolish the slave trade. 1815 France reoccupies island of Sainte Marie, Delaware, Madagascar, first taken in 1750. 1817 Invasion of the Egyptian Sudan by Muhammad Ali's forces, 1820-22, and foundation of Khartoum as its capital. 1823 A British government expedition under Oudney, Clapperton, and Denham discovers Lake Chad. 1823 Vice Admiral W.F.W. Owen completes his Great Coast Survey of Africa, in which for the first time in history the outline of the African continent was correctly delineated. 1822-9 Governor Sir Charles McCarthy defeated and killed by the Ashanti in 1824. Consequent First British War with Ashanti terminates victoriously. 1827 The Brothers Lander sent out by British government trace the Niger from Busa to the sea and establish its outlet in the Gulf of Guinea. 1830 A French expedition conquers Algiers. 1830 Portugal abolishes the slave trade. 1830 First British steamers, MacGregor Laird's expedition, navigate the lower Niger. 1832, and discover the Benue River. 1833 Slavery abolished in all British African possessions, including Cape Colony. By 1834 Third Kaffir War in South Africa. 1834 Turkey sends expedition to Tripoli to restore her direct authority. 1835 First trekking of the Boers away from British rule. 1836 Boer emigrants treacherously massacred by Dingaan, king of the Zulus. 1837 The Sokolava of Anne West Madagascar place themselves under French protection, and France occupies the islands of Nasi B and Mayotte. 1840 Second Niger expedition dispatched from England. 1841 Muhammad Ali the Macedonian, once a Turkish officer of Bashi Bazouks, confirmed in the hereditary sovereignty of Egypt as Pasha and Wali. 1841 The last of the quasi-independent Karamanli Pashas of Tripoli seizes and garrisons the important Saharan towns of Ghadams and Gaden. 1840-41, but is himself removed by the Turks, who annexed definitely to the Turkish Empire Tripoli and Barca. 1842 Natal becomes a British colony. 1843 Gold Coast finally organized as a crown colony. 1843 French War with Morocco. 1844 Waghorn's overland route finally established across Egypt. 1845 Independence of the freed slave state of Liberia recognized. 1847 Abd al-Qadir surrenders Constantine, East Algeria, taken by the French. 1847 Foundation of the French freed slave settlement of Libreville in the Gabon. 1848 Krapf and Rebman discover the snowy mountains of Kenya and Kilimanjaro. 1848 Slavery had been abolished throughout all the French possessions in Africa. By 1849 Denmark cedes her Gold Coast forts to England. 1850 Livingstone and Oswell discover the central Zambezi. 1851 Independence of the Transvaal Republic recognized by Great Britain. 1852 Representative government established in Cape Colony. 1853 General Faidherbe appointed governor of Senegal. In 1854 he breaks the Fula power in Senegal and greatly extends the French possessions. By 1856 a British expedition is sent out in 1849 under Richardson, Oberweg, Vogel, and Barth to explore north-central Africa. Oberweg navigates Lake Chad, ascends the river Sherry and is killed in Wadai. Barth visits the upper Benue, Timbuktu, etc., and returns to England. 1855 Livingstone makes his famous journey from Cape Colony to Angola and from Angola to the Indian Ocean, exploring the Zambezi from source to mouth, and returns to England. 1856 Burton and Speke discover Lake Tanganyika, and Speke reaches south end of the Victoria Nyanza. 1858 Livingstone and Kirk discover Lake Nyassa. 1859 Spanish War with Morocco. 1859-60 Zanzibar separated as an independent state from the Imamate of Oman. 1861 Lagos becomes a British Crown colony. 1863 Speke and Grant establish the Victoria Nyanza Lake as the main source of the Nile, visit Uganda, and follow the Nile down to Cairo. 1860-4 Sir Samuel Baker discovers Lake Albert Nyanza. 1864 Second Government expedition under Dr. Bakey sent out to explore rivers Niger and Benue. 1854 Dr. Bakey made consul for the Niger, founds Lokoja at Niger-Benue confluence and explores Benue. 1857 and greatly extends British influence, but dies in 1863. Consulate abolished 1866 discovery of a diamond near the Orange River in Cape Colony 1867 Lakes Mweru and Bangmulu and the Upper Luapula, Congo, are discovered by Livingstone in 1867 and 1868 Basutoland placed under British protection 1868 British Army enters Abyssinia to release captives of King Theodore and wins victory of Magdala 1868 establishment of triple control over Tunisian finances 1869 opening of Suez Canal 1869 Sir Samuel Baker appointed governor of the Equatorial Province, Egyptian Sudan 1869 Dr. Schweinfurth discovers the Wilmubangi, the great northern affluent of the Congo 1870 Livingstone discovers the Lualaba or Upper Congo at Nyangwe, is met at Ujiji and relieved by Stanley 1871 insurrection against French in eastern Algeria. Suppressed 1871 responsible government introduced into Cape Colony 1872 Sultan of Zanzibar signs treaty forced on him by England for abolition of the slave trade 1873 Second Ashanti War, Sir Garnet Wolseley takes and burns Kumasi 1873-4 Dr. Livingstone dies 1873 Cameron crosses Africa from Zanzibar to Benguela, mapping Tanganyika correctly for the first time 1873-5 Stanley circumnavigates the Victoria Nyanza and traces the River Congo from Nyangwe to the Atlantic Ocean, the greatest journey in African exploration 1874-7 Transvaal annexed by Great Britain 1877 The dual control of France and England imposed on Egyptian government, 1876. Ismail Pasha deposed 1879 War between Great Britain and the Zulus 1879 The International Association founded by the King of the Belgians, having developed a special branch, the Comité d'études du Haut-Congo, sends out H.M. Stanley to found what becomes 6 years later the Congo Independent State 1879 De Brazza secures part of the Upper Congo for France 1880 The Transvaal revolts against Great Britain and obtains recognition of its independence under British suzerainty 1881 French force enters Tunis and imposes French protection on that country 1881 French conquests reach the Upper Niger 1881-2 Arabis revolt in Egypt, 1881, abolition of dual control, bombardment of Alexandria and defeat of Arabi at Tel el-Kebir by Lord Wolseley. British occupation of Egypt begins 1882 Italy occupies Assab Bay on Red Sea coast and commences creation of Colony of Eritrea 1882 Occupation of Obok by France 1883 The commencement of the African Scramble, Germany establishes her protectorate over Southwest Africa, and over Togoland and the Cameroons in West Africa, France occupies Grand Bassam and Porto Novo, Ivory and Slave Coasts, Gordon is dispatched to the Sudan, which revolted from Egypt in 1883, and the Berlin Conference on African Questions is summoned 1884 Death of General Gordon at Khartoum and temporary loss of Egyptian Sudan 1885. Recognition by all the powers of Congo Independent State 1885 Bechuanaland taken under British protection 1885 Germany founds her East African possessions in the interior of the Zanzibar Sultanate 1885 Great Britain declares protectorate over Niger coast and River Niger and grants charter to Royal Niger Company. Joseph Thomson makes a treaty for latter company with the Sultan of Sokoto 1885 Portugal extends her territory to the south bank of the Congo and to Cabinda 1884-5 France concludes treaty with Madagascar which gives her predominant influence over that island, declares protectorate over Comoro Islands 1886, 1885 The Anglo-Egyptian forces sustained severe defeats near Swakan at the hands of the Sudanese under Osman Digna, Swakan is retained, but Egyptian rule in the Nile Valley is restricted to Wadi Haifa. Italy occupies Massawa 1885 Great discoveries of reef gold in the Transvaal, founding of Johannesburg 1886 War breaks out in Nyasaland between British settlers and Arab slave traders 1887 In oil rivers, Niger Delta, Jaja, king of Apobo, is arrested and banished. Access to interior markets is then obtained 1887 French Senegambian possessions definitely extended to the Upper Niger 1887 Imperial British East Africa Company receives charter 1888 Serious rebellion against the Germans breaks out in East Africa, is not finally subdued by von Wissmann till 1890, 1888 British Protectorate over Somaliland first organized 1889 Italian Protectorate established over East Somaliland, and treaty concluded with Menelik of Ethiopia by which Italy claimed to control foreign relations of Abyssinia 1889 Charter given to British South African Company 1889 British Central Africa declared to be under British protection, British flag hoisted on Lakes Tanganyika and Nyasa 1889 in 1887 Stanley conducts an expedition by way of the Congo to relieve Emin Pasha. He discovers the Edward Lake and Rwenzori Mountains and reaches Zanzibar 1889 Anglo-German agreement concluded relative to East Africa, Zanzibar taken under British protection, Great Britain recognizes French protectorate over Madagascar and French sphere of influence between Algeria, the Niger, and Lake Chad, and France recognizes the British control over Sokoto and the Lower Niger 1890 Cecil Rhodes, managing director of the British South Africa Company, becomes Premier of Cape Colony 1890. French expeditions reach the River Sherry from the Congo Basin and secure that river to French influence 1890 to one captain, afterwards Colonel Sir Frederick, Lugard establishes British predominance over Uganda 1891 a German force annihilated by Wahihi in south-central part of German East Africa 1891 Paul Krampel, the first explorer crossing from the Congo Basin to the Sherry River, is killed by a subordinate chief under Rabah Zobair on the borders of Dar Bonda 1891 Belgians establish posts in Schweinfurthswil 1892 Nadel receives responsible government 1893 France conquers and annexes Dahomey 1893 Rabah Zobair becomes Sultan of Bornu by conquest 1893 First Matebeal War, death of Lobengula. Bulawayo becomes the capital of Rhodesia 1893 French occupy Jen and Timbuktu on the Upper Niger 1893 to for the Belgian forces under Baron Danis capture all the Arab towns on the Lualaba, Upper Congo, and destroy the Arab power in Congoland 1892 to for Witbu Hottentot outbreak against Germans in Southwest Africa 1894 Uganda declared a British protectorate. Charter of British East Africa Company withdrawn and British East Africa henceforth administered under British Commissioner 1894 to 5 Arabs finally defeated and expelled from Nyasaland Protectorate 1895 Major Muzinho de Albuquerque captures the Zulu king Gunganyana and firmly establishes Portuguese dominion in Southeast Africa 1895 Captain Batego establishes Italian post at Luff on the Jub River 1895 France conquers and annexes Madagascar 1894-6 Jameson raid into Transvaal, Matebeal Revolt and Second Matebeal War 1896 Italy sustains terrible defeat in North Abyssinia. Her protectorate over Abyssinia withdrawn and that country's independence recognized 1896 Anglo-Egyptian army reconquers Dongola 1896 Conquest of Nup by the Royal Niger Company 1897 Zululand incorporated with Nadel 1897 Railway completed to Bulawayo 1897 Emile Gentil reaches Sherry River and Lake Chad from Congo, and establishes French protectorate over Bagirmi 1897 Benin City and Kingdom conquered by a British naval expedition, after a massacre of a Pacific expedition under J.R. Phillips. 1897 German East Africa declared a German colony 1897 Revolt of Sudanese soldiers temporarily imperils British position in Uganda. Colonel Sir J.R.L. Macdonald's expedition reveals geography of region between Lake Rudolph and Nile. Sir Harry Johnston reorganizes the administration of Uganda Protectorate and concludes a new treaty with Kingdom of Buganda 1897-98. 1900 Anglo-French agreement signed with regard to Niger 1898 Anglo-German agreement relative to Delagoa Bay and other Portuguese possessions in Africa signed in 1898 Samori, the last great warrior chief of Senegal Niger, defeated and captured by the French 1898. Serious rising against the British Sierra Leone Protectorate 1898 Railway opened from Lower Congo to Stanley Pool 1898 Khartoum captured by Sir H. Since Viscount Kitchener and Anglo-Egyptian influence established over the Sudan, Wadi Halfa Dongola Railway continued towards Khartoum 1898 Major Marchand, who is sent to Fashoda by French government, is withdrawn thence on British protests 1898 The British and French governments conclude an appendix to the Niger Convention of 1898 which determines approximately the boundaries of British and French influence in the eastern Sudan 1899 Ashanti Rising and final conquest of Ashanti 1900 Northern Nigeria taken over for administration by the British government 1900 The Khalifa and nearly all his remaining generals perish in the Battle of Omdubriket, Kordofan, in November, 1899, and Osman Digna is captured near Swakan in January. Sir Reginald Wingate becomes Governor-General of Sudan 1900. Rabah Zobair, the Sudanese conqueror of Bornu, etc., dies in battle with the French 1900. The sad or obstructive water vegetation of Mountain Nile is cut through by Major Malcolm Peak and navigation opened up between Khartoum and Gondokoro, Uganda. 1900-1 railway from Wadi Halfa reaches Khartoum. 1901 Sleeping sickness begins in Uganda. In the autumn of 1901 war breaks out in South Africa between Boer republics and Great Britain, October. 1899, Bloemfontein and Pretoria taken. 1900, Orange Free State and Transvaal annexed to British Empire. 1900, peace concluded. 1902 Fadilala, son and successor of Rabah, dies after his defeat by the French on the frontiers of Bornu. 1902 Right Honourable Cecil Rhodes dies at Muizenberg near Cape Town. March 1902 German occupation of Lake Chad districts. 1902 The final conquest of northern Nigeria begins. 1902 Yola, Bauchi, Bornu, and finishes, Kano and Sokoto. 1903 Uganda Railway from Mombasa to Victoria Nyanza opened for through service. In 1903 Mr. E.D. Morel commences his public denunciations of King Leopold's misgovernment of the Congo state. In 1902, Sir Roger Casement sent out to investigate and report. 1903-4 British-Somali War. 1902-4 Anglo-French Agreement, allotting Morocco to a French and Egypt to a British sphere of influence. 1904 King Leopold sends an international commission to the Congo Basin to investigate truth of charges brought against his administration. 1904, the commission reports. 1905 Mauritania, land between Senegal and Moroccan Sahara, taken under French administration. 1904-5 Lagos and Niger Coast united as Southern Nigeria. 1904 Rhodesian, Cape to Cairo Railway reaches and bridges Zambezi at Victoria Falls. 1905 French conquest of Wadi, the great slave-raiding state of the Central Sudan, begins. 1904 Italian government takes on direct management of Italian Somaliland. 1905 German emperor decides to pay state visit to Morocco at Tangiers and thereby calls in question the allotment of Morocco to France as a sphere of influence. 1905 The Congress of Algeciras meets in southern Spain to discuss the future of Morocco. 1906 Railway from Khartoum Berber to Port Sudan, Red Sea, open. 1906 Grant of responsible government to the Transvaal. 1906 In 1903 the Hottentots rebel against German authority in southwest Africa. In 1904 the Ovaherero, Damaras, join the rebellion, which is not finally crushed until 1906-7 Responsible government granted to Orange River Colony, Orange Free State. 1907 Diamonds found in German Southwest Africa. 1908 Belgium annexes the Congo independent state. 1908-9 In 1908 serious troubles break out in western Morocco, Shawia country, obliging France to land a large force and occupy Casablanca and the neighborhood. Mulai Hafid defeats his brother, Abd el-Aziz, and becomes sultan in his place. France and Germany come to a temporary arrangement which recognizes France's political interests in Morocco. 1909 Union of South Africa, Cape Colony, Natal, Transvaal, and Orange State, proclaimed. 1909 Spaniards send an army of 50,000 men to conquer and occupy Rif country, northeast Morocco. 1909-10 France conquers the Arab and Berber nomad tribes of Adrar, Mauritania. 1909-10 France finally conquers Wadi. 1910 Rhodesian, Cape to Cairo Railway opened as far as Congolese frontier in Katanga. 1910 Viscount Kitchener becomes British agent in Egypt. 1911 Cape to Cairo Railway extended from Khartoum to El Obeid, Kordofan. 1911 The Panther, sent to Agadir on the southwest coast of Morocco by Germany, reopens the Morocco question, but the incident ends in a German recognition of a French protectorate over Morocco. 1911 Italy lands 80,000 men at Tripoli and eventually annexes all Tripoli and Barca. 1911-12 France cedes to Germany important territories which connect the Cameroon colony with the Mubangi River and the main Congo, making Germany a Congo power. 1911-12 Railway from Lagos to Kano, Hazaland, finished. 1912 Liberian Republic entrusts the management of its finances and interior police to officials appointed by United States President. 1911-12 France and Spain definitely settle their partition of Morocco, and France occupies all important Moroccan towns except Tangier. 1912. Appendix 2 Bibliography of the History of Colonization of Africa. Book specially useful all blue books published by Foreign Office and Colonial Office dealing with Africa and the slave trade from 1830 to the present day, especially for the years between 1876 and 1898, and 1903 to 11. A History of Ancient Geography, by Sir E. H. Bunbury. 2 volumes 2nd edition. John Murray. 1883, The Gold of Ophir, by Professor A. H. Keene. Edward Stanford. 1901, Les Civilisations de l'Afrique du Nord, Berbers, Arabes, Turks, par Victor Paquet. Paris, Armand Collin. 1909, Histoire de l'Afrique septentrionale, Berberie, par Ernest Mercier. 3 volumes Paris, Ernest Leroux. 1891, an excellent and trustworthy compilation. Histoire de l'établissement des Arabes dans l'Afrique septentrionale selon les auteurs arabes. By the same author. 1 volume Paris, Chalamel. 1875, The Dawn of Modern Geography. Volumes 2 and 3, by C. Raymond Beasley. Oxford. 1906, Prince Henry the Navigator, by Professor C. Raymond Beasley. Putnam. 1895, also by same author, Prince Henry of Portugal, etc., gives much interesting detail as to early Portuguese colonizing work. American Historical Review. Volume 17. 1912, The Chronicle of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea. G. de Aguirara. Translated from the Portuguese by C. R. Beasley and E. Prestige. Hakluyt Society. 2 volumes 1899. History of the Kingdom of Congo, by Duarte Lopez, rendered into Italian by Filippo Pigafetta. English translation, John Murray. 1881, Historia de África Oriental Portuguesa, por José Joaquim Lopes de Lima. Lisbon. 1862, Travels of the Jesuits in Ethiopia, by B. Tellez. London. 1710, The Barbary Corsairs, Story of the Nations, by Stanley Lane Poole. T. Fisher Unwin. 1890, Documents sur l'Histoire, etc., de l'Afrique orientale, par le Capitaine M. Guillat. 3 volumes Paris. 1856, The Early Chartered Companies, by George Costin and A. H. Keene. Edward Arnold. 1896, Mungo Park and the Niger, by Joseph Thomson. George Phillips. 1890, Pioneers in West Africa, by Sir Harry Johnston. Blackie. 1911, The Lands of Kazembe, Lacerda's Journey to Kazembe in 1798, a compilation by Captain R. F. Burton. Royal Geographical Society. 1873, Zanzibar, by the same author. London. 1871, The Maps of Africa by Treaty, by Sir Edward Hertzlet, KCB 2 volumes Harrison and Sons. 1894-5, Egypt in the 19th Century, by D. A. Cameron. Smith, Elder and Company 1898. England and Egypt, by Viscount Milner, GCB London, Arnold. 1892-1910, Uganda and the Egyptian Sudan, by Dr. R. W. Felkin and C. T. Wilson. 2 volumes Sampson Low. 1882, Martyrdom of Man, by Winwood Reade. Keegan Paul. Ed. of 1910. Savage Africa, same author. Smith, Elder and Company 1864. The Heart of Africa, by Dr. George Schweinfurth. Sampson Low. 1873, Our Sudan, Its Pyramids and Progress, by John Ward. John Murray. 1905, A History and Description of the British Empire in Africa, by Sir Harry Johnston. National Society. 1911, Historical Geography of the British Colonies. Volume 4. Parts 1 and 2, Dealing with South and East Africa, by Sir C. P. Lucas, B. A. Clarendon Press. 1897, Do. Volume 3. West Africa. Clarendon Press. 1894, History of South Africa, by G. McCall Thiel. 5 volumes Judah and Company, Cape Town. 1888-93, Angola and the River Congo, by J. J. Montero. 2 volumes Macmillan and Company 1875. Africa. 2 volumes by Professor A. H. Keane. Edward Stanford. 1902, Travels and Discoveries in North and Central Africa, by Dr. Henry Barth. 5 volumes Longman, Brown, Green. 1857, The Story of Africa, by Dr. Robert Brown. 4 volumes Castle and Company. 1894-5, A Most Valuable Book of Reference. The Partition of Africa, by Dr. J. Scott Kelty. 2nd edition. Edward Stanford. 1895, How I Found Livingstone. Through the Dark Continent. 2 volumes The Congo, and the Founding of its Free State. 2 volumes In Darkest Africa. 2 volumes by H. M. Stanley. Samson Low. Du Niger au Golfe de Guinée, par le Capitaine Binger. Paris 1892. The Fall of the Congo Arabs, by Captain S. L. Hind. Methuen. 1897, British Central Africa, by Sir H. H. Johnston. 2nd edition. Methuen. 1899, Fighting the Slave Hunters in Central Africa, by Alfred J. Swan. Seeley and Company 1910. Adventures in Nyasaland, by Low Monteith Fotheringham. Samson Low. 1891, Timbuktu the Mysterious, by Felix Du Bois. William Heinemann. 1897, The Rise of Our East African Empire, by Captain F. D. Lugard, DSO 2 volumes Blackwood, Edinburgh. 1893, British East Africa, by P. McDermott. Chapman and Hall. 1895, Fire and Sword in the Sudan, by Sir Rudolph Slayton Pasha. Edward Arnold. 1896, Lomo, Biagio di Esplorazione nell'Africa Orientale, de Vanatelli e Saturni. Milan. 1899, Deals with Italian Somaliland, Galiland, etc. A Travers l'Afrique Centrale, du Congo au Niger, by C. Meister. Paris. 1895, The Uganda Protectorate, by Sir H. H. Johnston. 2 volumes 2nd edition. Hutchinson. 1904, Madagascar, by Captain S. Passfield Oliver. 2 volumes Macmillan. 1886, The Rise of Our West African Empire, Sierra Leone, by Captain C. Braithwaite Wallace. London. 1903, The History of Sierra Leone, by Major J. J. Crooks. Simpkin Marshall. 1903, Times History of the South African War. 5 volumes Times Office. 1903-5, Civilization in Congoland, by H. R. Foxbourne. London. 1903, King Leopold's Rule in Africa, by E. D. Morel. Heinemann. 1904, British Nigeria, by Lieutenant Colonel A. F. Mockler Ferryman. London. 1902, Liberia. 2 volumes by Sir H. H. Johnston. Hutchinson. 1906, Madagascar, Essai de Géographie Physique, gives much history, also, par E. F. Gautier. Paris. 1902, The Negro in the New World, gives history of slave trade, by Sir H. H. Johnston. Methuen. 1910, Nyasaland under the Foreign Office, by H. L. Duff. George Bell. 1903, A Tropical Dependency, by Lady Lugard. London. 1904, Uganda and Its Peoples, by J. F. Cunningham. Hutchinson. 1904, 17 Trips Through Somaliland, etc., by Colonel H. G. C. Swain. RE 3rd edition. Roland Ward. 1903, The Nile Quest, by Sir H. H. Johnston. Lawrence and Butler. 1904, George Grenfell and the Congo, by Sir H. H. Johnston. 2 volumes Hutchinson. 1908, The Garden Colony, The Story of Natal and Its Neighbors, by Robert Russell. J. M. Dent. 1903, The Great Plateau of Northern Rhodesia, by C. Goldsbury and H. Streen. Edward Arnold. 1911, A History of Geographical Discovery in the 17th and 18th Centuries, Treats of Early History of South Africa, by Edward Heawood, M.A. Cambridge University Press, 1912. Dawn and Darkest Africa, by John H. Harris. Smith, Elder and Company, 1912. Morocco and Diplomacy, by E. D. Morel. Smith, Elder and Company, 1912. The Statesman's Yearbook, by Dr. J. Scott Kelty. Annual Publication. Macmillan. Colonial Office List, by W. H. Mercer and A. E. Collins. Harrison and Sons. 1898 to 1912. Also the works of Livingstone, W. Flinders Petrie, Sir Richard Burton, Captain J. H. Speke, Sir Samuel Baker, Journals of Charles George Gordon, and 11th edition, Encyclopaedia Britannica. Index Abatetwa Clan, 281 Abadai, Antoine and Arnaud, 226, 317 Abbas bin Tissin, 360 Abbas Hilmi, 367 Abbasid Caliphs, 67, 69, 71, 72 Abd al-Aziz, 223 Abd al-Hamid, 366 Abd al-Qadir, 214, 218 Abd al-Mamun, 64 Abd al-Wadite Kings of Tlemcen, 64 Abdullah al-Taisha, 363 Abdullah bin Abu Sar, 56 Abdullah bin Zubair, 56 Abd ar-Rahman bin Muawiyah, 59 Abo, 192 Abraham of Beja, 81, 82 Abru, Gomez D, 424 Abruzzi, Duke of the, 340 Abu Muhammad Hafsi, 64 Abu Abdiallah, 60 Abukar Bey, 212 Abu el Abbas. Ahmad al-Mansur, 66 Et Sikh. Abyssinia, 7, 10, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 43, 51, 52, 62, 82 Et Sikh, 152, 212, 226, 227, 241, 242, 245, 253, 300, 301, 303, 308, 316, 317, 319, 320, 326, 363, 393 Et Sikh, 443 Abyssinian explorers, 45, 317 Accra, 124, 177, 178, 196 Adar Mountains, 42 Asila, 66 Azores Islands, 92, 116, 390 Acre, 212 Akunha, Tristan D, Conquistador, 83, Island, 268 Adamoa, 194 Aden, 18, 19, 73, 83, 226, 227, 235, 335, 337, 372 Addis Ababa, 227, 396 Adonis, 39 Adrer, 12, 121, 321 Adrer Temer, 209 Adjua, 396. Adulis, 43 Elias Gallus, 298 Epiornis, 424 Fardanakil Somali Language Group, 21 Oferic, 37 Afonso, of Congo, 86 Africa, Prehistoric Race Movements in, 1 Et Sikh, Negroes of Modern Africa, 5, 6, Indebted to Egypt for Domestic Animals and Cultivated Plants, 19, 20, Mediterranean Colonization of, 32 Et Sikh, Derivation of Name, 37, Arab Conquest of, 52 Et Sikh. Africa, the Roman Province of, 47, 49 Et Sikh, 59, 219 African Association, 304, 305, 318, Lakes Company, 248, 277, 284 Afrikander Bond, 276 Afrikanders, 129, 140, 276 Agada, 13, 19, 49, 209 Agadir, 224, 225, 399 Agaubilan, 21 Oglab, Aglabite Dynasty, 59, 60 Ajasimba, 48 Agullas, Cape, 81 Ahagar, 337 Ahmad bin Tuluan, 70 Amadou Abdullahi, 203 Amadou Amadou, 202 Amadou bin Tidiane, 202, 204 Alma de Lobo, 202 Amadou, the Fula King, 309 Air, Country of, 327, 337, 443 Air and Aspen, Oasis. 209 Aqaba, Gulf of, 366 Akko, 32 El Arish, 77 Al Asker, 60 Albanians, 19, 70 Albany, 256, 258 Albargoa, 423 Albert Nyanza, C. Nyanza Albreda, 171 Albu, Sergi, 146, 274 Albuquerque, Major Mazinhoda, 114 Aldabra, 29, 295 Aleppo, 71 Alexander, Lieutenant Boyd, 338, 339 Alexander, Sir J.E., 307 Alexander the Great, 43 Alexandria, 44, 45, 52, 71, 212, 214, 238, 298, 359, 360, 362, 366, 393 Al-Fasai, 391 Alfonso I, 76 Alfonso III, 77 Alfonso V, 76 Alfonso VI, 76 Alfostat, 60 Alfred, County of, 270. Algarve, 77 Algeciras Conference, 223, 225 Algeria, 5, 8, 12, 22, 35, 38, 47, 49, 50, 53, 56, 59 etc. 116, 119, 120, 160, 207, 213 etc. 245, 252, 253, 301, 321, 337, 444, 445 Algiers, 117, 118, 195, 213, 214, 230, 235, 400 Algoa Bay, 81, 126, 259 Al-Husimas, is, 119 Ali, 56, 59, 60, 66, 69 Ali bin Hamid, 382 Al-Jaf, 237 Al-Kahira, 60 Al-Kaim by Amr Allah, 60 Al-Khazar Al-Kabir, 77 Al-Qatai, 60 Allah, 55 Alat, 55 Al-Mahdi Sanusi II, 236 Al-Mansur, 67, 69 Al-Masr, 60 Almeida, Francisco. De, 424 Almirante Islands, 28, 29, 295 Al-Maravid, Almahade, C. Marabat and Mohaddam al-Muiz, 60 Al-Abaid, 363 Alsace-Lorraine settlers in Algeria, 216 Al-Yala, Ras, 394 Alvarez, Dom, 86 etc. Alvarez, 83 Al-Wardani, 367 Amalfi, 390 Amamfangu, 267 Amaro Jose, 307 Amadola Mountains, 263 Amatongaland, 281, 283 Amazulu, 281 Ambas Bay, 184, 244, 415 Ambras, 94 America, 88, 92, 124, 154 American Colonization Society, 158, 164 American Missionaries, 36, 96, 175, 228, 252, 261 American Slave Trade, 153, 154, 156 American War of Independence, 173 Amerindian type, for Amhara, 395 Amian, Peace of, 254 Amina, Princess, 360 Amir al-Mu'minin, 63 Amorites, 22 Amr bin al-Az, 55 Amsterdam, 127. Anamabu, 176 Andalusia, 50, 120, 202 Andaman Islands, 3 Anderson, Benjamin, 166 Anderson, C.J., 317, 327 Ongas, G.F., 308 Angles, 50 Anglo-French Conventions, 210, 225, 230, 366, 368 Anglo-German Convention of 1890, 364, 411 Angola, 87, 89 etc., 96, 97, 104, 106, 108, 124, 128, 154, 184, 245, 250, 251, 258, 291, 301, 316 etc. 325, 338, 444 Angoni Zulus, 24, 103, 160, 279 Angora goats, 265, 274, 419 Angosh, 103, 109, 110 Angora Pequeña, 99, 406, 420 Anhaya, Pedro de, 83 Ancabra, 124. Ankol, 381 Annesley Bay, 43 Anobiom Island, 121 Anti-Atlas Mountains, 120, 224 Antilles, 117 Antonelli, 329 Anuax, 370 Apollonia, 42, 124 Arabi, Ahmed, 360, 362 Arabia, 1, 4, 17, 21, 22, 24, 26, 29, 33, 39, 43, 51, 52, 54 etc. 62, 84, 103, 152, 156, 159, 160, 326 Arabic language, 40, 61, 70, 75, 217, 253, 448, 449 Arabs, 13, 14, 19, 22 etc. 29, 30, 42, 44, 45, 52 etc. 70 etc. 134, 146, 152, 160, 161, 213, 215, 217, 241, 279, 285, 291, 294, 344 etc., 446 etc. Aragon, 116 Aramaic, 21, 40 Arcanard, Colonel, 204, 206 Argonauts, 41 Argon, 79, 123, 198, 403 Arizona, 153 Armenia, 20 Armenians, 19, 21, 22 Arnaud, Explorer, 338 Arnold, Sir Edwin, 364 Arnott, FS, 330 Arrow Tribe, 187 Arawimi, R, 329, 332 Arvad, 32 Aryan Tongues, 21 Aryan Type, 22 Arzila, 66 Ascension Island, 99, 268 Ashanti, 10, 12, 14, 48, 124, 146, 154, 161, 176 etc. 204, 309 Ashman, 39 Ashman, Reverend Jehudi, 164 Asia, probable birthplace of the Negro, 4, modern Negroes of, 5 etc. Asia Minor, 69 Asiatics in Africa, 291, 294 Assel, 237 Asiat, 303 Asher, 37 Asmara, 393 As, the, 75 Asab Bay, 393 As-Sanusi, 236 As-Ini, 205 Aswan, 368 Assyria, Assyrians, 19, 21, 33, 37 Astart, 39 Abara, 46, 365 Attica, 32, 33 Atlantic Ocean reached by Arabs, 57 Atlas Mountains, 2, 47, 49, 64, 223, 224, 324, 331, 336 Atrocities, 349 Augustus Caesar, 298 Oras Mountains, 445 Auriga, 53 Austin, Captain H.H., 339 Australia, 264, 293 Australoids, 2 Austria, 59, 245 Austrian attempt on Delagoa Bay, 111 Austrian Catholic Mission on Nile, 319 Austrian missionaries, 245 Author His experience of slave traffic, 155, 156, administers Ambas Bay, 184, removes Jaja, 185, explores the Benin River, 186, administers British Central Africa, 278, 284, with Dr. Cross discovers south end of Lake Rukwa, 328, other African explorations, 330, 331, and Kilimanjaro, 376, 409, appointed Special Commissioner, 380, 381, on the East African Protectorate, 387 Avis, House of, 66, 88 Awariga, 37 Awarigan, 37 Axum, 124 Aksum, 43, 300 Iai, the 427 Ayubite Kings of Egypt, 71 Balhamana, 38 Bal Milkart, 39 Bab el-Mandeb, Straits of, 4, 393, 397 Babel or Babylon, 60 Baboons, 43 Badagri, 311, 312 Bayert, Captain, 330 Beetica, 50 Baganda, 380 Baghdad, 58, 59, 67, 69 Et Sikh. Bagurmi, 13, 14, 194, 230, 235 Et Sikh, 324, 443 Bagradas, 38 Bar al-Ghazal, 12, 16, 19, 43, 46, 319, 321, 326, 327, 336, 363, 369 Baki, Drive WB, 188 Balandu, 96 Baines, Thomas, 283, William, 327 Bajak, 87, 301 Baker, Sir Samuel and Lady, 315, 318, 326, 362 Bakunu, 204 Bakayoko, 87 Baka, 54 Bakongo, 240 Balboa, 153 Baldissera, General, 396 Baldwin, 327 Ball, Mr. John, 324 Bamako, 202, 203, 305 Bambotus, 49 Bambuk, 199, 304 Banana, Tree, 27, 75, 92, 93 Bandiagara, 202 Bangmulu, Lake. 322, 330, 334 Bonny, 14 Banks, Sir Joseph, 304 Bantu Africa, 26, 308, 335 Bantu Borderline, 230, 332, Language, 10, 11, 16, 134, Negroes, 26, 30, 45, 51, 97, 122, 126, 134, 232, 415, 418, Migrations of, 134, 135, 255 Baptist Mission, Cameroons and Congo, 184, 244, 325, 329, 415 Baptista, Explorer, 307 Baratieri, General, 396 Barbarossas, the 118 Barbary, 54, 59, 61, 62, 66, 298, 302 Barbary States, 118, 169, 195, 303, see also Algeria, Tunis, Tripoli Barclay, Honorable Arthur, 167 Bardera. 398 Bardo Museum, 35 Barghash, Sultan, 375 Bari People, 245, 326 Bering, Surrey, C. Cromer Baringo, Lake, 331, 335 Barca, 41, 57, 61, 69, 314, 444 Bark, 42 Barats, 249, 278, 325, 339 Baraconda Rapids, 302 Barreto, Francisco, 101, 102, 300 Barth, Dr. Heinrich, 195, 314, 315 Barry, Drive Yvonne, 327 Basel Mission, 248 Bastards, the 139, 142, 418 Bastion, Dr. 322 Bastion de France, 211 Basuto, Basutoland, 134, 140 etc. 249, 250, 263, 264, 270, 273, 275, 281, 291 etc. Batavia, 126, 127, 135, 136 Batik Country, 90 Battenstein, Fort, 124 Bates, GL, 339 Badatella, 346 Bathurst, 170, 171 Batoka Country, 240, 247 Battelle, Andrew, 301 Bocce, 194 Bauer, F, 338 Bauman, DR, 333, 336 Baya Country, 234 Bayaka, 87 Bayonne, 415 Beaconsfield, Lord, 406 Beaufort, De, 200, 319 Bechuana, Bechuanaland, 134, 140, 143, 145, 249, 255, 269 etc. 291, 292, 307, 308, 317 Beachy, Admiral, 314 Beecroft, Captain John, 183, 188, 313 Behansen, 206 Beira, 82, 100, 113 etc. 279. 285, 286 Beirut, 32 Byte, Alfred, 146, 274 Beja, 21, 81 Beek, Dr. C.T., 317 Belgian Africa, 342 etc. Belgian Congo, 87, 96, 233, 235, 272, 291 Belgians, King of the, 229 etc. 328, 329, 342 etc. Belgium, Belgians, 161, 328, 329, 342 etc. Bell, King, 408 Beltram, Giovanni, 319 Beltsoni, Giovanni, 186 Bembatoka Bay, 429, 438 Benamutapa, 23 Benader, 397, 398 Bengal, Bay of, 28 Benghazi, 42 Benguela, 90, 94, 96, 159, 251, 301, 316, 323 Beni Hillel, 61 Beni Marin, 54, 64 Beni Midrar, 59 Benin, 154, 169, 181 etc. Beni Rustum, 59 Beni Solium, 61 Bentley, Reverend Dr. H., 244, 329 Bainway, R., 12, 13, 48, 185, 188, 190 etc. 313, 332, 333, 338 Benyoski, 427 Benzert, 38 Berber states and dynasties, 194 Berbers, 12 etc., 18, 21, 36 etc., 50, 51, 53, 54, 57 etc., 117, 214, 215, 217, 253, 446 Berenik, 18 Berg River, 131 Berg de Mara Negros, 7 Berkeley, E. 380 Berlin Conference, 189, 192, 219, 229, 231, 343 Berlin Convention of 1884, 112 Bermuda, 264 Bermudez, 84 Bernard, A. 334 Bashar, 222 Best. Reverend Mr. 251 Bethencourt, Jean de, 85, 116 Bethany, 406 Betsy Masaraka, 428 Berman, M.V., 324 Bay of Constantine, 214, 218 Bay of Tunis, 219, 220, 323 Bezuidenhout Brothers, 258 Biafra, 183 Bianco, Andrea, 424 Bibars, 71 Bites of Biafra and Benin, 183, 205, 312, 313 Biha, 251 Bilma, 209, 339 Binger, Colonel Lewis G., 203, 205, 315, 333 Bird, Mrs. Isabella, 433 Burina, 32 Baruda, 32 Bisandugu, 204 Bisharan, 17, 18, 21, 52 Bishops, Christian, C. Christian, Negro Du, 86, 243. Biskra, 57 Bismarck, Prince, 405, 406 Bismarck Archipelago, 3 Bitter Lakes, 33 Bizerta, Hippozaret, 38 Black Africa, 449, 450 Black, White, and Yellow, 272 Blanchette, Paul, 338 Blanco, Cape, 78, 79, 121, 171, 198, 403 Blantyre, 108, 251 Blemmies, 52 Bloemfontein, 149, 288, Convention, 142 Blyden, Drive EW, 167 Bokaro, Jasper, 300 Boer Victories, 149 Boers, the 7, 95, 129, 136, 138 ET Seek, 257, 258, 260 ET Seek, 281 ET Seek, 292, 293, 388 Bohm, 327, 334 Boitou, Lieutenant, 206, 207 Bojader. Cape, 78, 121 Bolts, Adventurer, 111 Boma, 80, 87, 347 Bombay Presidency, 152 Bona, Bone, 38, 66, 117, 216, 390 Bondelswarts, 417 Bondu, 201, 202 Bonnet, Mons. MJ, 325 Bonnier, Colonel, 204, 207 Bonnie, R, 185, 189 Boomerang, 15 Boer, 319 Baran Gallic Country, 386 Borkenhager, Mr., 276 Borelli, H, 226, 334 Borghese, Prince Giovanni, 323 Borgnestisboards, General, 202 Borgu, 12, 51, 182, 192 ET Seek. Bornu, 12, 15, 19, 48, 51, 68, 70, 160, 191, 193, 204, 235, 236, 304, 310, 314, 315, 323, 443 Baroma, 247 Bota, General Lewis, 150 Batego, 334 Bourbon, Island of, 127, 296, 426, 429 Boutros Pasha, 367 Bodic, Thomas Edward, 176, 309 Braganca, House of, 67, 93 Brandenburg in Africa, 403, Great Elector of, 403 Brass, R, 189, 312 Brass Settlement, 312, 313 Brass Work, 187 Bradiers, Serg, 205 Brava, Barawa, 100 Brawa, 398 Brazil, Brazilians, 91, 92, 94, 96, 98, 104, 158, 159, 226, 301. Brazza, Savornyanda, 228, 229, 234, 329, 343 Brest, 201 Bracetti Robecki, 334 Bristol, 157, 205 Britain, British, 72, 77, 104, 110, 126, 132, 133, 154, 161, 163, 165 ET Seek, 171, 177, 178, 180, 182, 183, 189, 191 ET Seek. 198, 219, 227, 239, 254 etc., 359 etc. Britain and the slave trade, 239, missionary efforts, 239 British element in Cape Colony, 257, Empire in India, 133, Empire of the Future, 446, Central Africa, 107, 108, 179, 278, 279, 284, 331, 334, East Africa, 10, 156, 250, 444, Company, 376, 378, 383, Government, the, 73, 107, 112, 113, 124, 135, 141, 157, 164, 173, 176, 178, 183, 187, 188, 192, 194, 206, 257, etc. Nigeria, 188, 190 etc. Occupation of Egypt, 19, 159, South Africa, 95, 115, 144, 149, 254 etc., 291, South Africa Chartered Company, 113, 114, 147, 160, 231, 278, 284, 285, 287, 339, 346 Bronze Work, 186, 187 Brown, Dr. Robert, 154, 199 Brown, William G., 303 Bruce, James, 303, Sir David and Lady, 340 Brew, André de, 198, 199, 302, 309 Bu Amama, 217 Bube, the, 122 Buchanan, John, 278 Bia, 415 Buffalo, Indian, 75, 390, River, 255 Buganda, 377, 379, 381 Bugod, Marshall, 214 Bugia, 66, 117 Beulah Matadi, 87, 343. 356 Bulum, 174 Bulawayo, 272, 285 Bunbury, Sir E. H., 41, 298 Bunnon, L. Vaughan, 336 Bunyoro, 320, 380, 381 Burchell, Dr. William, 307 Burmese, 3 Burton, Sir Richard F., 183, 186, 315, 318, 324, 334 Buru, 3 Busa, 188, 190, 191, 208, 306, 311, 312 Boucherie, 411 Bushman, 2, 5 etc., 18, 26, 29, 126, 134, 232, 255 Bushongo, 16, 26, 339 Buzira, R, 329 Busoga, 376, 378, 387 Buttakofer, Professor J, 328 Butner, Dr. R, 336 Buxton, Sir Thomas Fowle, 313 Byzacine, 58 Byzantium, Byzantine Greeks, 19, 39. 41, 43, 50, 52, 53, 55 etc., 74, 152 Cabo Tormentoso, 81 Cacao Tree, 92, 96, 97, 122, 180 Ca de Mosto, 79 Cadiz, 32 Cayo, F, 319 Cayley, Rene, 200, 309 Cairo, 60, 67, 69, 71, 72, 82, 212, 245, 279, 303, 362, 366 Caius Plinius Secundus, 45, 298 Calabar, see Old California, 293 Cam, Diogo, 80, 85 Cambier, Capitaine, 342 Cambon, M. Jules, 220 Cambyses, 43, 298 Camel, the, 48, 54, 75, 419 Cameron, Captain V. L., 322, 325, 328, 342 Cameroons, Cameron, 5, 6, 12, 13, 20, 36, 49, 79, 99, 122, 182 etc. 228, 229, 234, 244, 251, 324, 325, 331, 332, 338, 407, 408, 414, 415 Campagnan, Sieur, 199, 302, 309 Campbell, Captain, 306, Scotch missionary explorer, 307 Canaanite settlements in Berberland, 37 Canada, 143, 173, 216 Canary Islands, 32, 85, 116, 117, 120, 196, 225, 226, 390 Candido de Costa Cardoso, 307 Cannibalism, 349 Canton, Cape, 35 Cape Bon Peninsula, 41, Coast, 99, 124, 176, 177, of Good Hope, 81 etc. 99, 100, 104, 125 etc. 242, 254, Colony, 130 etc. 176. 240, 254 etc. 404, Dutch, 147, 149, Town, 106, 125, 128, 129, 132, 133, 135 etc. 254, 255, 269, 272, 273, 279, Verde, 36, 79, 99, 197, 201, Islands, 79, 92, 98, 133 Cape Boys, 267 Cape to Cairo, 279, 340, 364 Cape Jubbie-Bojada region, 225 Capello, Brito, 325 Capuchins, 94, 228 Carnarvon, Lord, 143, 269, 280 Karen, Lieutenant, 203 Carthage, 24, 32, 35, 37, 38, 46, 47, 57, 65, 152, 235 Carthaginians, 33, 35 etc. 79, 121 Casablanca, 223 Casamance, River, 201 Casati, 380 Casement. Surar, 355 Castle, Surrey, 368 Castile, 85, 116 Castile-Aragon, 66 Cat, the Domestic, 92 Catalans, 78 Cathcart, General, 263 Cattle, 39, 180, 255, 274, 419 Caucasia, 20 Caucasian race, 4, 5, 7, 9, 13, 16, 21, 75 Cavendish, Captain, 267 Cavendish, Mr. H.S., 335 Cern, C. Karen Seatweo, Chweo, 282 Ceuta, 57, 58, 65, 67, 77, 78, 119 Ceylon, 4, 28, 29, 129, 133, 428 Chad, Lake, 8, 14, 15, 20, 46, 48, 54, 62, 159, 190 etc. 230, 235, 300, 310, 315, 324, 337, 338 Chafarinas Islands, 119. Chaga, 376 Chagos Group, 28 Chailong, Colonel, 326 Chelu, Paul Du, 228, 324 Shaka, 140, 141, 261, 267, 281 Chaldea, 37 Chali, 259 Chama, 124 Chamberlain, Mr. Joseph, 287 Chandler, W. Astor, 335 Chinoin, Captain, 221, 222, 236 Charlemagne, 59 Charles of Anjou, 65 Charles II of England, 176, 302, V of Spain, 118, 153, X of France, 213, 431 Chartered Companies, 109, 114, 124, 192, 278 Chatelaine, Reverend Helly, 251 Checks, 72 Chelmsford, Lord, 282 Cherim, 106 Chevalier, A, 338, 340 Chiles, 91, 92. Chimpanzee, the, 17, 36 China, Chinese, 29, 83, 91, 290, 291, 294 Chinda, R, 114, 115, 318 Chiremes, 427 Chobe, R, 416 Christian bishops in Tunisia, 65, in Central Africa, 86, 327, 378, Madagascar, 248 Christian missions in Africa, list of, American Presbyterian Mission, 250, 251 Austrian Catholic Mission, Sudan, 245 Baptist, American, Gabon Mission, 251, British, Cameroons and Congo Mission, 184, 244, Scotch, Nyasaland Mission, 252 Basel Mission, 248 Bavarian, Roman Catholic, Mission, 249 Berlin Missionary Society, 249 British Roman Catholic Mission, 246 Church Missionary Society, 159, 242, 243, 248, 251, 316, 328, 378 Dutch Reformed Church Mission, 250 Edinburgh Missionary Society, 242, 250 Episcopal Methodist, American, Mission, 251 Established Church of Scotland Mission, 250 Free Church Mission, Scotch, 250 French Evangelical Missionary Society, 249 French Roman Catholic Missionary Society, 245 Glasgow Missionary Society, 242, 250 Jesuit Missions, Zambezi, 246. Madagascar, 247 London Missionary Society, 242, 247, 248, 284, 334, 430, 433 Moravian Protestant Mission, 242, 248, 249, North African Mission, 252 North German, Bremen, Mission, 249 Norwegian Mission, 251 Plymouth Brethren, 252 Primitive Methodist Society, 243 Rhenish Missionary Society, 249 Society for the Propagation of the Gospel, 243 Society of Friends, Quaker, Mission, 247 Swedish Protestant Mission, 249 Swiss Calvinist Mission, 249 Swiss Protestant Mission, 248 United Presbyterian Mission, 250 Universities Mission, 251, 277, 327 Wesleyan Methodist Missionary Society, 242, 243 White Fathers of the Sudan Mission, 245, in Uganda, 377, 379 Zambezi Industrial Mission, 252 Christianity, Establishment of 50 Christianity, in Congo Kingdom, 86, 87, 239, 240, among Negro races in general, 240, 449 Christians in North Africa, 62, Madagascar, Uganda, 378, 379 Shadow, R, Explorer, 339 Chimi River, 256 Sincona Tree, Quinine, 96 Circassians, 19, 70, 71 Cis-Saharan Africa, 1. Clapperton, Hugh, 193, 194, 310, 311 Clark, General, 136 Clark, John, missionary. 244 Clark, Sir Marshal. 282 Clarkson, 155 Claudius Ptolemaeus, 45. 299 Closel, F.J. 334 Coconut Palm, 92. 93. 110 Ciliceria. 55 Coffee and Coffee Cultivation, 75. 96. 110. 270. 279 Coillard, Reverend Mr. 249. 325 Colonial Office, 187. 261 Colonies, 3 classes of, in Africa, 443 etc. Colony of the West African Settlements, 175 Colony of Upper Senegal and Niger, 209 Colorado, 293 Colston, Colonel, 326 Colville, Sir H., 380 Comer, Reverend Thos, 244, 329 Comite d'études du Haut Congo, 343 Commerson, Philibert, 427 Comoro Islands, C. Comoro Campine, Marquis de, 324 Conference, Berlin, 189, 192, 219, 229, 231, 232, Brussels, 232 Congo Christianity, 85 etc. 239, 240, Free State, 161, 192, 231, 278, 329, 343 etc. River and Basin, 5, 6, 9, 11, 15, 16, 20, 25, 74, 78, 80, 85, 87 etc. 160, 193, 228 etc. 244, 245, 251, 301, 308, 322, 324, 325, 329, 330, 332, 336, 342 etc. Congo Treaty of 1884, 277, 278, French, see French Congo Congoland, 5, 10, 12, 15, 16, 26, 85, 88, 94, 124, 161, 191, 227, 238 etc. 316, 338 etc. Conquistadores, Portuguese, 77, 90, 91 Constantine, 214, 216, 218 Constantinople, 51, 69, 72, 212, 360 Constitution granted to Cape Colony, 258 Conventions, see under title of nationality or place convicts sent to Cape, 264 Cook, Captain, 304 Kumasi, see Kumasi Copper, 96, 110, 273, 419 Kapolani, French Commissioner, 209 Copra, 110 Coptic Church, 253, Language, 70 Copts, 52, 53, 70, 367 Corisco Bay, 99, 121, 234 Cornet, DR, 330 Cormanti, 124 Corsairs, Sea Pirates Cortez, 153 Courtier, 338 Cosmolito, 295 Cossack Monks, 395 Costa Cardoso, Candido de, 307 Cotton, 270, 279, 419 Cotton, Lieutenant P.H.G. Powell, 340 Cavalheo, Pero de, 82 etc., 300, 424 Craig, General, 135, 136 Crampel, Paul, 230, 235, 333 Crimean War, 159, 219, 265, 266 Croats, 72 Cromanian race, 4 Cromer, Lord, 361, 364, 368 Cromwell, 140 Cross, DR, 328, 331, River, 183, 184, 187, 250, 313, 338 Crowther, Samuel, Bishop, 188, 243 Quanhama, C. Quanyama Cuba, 117, 120, 158, 159 Cunnington, Drive W.A., 340. Cybele, 39 Cyclades, 41 Sidames, 49 Cyprus, 33 Cyrene, Cyrenaica, 16, 33, 40 Et Seek, 47, 53, 61, 161, 236 Et Seek, 298, 314, 317, 398, 443, 444 Cyrus, 43 Dagamba Moshi, 180 Dehia Al-Kahina, Queen, 57, 58 Dahome, 11, 12, 96 Et Seek, 154, 161, 176, 181, 182, 190, 205, 206, 280 Et Seek. 324 Daily Telegraph, the 325 Dakar, 123, 198, 209, 210, 230, 234 Damara, 97, 417 Damaraland, 9, 249, 255, 274, 275, 317, 405, 418 Damascus, 60, 214 Damira, Cape, 397 Damargu, 337 Damietta, 392 Danakil Coast. 17, 18, 84, 300, 393 Danes, see Denmark Dar Albaida, 223 Dar es Salaam, 44, 414 Darfur, 19, 54, 62, 70, 194, 303, 323, 324, 327, 339, 363, 369, 402, 443 Dar Runga, 237, 324 Dar Sila, 237 Date Palms, 38, 41 Dauphin, Fort, 425 Et Seek. Davidson, John, 314 de Beaufort, 200, 309 De Beers Diamond Mining Company, 284 de Bono, Andrea, 319 Deck Ken, Baron von der, 331, 404 Deckel, Lionel, 340 Delafosse, Maurice, 338 Delagoa Bay, 93, 105, 110 Et Seek, 132, 134, 149, 274, 281, 308 Del Commune, Alexander, 330 Delgado, Cape, 104, 110, 113, 409 Demerara, 137 de Mist, Commissioner General, 137, 254, 255 Denham, Major D, 193, 195, 310 Denhart Brothers, 409 Dennis, King, 228 Denmark abolishes slave trade, 154, 157, withdraws from Gold Coast. 177 De Pass family, the 146, 273 Dernau, 42 Dernberg, her, 413 Dervishes, 227, 337, 363, 395 De Seychelles, 295 Destinave, Colonel, 338 De Tribe, 164 Devonshire Merchants, 169 Day of Algiers, 213 Danis, Baron, 330, 345, 346 Diamonds, Diamond Fields, 142, 146, 166, 268, 269, 272 Et Seek, 341, 419 Diaz de Noves, Bartolomeu, 80, 81, 89, 125, Dinez, 79, Diogo, 85, Paulo, 89, 90 Dickens and Mrs. Jellaby, 313 Diego, Dom, 86, Garcia, 295, Suarez Bay, 429, 431, 437 Dieppe Adventurers, 78, 80, 196. Et Seek. Dichtop, 124 Dinar Buel Mohajer, 57 Dingain, 281, 282 Dingaswayo, 140, 141, 281 Dini Zulu, 282 Dinka people, 370 Diogenes, 44, 45 Dix Cove, 124 Jur, R, 227 Dockhard, Dr. 306 Dodds, General, 206 Dodo, the 123 Dog, the 39, 92 Domestic Animals and Plants of Africa, 92 Donaldson Smith, Dr. 335 Dongola, 5, 15, 70, 72, 83, 365 Doornkop, 147 Doria, 119 Dorians, 41 Dut, Edmund, 338 Downing Street Doubts, Drifts, and Dallies, 141, 275 Draw, River, 32, 36, 37, 66, 299, 304 Dragot, 118 Dravidian. Races, 271 Drifts Question, 287 Drury, Lieutenant, 371 Dual Control, the 361, 362 Duella, 184, 244, 415 Dubrica, R, 408 Duck, the Domestic, 92 Duckworth, WLH, 5, 7 Dufton, H, 317 Durban, 141, 261, 262, 272 Durban, Sir Benjamin, 259 Et Seek. Dutch, the 28, 77, 85, 93 Et Seek, 123 Et Seek, 157, 158, 177, 178, 197, 254, 257 Et Seek, 267 etc., half-castes, 124, language, 139, 258, 276, 448 Devurier, 321, 322 Dwarf races, 43 Dybowski, M, 230, 333 Eanes, Gill, 78 Eanes, Goncalves, 300 East Africa, C. British, German, etc. East Africa, State of, 115 East India Company, British, 85, 111, 268, 374, Austrian, 111, Dutch, 125 Et Seek, 254, 306, French, 426, 441 East Indies, 91, 111 Eastern Province of Cape Colony, 265, 267, 273 Edia, 122 Edward VI, 169 Edward VII, 292 Egypt, 1, 5, 7, 13 Et Seek, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24, 33, 37, 42, 43, 45, 47, 49, 51 Et Seek, 84, 102, 152, 187, 212, 235, 252, 326, 442 Egyptian government, 320 Egyptians, ancient, 13, 16 Et Seek, 22, 32, 33, 52, 53, modern, 446 Ikway country, 338. Elamites, 3 El Arwin, 309 Elephant, African, 35, 39, 110, 270 Elgon, MT, 19, 331, 335, 385 Elise Carthage, Fort, 124 Elizabeth, Queen, 169, 170 Elliot, Mr. Scott, 334 Ellis, Mr., of Madagascar, 433, 434 Elmina, 80, 123, 124, 178, 196 Elphinstone, Admiral, 136 Elton, Captain Fred, 327 Embo, 270 Emden, 403 Emin Pasha, 315, 330, 332, 336, 344, 363 England, English, C. Britain, British, and Portugal, 98, 108, 113, 115, 168 English language, 122, 165, 167, 244, 258, 448, 449 Eratosthenes, 45, 298. Earhart, 316 Ericsson, 327 Eritrea, Italy's Red Sea colony, 227, 396, 397 Eric, 76 Ethiopia, Ethiopians, 21, 43, 46, 52, 82 etc. 226, 298, 372, 442 Ewan Smith, Sir Charles, 410 Hesperides, 42 eunuchs, Negro, 152, 156, 159 Euphrates, 32, 60 Eurasians, 294 European population of Cape Colony in 1770, 132, in 1791, 135, in 1806, 255, in 1850, 264, in 1891, 291, in 1904, 291 Eusebius, 41 Evet, Colonel J, 380 Evora, Parody, 300 Exeter Hall, 140 Explorers, Great, 297 etc. 14 Greatest, List of, 315 Fadalala, 193 Faidherbe, General, 200, 201, 221 Falim, R, 209 Falkenstein, 322 False Bay, 126, 135 Fawn Negroes, 122, 415 Fanti, 124, 176, 178 Farewell and King, Lutz, 261 Farquhar, Sir Robert, 294, 429 Fez, 65 Fashoda, 204, 227, 336, 337, 365 Fatima, 60, 66, 69 Fatimites, 56, 60, 61, 71 Fazagal, 319 Federation of South Africa, 142, 143, 147, 280 Falcon, Dr. R.W., 328 Ferdinand I, 76 Ferdinand and Isabella, 116 Ferguson, G.E., 333 Fernandez, Joao. 79, 300 Fernando P. Island, 121, 122, 183, 184, 243, 244, 324, 333 Fez, 59, 65, 67, 224 Fezon, Fezania, 12, 15, 47, 56, 69, 70, 304, 310, 323, 398, 401, 443 Fijig, 47, 222 Fiji, 3 Falali Dynasty, 66 etc. Fingo Kaffers, 267 Finland, 293 Fisher, Explorer, 331 Flacourt, Governor of Madagascar, for 25 Flamand, GBM, 337 Flanders in Africa, 111 Flatters, Colonel, 221 Flegel, Her, 190, 333 Flemish colonists, 90, missionaries, 88, 240 Flinders, Matthew, 295 Florida, 153 Footy Caba, 172 Fodio, Othman Dan, 194, 201 Footy Sila, 172 Foreign Office, 405, 409 Forfeit, Reverend W., 329 Fort Dauphin, 425 etc. Fort James, 170 Fort Salisbury, 285 Foucauld, Charles de, 336 Foulet Point, 429, 431 40, Mons. F, 221, 222, 236, 337 Foxbourne, Mr., 351 France, 4, 8, 50, 97, 106, 121, 132, 161, 166, 167, 171, 188, 191 etc. And Abyssinia, 395 Francis I, 211 Franco-German War, 202, 215 François, Major Vaughan, 329 Frederick William I, 403 Freetown, 176 Fremantle, Admiral Surrey, 384 Fermona, 300 French, 28, 71, 72, 104, 105, 109, 118, 126, 133, 157, 158, 196 etc. 294, 423 etc. Congo, 172, 192, 221, 227, 228, 231, 233 etc. 329, 336, East India Company, 426, Guinea, 10, 209, Language, 448, 449, Missionaries, 88, 94, 207, 228, 240, 278, 377 etc. Nigeria, 201, Revolution and its effects on Dutch settlers in Cape Colony, 135, and Egypt, 212, Rule of Egypt, 19, Settlers in Dutch South Africa, 129, Settlers in Algeria, 216, Somaliland, 227, West Africa, total area of, 211, West India Company, 198 Frere, Sir Bartle, 143, 280 etc., 375, 405 Fry, Colonel, 203 Frio, Cape, 99 Froude, Mr. J. A., 280 Full People, 12 Fula Race and Empire, 13, 16, 49, 53, 68, 151, 161, 170, 172, 190 etc. Speech, 11, 12 Fulda Speech, 12 Funge Empire, 62, 72 Further India, 3 Fuda Toro, Fuda Jalan, 201 etc. Fuzzy Wuzzies, 17, 52 Gabon, 36, 99, 172, 184, 205, 228 etc. 251, 324 Gades, 32 Gafsa, 50, 53 Gagu, Gao, 68 Gaika Clan, 266, 267 Galas, Galaland, 13, 16 etc. 19, 21, 22, 45, 51, 151, 161, 245, 249, 334, 335, 338, 339, 386 Galika Clan, 260, 266, 267 Galiber, Admiral, 437 Galicia, 76 Galley Hillman, 2 etc., 17 Gallieni, Colonel, 202, 439 Galway, Sir H. L., 186 Galton, Mr. Francis, 317 Gama, Cristoforo de, 84 Gambetta, 189, 362 Gambia, R. 12, 36, 79, 98, 154, 169 etc., 200, 201. 206, 229, 302, 304, 305, 309 Gamido, Captain, 307 Gamtus River, 131 Gao, 202 Garama, 47, 48 Garamantes, 47, 54 Gardner, Captain Allen, 261 Garston, Sir W., 371 Gautier, E.F., 35, 337 etc. Gaza, 114 Gedge, Ernest, 335 Genoa, Genoese, 62, 78, 85, 153, 211, 390 Gentil, M. Emile, 230, 235, 334 Gur, R. 47 German Colonial Society, 405, 406, 410, East Africa, 9, 10, 21, 44, 245, 249, 252, 291, 335, 336, East African Association, 410, South Africa, 95, Southwest Africa, 7, 273, 276, 336, Southwest Africa Company, 417, missionaries, 242, 275, 404, 405 Germany, Germans, 59, 71, 72, 77, 109, 113, 145, 146, 161, 166, 184, 190 etc. 216, 223 etc. 265, 266, 275, 276, 278, 399. 403 etc. Gessi Pasha, 302, 326, 362 battalions, 53 Gatams, 49, 308, 323, 398 Ghana, 14 Got, 37, 310, 321, 327, 398 Gibbons, Major A. St. H., 339 Gibraltar, 2, 32, 33, 58, 146, 195 Ginger, 92 Gur, R, 47, 49 Giraffe, the, 130, 306 Giroux, Lieutenant, 330 Gladstone, Mr., 282, 286, 393, 406, 437 Glenelg, Lord, 260, 261, 263 Glover, Sir John, 178 Goa, 103, 104, 109, 271, Gonese, 307 Goats, 75 Goatson, Count, 334 Gold, 14, 24, 26, 79, 96, 100, 101, 103, 132, 145, 166, 180, 199, 283, 341, Coast, 11, 14, 79, 80. 98, 124, 125, 128, 154, 169, 175 etc., 196, 205, 248, 325, 333, 403 Goldie, Sir George Taubman, 189, 192, 208 Goldsmid, Sir Frederick, 344 Golia, 221 Galetta, 66, 118, 119, 219 Gamba, 208 Gomez, Diego, 79 Goncalo de Silveira, 101, 241 Gondar, 303 Gondokoro, 319, 320, 371 Gongo Latit, 345 Gonsalves, Antonio, 78 Gordon College, 370, General, 326, 362, 363, Captain R. J., 131, 306 Gori, 123, 198, 200, 305 Guerrilla, the, 5, 6, 17, 36, 121, 228, 324 Goro, 385 Gorst, Sir J., 367 Gouraud, Colonel. 209 Gova, Francisco de, 87 Graf Rainet, 131, Vanda, 131 Graca, 316 Grahamstown, 256 Grain Coast, 164, 165, 169 Granada, 65, 66, 116 Grand Bassa, 164, Bassam, 172, 205, Canary, 117 Grand Didier, Dr. A, 337, 440 Grandy, Lieutenant, 322 Grant, Colonel J. A, 315, 318 etc. Sir C, 260 Granville, Lord, 277, 405, 406, 436 Granvilles, 174 Grey, Major, 306 Great Britain, Sea Britain, England, Fish River, 81, 131, 132, 134, 135, 255 etc. Lakes Region, 12 Greece, 41 Greek Church, 253, language, 70 Greeks, 19, 41, 42, 44, 46, 53, 57, 70 etc. Green, explorer, 317 Greenville, 164 Gregory, Dr. J. W., 335, The Patrician, 56 Grenfell, Lord, 365 Grenfell, Reverend George, 229, 244, 315, 325, 329, 333 Grena, 42 Gretzel, 403 Gray, Sir George, 141, 142, 265, 267, 280, 293 Griqualand East, 263, West, 269 Griquois, Griqualand, 142, 146, 269 Grogan, E, 340 Grootfontein, 420 Grossfriedrichsburg, 403 Groundnuts, Ericus, 109, 110, 171 Guadalquivir, R, 32 Guanches, 117 Guano, 146, 273, 275, 420 Gardefui, Cape, 397 Guavas, 92 Guyana, 124. Guinea, 79, 80, 86, 92, 94, 123, 124, 153, 197, 199, Gulf of, 78, 81, 194 etc., 323, 391 Gunganyama, 114 Gurara, 222 Gurli, Reverend Robert, 164 Habesh, 84 Hadramaut, 73 Hafs Dynasty of Tunis, 64, 118 Hadarin, 61 Haji Omaru, Al, 200 etc. Halawi tribe, 370 Halicarnassos, 42 Hal, Acting Commissioner, 430 Hamadi Dynasty of Tunis, 64 Hamd bin Muhammad bin Juma, 344 Hamid bin Thwain, 382 Hamilton, Mr. James, 317 Hamite race, 7 etc., 18, 19, 21, 22, 48, 52, 72, 194, 230, 386, 447 Hamitic languages, 10, 14, 17, 18, 20, 21, 46, 70 Hampton, MT, 23 Hanlon, Bishop, 379 Hannibal, 38 Hannington, Bishop, 378 Hanno's Voyage, 35, 36, 173, 298 Hansa Towns, Hamburg, 314, 404 Haxu, 22 Hardange, Surrey, 383, 385 Haricot Beans, 92 Harrer, 22, 227, 334, 372 Harris, Sir D, 146, 274, Sir W. C., 307, 317, 336 Harrison, Explorer, 302 Hartzell, Bishop, 252 Harun al-Rashid, 59 Hassan bin Qasim, 67 Hassan bin Numan, 57, 58 Hasty, Mr., 430 Hausa, the, 10, 13 etc., 178, 179, 191 etc., 421, Land, 48, 70, 160, 193 etc., 222, 306, 315, Language, 448, 449 Hawaii, 3, 428 Hawkins, Sir John, 153, 169, 173 Haywood, Captain A. H., 338 Hebrew language, 40 Hejaz, the, 318 Hecateos, 43 Helena, St, ID of, 85, 92, 99, 125 etc. 267. 268, 282 Heliopolis, 60 Henderson, Lieutenant, 204 Henrik of Besançon, 76, 77 Enrique, Cardinal, 88, 93, Dom, 86 Henry the Navigator, Prince, 65, 78, 79, 168 Heraclius, 53 Hercules, 39, Straits of, 35 Herrero, Ova Dash, the 97, 134, 255, 274, 416 et seq. Hernandez, 153 Herodotos, 33, 34, 42, 49, 297, 298 Huglin, Theodore Vaughan, 320 Hewitt, Mr. E. H., 184, 408 Hicks Pasha, 363, 365 Hydes, 146 High Commissioner of South Africa, 148, 269, 280, 284, 288 Hikusha, Hyksos, 22 Hema, 12, 16 Himyarites, 22, 73 Hind, Captain S.L., 330, 345, 349 Hinsa, Chief, 260 Hippo, 38 Hippodioritos, 38 Hipponzaret, 38 Hippopotamus, 30, 49, 101, 166, 392, 440 Hispaniola, 153 Hlubi, 273 Hobley, C.W., 335 Hodgson, Sir F., and Lady, 179 Hodester, 344 Hodester, A. 330 Hoffmeyer, Mr. J. H., 276 Honnell, Lieutenant, 331, 387 Holland, C. Dutch, also 262 Hollab, Dr., 330 Homo Primigenius, 2, Sapiens, 2 Hooker, Sir Joseph, 324 Hop, Captain, 306 Hoare, Captain, 334 Hornman, Friedrich, 304 Horse, the, 39, 48, 75, 92 Horseshoe Arch, 74 Hostens, M, 337 Hottentots, 7 et seq, 95, 126, 128, 130, 131, 134, 136, 139, 142, 232, 241, 242, 249, 255, 257 et seq, 291, 416 et seq. Houghton, Major, 304 Auerst, Lieutenant, 208 Hovas, the, 27, 31, 247, 248, 428 et seq. Wara, 53 Huguenots, 129, 241 Humpsuk, 119 Hunian, 66, 117 Hussein bin Ali, 218 Husseinite Bays of Tunis, 218 Hutter, F, 338 Hutton, Mr. James, 409 Abadite Sect, 73 Iberia, 37, 65 Iberian Race, 76 Ibn Battuta, 299 Ibn Eric, 76 Ibn Hakel, 299 Ibn Tumert, 64 Ibn Yain, 63 Ebo, 109, 110, 185, 187 Ebos, the, 312 Ibrahim, 360 Ibrahim bin Aglab, 59 Ibrahim, Lake, 326 Ida, 187 Idris, 58 Idris II, 59 Idris or Edrisai, Geographer, 299 Ifni, 120 Afrikia, 56, 59 Ejo, 312 Akopa, R, Madagascar, 438. Ikshids, 71 Ile de France, 294, 440 Ilhas dos Idolos, 210 Ilorin, 193 Ilo, 208 Imam of Muscat, 73, 104, 374, 383, 384 Mbangala, 87 Imarina, 31, 428, 429 Impoina, 429 India, 3, 4, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29, 44, 75, 82, 91 et seq, 100, 101, 103, 152, 156, 158, 300 Indian Architecture, 74, Fig, 93, Ocean, 12, 19, 28, 31, 102, 126 Indians in Africa, 29, 105, 109, 447, in Natal, 271, 272, Mauritius, 294 India rubber, 110, 166, 279, 348, 350 Indochina, 28 Indonesians, 28 Inhambane, 34, 114, 115. Innocent X, Pope, 392 in Sala, 222 in Zuma, 124 International Association for the Exploration and Civilization of Central Africa, 342, 343, 404 in Verarity, Mr., 429 Ionian Islands, 41 Ireland, 4, 25 Irish, 72 Irish settlers, 257 Isandlwana, 282 Isangela, 308 Ishaq bin Sokia, 67, 68 Islam, Muhammadanism, 4, 14, 25, 30, 39, 56, 58, 63, 70 Et Sikh, 117, 152, 202, 237, 238, 240, 241 islands in Indian Ocean belonging to British, 295 Isle of Man, 293 Islinos, 117 Isles de Los, 408 Ismail, 219, 360, 361, 401 Italian language, 216, 393, 448, missionaries, 88, 94, 240, 241, 392, 393 Italians, Italy, 4, 38, 42, 49, 50, 62, 71, 72, 74, 78, 116, 161, 196, 216, 219, 238, 245, 390 Et Sikh. Ivans, Roberto, 325 Ivory, 79, 110, 187, 270, 274, 279, 348, 350, Coast, 203 Et Sikh, 337 Jackfruit, 92 Jackson, Colonel I, 338, FG. 380, 387, FJ, Sir, 335 Jacobite Church, 52 Jacobs, Honorable Simeon, 146, 274 Jacquin, Captain, 205 Jafarbad, 153 Jaga, the, 87, 88, 301 Jagbub, 236 Jaja, King, 185 Jamaica, 154, 158, 174 James Brothers, Explorers, 334 Jameson, Dr., Sir Star, 147, 148, 285, 286, 289 Janjira, 153 Janaquin de Rochefort, 197, 198, 302 Jansen, Camille, 344 Jansons. Governor, 137, 254, 255 Japanese, 291 Jauhar Alcade, 60, 71 Java, 27, 28, 31, 126, 427 Jazarat al-Qamr, 423 Jean René, 430 Jen, 14, 202, 204, 206, 300 Gentink Steiker, 166 Jerba, is of, 39, 41, 56, 66, 119 Germa, 47 Jesuits, 84, 88, 101, 105, 106, 239, 240, 246, 247, 300, 301, 434, 435 Jewish Territorial Organization Committee, 388 Jews, the, 32, 40, 42, 50, 53, 58, 59, 72, 81, 145, 146, 215, 217, 218, 273, 274 Jiblel Tariq, 58 Djibouti, 227, 337 Jalolo, 3 Jinga, 87 Jinga Bandi, 93 Joel, 198 Joao I, Dom, 78 Joao II, 81, 82 Joao, King of Portugal, 86 Jobson, Captain Richard, 170, 302 Johannesburg, 145, 147, 148, 294 John of Abyssinia, King, 394, 395 John of Gaunt, 78, 168 Johnson, Elijah, 164 Johnston, H.H., C. Author, Keith, 328 Johnstone, Commodore, 133, Commander, 436, 437 Jock, 87 Jolofs, 12 Jorawa, 57 Jose, Amaro, 307 Joseph of Lamigo, 81, 82 Juffer, Colonel, 207 Jub, or Juba, River, 21, 383, 385, 386, 397, 398 Jubi, Cape, 120, 121 Judaism amongst Berbers, 58 Juder Basha, 68. Julka, Dr. 408 Julian, Count, 57, 58 Julius Maternus, 48 Jully, M.A., 440 Junker, Dr. William, 332 Carta, 200, 203, 204, 304, 309 54, 67, 68, 74, 152, 161, 187, 190, 193, 194, 226, 230, 235, 237, 238, 245, 320, 326, 362 etc. Sudanese language families, 10 Sud, 46, 298, 320, 371 Su, R, 336 Suetonius Paulinus, 47, 49 Suevi, 76 Suez, 16, Canal, 268, 361, 362, Gulf of, 18, 33 Safetula, Spitla, 56 Suffren, Admiral, 133 Sufis, 204 Sugar cane, the, 75, 91, 92, 110, 146, 270, 271 Suaidi bin Ali, 382 Sumatra, 3, 27, 28, 31, 124, 178, 295, 304 Sunda Islands, 427 Sunday River, 256 Sunni Faith, 56, 59, 71 Sus Country, south of Morocco, 35, 57, 224, 225 Susa, Tunis, 117, 119 Susu, 174, 242 Swahili, people and language, 10, 30, 101, 410, 411, 448, 449 Swakopmund, 420 Swan, Alfred, 161 Swain, Colonel, 335 Swazi dialect, 134 Swazes, Swaziland, 143, 145, 149, 270, 292 Sweden, Swedes, 157, 177 Sweet Potato, the, 91, 92 Swiss missionaries, 96, settlers in Algeria, 216 Syria, Syrians, 1, 4, 22, 24, 32, 37, 39, 40, 52, 55, 69 etc. 212, 291 Syrian Desert, 32 Tabarka, 390 Table Bay, 125, 126, 137 Tafilalt, 59, 67, 336 Tagus, R, 76 Tahiti, 205 Tajura, 227 Takarari, 124 Takrana, 403 Takerer, 202 Talbot, PA, 338 Tomatov, 296, 429 etc. Tammuz, 39 Tamil Race, 271 Tana, R, 21, 335, 384, 386, 409, 410 Tananarivo, 433, 434, 438, 439 Tanga, 414 Tanganyika, Lake, 9, 134, 160, 245, 248, 278, 279, 281, 284, 291, 318, 322, 324, 325, 327, 328, 330, 334, 336, 340, 344, 404, 411 Tangier, 51, 53, 66, 67, 71, 75, 78, 120, 195, 223, 226, 238 Tangiers, 58 Tangis, 53 Tanit, 38 Tapioca, 92 Tappenbeck, Lieutenant. 332 Tarifa, 58 Tarik, 58 Tasmania, 3 Tasmanian Aborigines, 2 Et Sikh. Tawfik, Khedive, 361 Taveda, 156, 376 Tawarek, Tamashek, 15, 54, 63, 67, 68, 205, 207, 221, 222, 232, 309, 321, 322 T, 270 Tabessa, 50, 53, 216 Tada, 13, 15, 54 Teleki, Count Samuel, 331, 387 Tel El Kabir, 362 Temb, 111 Tenda, 170, 302 Tenduf, 314 Tenerife, 117 Tiniahir, Lagoon of, 36 Turnan, Colonel T, 380 Ternate, 75 Tet, 101, 103, 115, 241, 247, 307 Tetuan, 66, 119 Teutonic Type, 22, 76, 77 Tuera, 42 Thala, 53 Thames, R, 48 Dion Ema, 173 Thera, 41 Tebow, 319 Thera, 41 Tomi. Sao, Thomas, St, is, C. Sao Tomi Thompson, Captain George, 170, 302 Thompson, Joseph, 190, 315, 328, 331, 336, 375, 376, 387 Thoner, Franz, 339 3 points, Cape, 124 Thurston, Major A.B., 380 Thies, Colonel, 347 Tiaret, 59 Tabesti, 15, 19, 323, 338 Tibbuk Country, Tibus, 13, 15, 47, 54, 209, 222, 232, 237 Tidiani, 201 Tidakelt, 222 Tiaba, 204 Tigray, 245, 395, 396 Tilho, Captain, 338 Timbo, 203 Timbuktu, 13, 67, 68, 78, 79, 116, 186, 200, 202 Et Sikh, 300, 303, 304, 308, 309, 315 Timgad, 53 Timna. 11, 174, 175 Timor, 3 Tingis, 51 Tin, Alexandrin, 320, 321, 324 Tipatib, Tipu Tipu, 344 Tlemcen, 57, 64, 65, 118, 236 Tobacco, 27, 91, 92, 154, 279 Togoland, 12, 248, 333, 336, 408, 421, 422 Tokar Hills, 369 Tomato, the 92 Tonga, 134 Tool, Mr. 310 Torti, Emil, 339 Toro, 381 Torob, 202 Toski, 365 Totem, 101 Tukalers, 202 Tati, Commandant Georges, 333 Tozer, Bishop, 251 Transcontinental Telegraph, 279 Transkei, 267 Trans-Saharan Railway, 194, 221 Transvaal, 95, 112, 140, 142 Et. Sikh. 263, 269, 271, 274, 276, 280 etc. 307 Trincomalee, 133 Tripoli, 5, 12, 33, 37 etc. 47, 49 etc. 61, 62, 64, 66, 69, 160, 161, 187, 194, 195, 204, 216, 218, 238, 252, 308, 310, 314, 322, 393, 443 Tripolis, 53 Tripolitane, 15, 53, 54, 398 etc. Tristam, Nuno, 78 Tristan de Acunha is, 99, 268, C. Acunha, Tristan de Troglodytes, 36 Trotha, General Vaughan, 417, 418 Truster, Dutch Commissioner, 306 Tsetse Fly, 26, 102, 382 Tsumeb, 419, 420 Tsur, 32 Tuaregs, 13, 14, 37, 54 Tuat, 222, 337 Tuburi, 338 Tucky, Captain, 308 Tugela, R, 263 Tulbag, Governor, 130, 306 Tulunid Dynasty, 71 Tungi Bay, 113 Tunis, Tunisia, 2, 24, 32, 33, 35, 37, 39, 46, 47, 49 etc., 61, 62, 64 etc., 118, 119, 160, 216 etc., 245, 252, 301, 390, 392, 393, 444. Turkana, 10 Turkey, Turks, 19, 65, 69 etc., 84, 102, 103, 118, 119, 152, 159, 160, 195, 212, 218, 238, 300, 301, 366, 398 etc. Tucson, 360 Twat, 41, 68, 308, 323 Tyre, Tyrians, 32, 33 Ubbo, 38 Yuta, 44 Uectrits, Her, 332 Uganda, 20, 235, 245, 246, 248, 326, 328, 331, 334, 335, 363, 377, 387, 444 Uda, 223 Ujiji, 322 Ukami, 409 Ulysses, 41 Umba, 383, 386, 410, 411 Umlakazi, 266 Umsilakazi, 283 Union of S, Africa, 292, 293, 443 United States of America, 96, 124, 154, 157 etc., 163, 167, 240, 262, 443 Unknown River, the 325 Unyamwezi, 9 Unyoro, 335 Urban 8, Pope, 392 Urage, 118 Usagara, 409 Uzambara, 333, 414 USO. D. Mare, 79 Utica, 32, 33 Uzegwa, 409 Ball River, 141, 142, 261, 306 Bakker de Rochelle, 425, 426 by language, 93 Via Kyoko, 301 Vandals, 50, 51, 401 Vandalusia, 50 Vandala, Colonel, 335 Van der Stel, Commander, 306 Van Diemen's Land, 264 Vangel, Captain, 329, 330 Vardon, Major, 308 Vasco da Gama, 82, 99, 100 Valles de la Gomera, 119 Venice, Venetians, 62, 102, 168, 319, 390, 391 Verde, Cape, 36, 79, 99, 197, 201, Islands, 79, 92 Vereeniging, 149, 291 Vermuyden, 302 Vernos, Dr. 4 Werner, SP. 329 Victoria, Ambas Bay, 415, Falls, 247, 279, Nyanza, C. Nyanza, Queen, 165, 280, Territory, 262 Vienna, Congress of, 157 Vincent, M., the Explorer, 321 Vine, the, 39, 127 Virginia, 154 Virunga, MT, Volcano, 334 Vischer, Hence, 339 Vitu, 384, 409, 410 Vogel, Dr. 315, 324 Volta, R. 70, 177, 179, 204, 325, 333 Volubilis, 59 von Lindequist, 418 Vullet, Captain, 221, 222, 236 Vredenberg, 124 Vryheid, New Republic, 282, 283 Wadai, 62, 70, 159, 161, 236 Et Seek. 315, 323, 324, 338, 339. 420, 443 Wadalmakazan, 66 Wadanajumi, 365 Wadlai, 380 Wadi Halfa Boundary, 364, 369, 371 Wahi, 412, 413 Wahhabis, 73 Wayma, 203 Wales, 4 Wallfish Bay, 275, 291, 292, 307, 317, 405 Wanga, 410 Wangoni, 412, 413 Wanayamwezi, 160, 357, 412 Wargla, 221 Wargley, the 54 Warren, Sir Charles, 145, 283 War Sheik, 398 Waswahili, 412 Waterberg Mountains, 417, 418 Waterbore, 269 Wax, 110 Wayao, 160 Weatherly, Mr. Paulette, 334 Webby Shabili River, 334, 397 Wheel, R, 230, 235, 244, 326, 327, 329. 346 Wilmubangi, 12 Welby, Captain MS, 339 Welsh, 257, 319 Wens, 72 Wern, Ferdinand, 319 Werner, J.R., 330 West African Settlements, 175, 180, India Company, Dutch, 124, 125, Indies, 124, 153, 154, 158, 169, 173, 227, 240 Whale oil industry, 146 Wheat, 75, 92, 127, 132 White Fathers, the 207, 245, 246, 342, 377, 379 White House, Commander B, 340 White Peoples, 162 White, Sergio, 288 White, Dahome, 176 White, A, 340 Wibson, Fort, 124 Wilberforce, William, 155, 174 Wilhelm II, Emperor. 225 Wilcox, Colonel, Sir, James, 179, Sir W., 368 William IV of England, 432 Willoughby, Digby, 437 Willifoss Niggers, 174 Wilson, G., 380, Reverend C.T., 328, Reverend J.L., 251 Windhoek, 420 Wingate, Sir R. 369 Winton, Sir Francis de, 175, 344 Winwood Reed, 324 Wisman, Major H. Vaughn, 161, 329, 333, 404, 411 Whitboy, Hendrick, 416, 418 Witu, C. Vitu Witwatersrand, 145 Wolfel, Lieutenant, 205 Warman, House of, 404 Wolf, Dr. Ludwig, 329 Wolofs, 12, 13, 151 Wolseley, Sir Garnet, afterwards. Discount, 178, 273, 362, 364 Wood, Sir Richard, 219 Wool, 146, 255, 265, 268 Woolley, 172, 201 Wyoming, 293 Zanzibar, 424 Jimenez, Cardinal, 118 Xosa Kaffers, 134, 257, 259, 260, 263, 266, 267 Yakub bin Killis, 71 Yaman, 43, 44, 73, 74 Yanbu, 67 Yao, Wadash, the, 247, 252 Yathrib, 54 Yalala Falls, 80, 308 Yellow Peoples, 162 Yendi, 421 Yolofs, 431 Yanis, the, 175 Yoruba, Yorubaland, 13, 179, 311 Young, Lieutenant Edward, 277 Yusuf bin Tashfin, 63 Zaire, 86 Zambezi, R, 5, 8, 23, 73, 74, 82, 83, 91. 100 Et Sikh, 132, 134, 143 Et Sikh, 154, 159, 240, 241, 246, 247, 249, 250, 252, 272, 274, 276, 278, 279, 300, 307, 308, 317, 318, 325, 444 Zambezia, 9, 12, 17, 26, 92, 101, 105, 109, 241, 276, 279, 300, 321, 331 Zanzibar, 22, 29, 30, 44, 73, 83, 100, 103, 104, 113, 152, 159, 160, 242, 251, 252, 279, 299, 308, 322, 327, 328, 374 Et Sikh, 404, 410 Et Sikh, 423 Zebra Antelope, 166 Xyla, 82, 300, 372 Zanaga, 54 Zanita, 53, 54 Zaringi, Federigo, 392 Zionite Kings of Tlemcen, 64 Zimba, Ba or Va-. 23, 24, 29, 103 Zimbabwe, 23 Et Sikh, 29, 39, 51, 134, 146, 327 Zimmerman, O, 338, 339 Zinder, 222, 337 Zintgraft, Dr. 332 Ziri Dynasty, N, Africa, 64 Ziziphus, 41 Zobair Pasha, 193 Zoroastrian faiths, 55 Zulu dialect, 134, 448 Zulus, Zululand, Zulu Kafir race, 10, 24, 97, 103, 114, 128, 134, 140, 141, 143, 145, 149, 151, 251, 256, 261, 263, 270, 279, 281 et Seek, 308 Zumbo, 105, 108, 115, 240, 247 Zervald, 256 Swartbergen Mountains, 131. Cambridge, printed by John Clay, M.A. at the University Press. Colonizable Africa Plate 7. Sir H. H. Johnston Delt. W. and A. K. Johnston Limited, Edinburgh and London. Explanatory note, pink, healthy colonizable Africa, where European races may be expected to become in time the prevailing type, where essentially European states may be formed, yellow, fairly healthy Africa, but where unfavorable conditions of soil or water supply, or the prior establishment of warlike or enlightened native races or other causes, may effectually prevent European colonization. Tan, unhealthy but exploitable Africa, impossible for European colonization, but for the most part of great commercial value and inhabited by fairly docile, governable races, the Africa of the trader and planter and of European control and supervision. Brown, Very Unhealthy Africa. Political Africa, 1912. Plate 8. Sir H. H. Johnston Delt. W. and A. K. Johnston Limited, Edinburgh and London. Explanatory note, possessions, protectorates, spheres of influence or occupation of countries, British, British, Portuguese, Portuguese, French, French, Turkish, Turkish, Italian, Italian, Belgian, Belgian Congo, German, German, Spanish. Spanish independent or unoccupied states are uncolored. Pink bars on blue imply uncertainty of possession. 100,000 years ago the Red Sea may have been a long, isolated lake filling up a great rift valley, and the southwestern extremity of Arabia have been joined across the narrow straits of Bab al-Mandeb to Somaliland. There is an Arab tradition that in the remote past these straits were formed by a series of earthquakes and landslides. But if this were the case, why is not the west of Arabia, in fertile, well-watered regions, more African in its mammalian, bird, and insect fauna? Arabia is a great enigma still in these questions of geographical distribution. It would be convenient to regard it as the evolutionary area of the Negro, if, for example, there were any evidence of a positive character, as there is in southern Persia, to show that it was ever the home of a Negro race in ancient times. But there is no such evidence, and its present Negro or Negroid population only dates from the trade in Negro slaves which began about the commencement of the Christian era, and flourished exceedingly after the eruption of Islam. Lemuria, the hypothetical isthmus which once united Madagascar and East Africa with India and Ceylon, could not have been the Negro's birthplace, as some have suggested, inasmuch as it ceased to exist in the early tertiaries, long before man had been evolved. 2. They can be gleaned, most of them, from the recent writings of Dr. Arthur Keith and Mr. W. L. H. Duckworth, and are to some extent summarized in the preliminary chapter of the present writer's book on the Negro in the New World. 3. These will be found described in Mr. W. L. H. Duckworth's Morphology and Anatomy, and also in Studies of the Bushmen and Hottentots recently published by Dr. Peringui of the State Library and Museum, Cape Town. It is true that the researches of German and Italian anthropologists have shown that the hypertrophy of the external genitalia characteristic of the bushwoman, together with steatopygy, not only occur amongst the East African Negroes, but even in Somaliland, Abyssinia, and Egypt. But this is only an additional piece of evidence showing the previous existence of the Bushmen in these regions, perhaps also in southern Europe. 4. The name is Dutch and means shore runners, there being a legend amongst the Boers derived from the Hottentots that the present race of Bushmen was preceded by a vanished type of humanity which derived its living from the shellfish on the seashore. 5. It is more convenient to refer to this speech family and racial type as Fula, but the actual name applied by the Fulbe people to their language is Fulfulda. 6. It is more correct to spell this tribal name Tuareg, the plural of Tarki, a raider. But the modern pronunciation of this Arab term, it is unknown to the Berbers themselves, is Tuareg. Wherever in this book Q is used in transliterating African words, it stands for the focal K of the Arabs and other Semites, a guttural which is more commonly pronounced as AG in North Africa. 7. In which region they may have been preceded by Bushmen, and by a more generalized, Tasmanian-like type of man, similar to the Galley Hill man who inhabited Kent and Central Europe approximately 100,000 years ago. 8. So called by Professor W. F. Petrie and others because the type is illustrated in the many portraits of the pharaohs of Egyptian dynasties. 9. To be followed, with no return to sovereigns of real Egyptian race, by Arabs, Turks, Circassians, Albanians, Macedonians, Armenians, French, and British. 10. Some writers reserve Hamite and Hamitic for the general name of the language family, which includes the Libyan and the Eastern Hamitic tongues, and employ Kushite as a special designation for the Great Eastern branch of Hamitic speech forms, which extends its range through northeast Africa from Egypt to the equator. The main groups of these Eastern Hamitic or Kushite languages are the Beja or Bisharan of the Red Sea northwest coast and the country between the Nile and Suakin, the Saho of the Abyssinian coastlands, the Afar-Danakil Somali group, the Agaubilan of the Abyssinian highlands, the Gala, stretching from central Abyssinia to the Juba and Tana rivers, and the Kaffa of southwest Galaland, reaching southward to near Lake Rudolph. In the southwest of the Ethiopian Empire there are many unclassified Hamitic dialects, as there are in northern German East Africa, which are much mixed with Negro wordroots and syntax. These almost merge into the Maasai and Nilotic. 11. This word is evidently derived from the Zambezi Bantu words Mui Mutapa equals Lord of the Mine. Another form, Bena Mutapa, for the people might be translated brothers of the mine, Bena, Bina, in Old Bantu equals brothers, or clan. 12. Although the people of West and South Madagascar are very Negroid in appearance and those of the North are evidently mixed with Arab and Indian blood, the Malay-like Malagasy language is the one universal speech throughout the whole island. It contains, however, loan words from Himyaritic Arabic and from East African Bantu. 13. Some evidence, chiefly traditional, is adduced to show that Madagascar was once inhabited by a yellow-skinned dwarfish race of Bushman stock known as the Kimo. But it is still more difficult to imagine a Bushman race possessing canoes sufficiently large and seaworthy for the crossing of the Mozambique Channel, or to ascribe to the prehistoric Arabs, who may have traded with Southeast Africa, the motiveless transportation of Bushmen to southwest Madagascar. The supposed Negro Aborigines, apart from the dwarfish Kimo, are known traditionally by the Malagasy as Bazimba or Viezimba, and their burial places are pointed out. The Bazimba may have been the mysterious race which built Zimbabwe. 14. Yet from 2 to 10,000 years ago, the Comoro Island chain was probably larger and approached much nearer to the mainland, thus permitting Madagascar to be reached, by swimming, by 2 or 3 species of hippopotamus, now extinct, and by the bush pig which still exists there. It is very improbable that either of these mammals could have swum the distance of 200 miles which now separates East Africa from the nearest Comoro Island. 15. The alleged records on stone scarabs are discussed by Professor Flinders Petrie in the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, November 1908. 16. This is an interesting observation. Not only does the statement repeatedly occur in the writings of ancient Greek and Roman geographers that the African elephant was found wild in Mauritania in these times, but this animal is pictured in the remarkable rock engravings in the Souss country in the extreme south of Morocco and in the central and southeastern part of Algeria, besides being represented in the Roman mosaics of Tunisia, now exhibited at the Bardo Museum near Tunis. See for this the travels of the Moroccan Jewish rabbi, Mordecai, the various works recently published by Mons Gautier of the University of Algiers, and the researches of Professor A. Pommel. The Phoenicians tamed the African elephant, found wild in the forests of western Tunisia, which was a somewhat smaller breed than the Indian elephant or the elephant of tropical Africa, yet a typical African elephant in its large ears. It was more often figured on Roman medals and in Roman sculpture than the Indian type. 17. It does not follow, however, that these troglodytes were dwarfs or Negroes, or Paleolithic in culture, or greatly different in race from the Berbers. They may have been akin to the troglodytes still to be seen in the Tunisian Sahara, a Berber people living in caves, which are either natural hollows in the limestone rock or have been artificially excavated. Other allusions and incidents connected with the story of Hanno and an analysis of that story are fully discussed in the first volume of the present writer's book on Liberia, published in 1906. It is remarkable to note that the little islet at the head of the Rio de Oro Gulf is still called Herne by the Moors. 18. The national name for the Phoenicians was Kayane with Macron, Kna, Kina, Kanani, Canaan. The Greeks invented for them the name Phoenike, Phoenix, which the Latins adopted as Punica, Pony or Puni, from Phoenix equals red, the Phoenicians appearing to the fair-skinned Greeks as red men. Very often they went by the name of Sidonoi, Sidonians, from the name of their oldest city Sidonu, Sidon, Sida. 19. The Phoenicians may have first brought into vogue the word Africa. This would seem to have been derived, see note on page 10 of Victor Paquet's Les Civilisations de l'Afrique du Nord, Paris, 1909, from a Berber tribe named Afarik, Awariga, or latterly, Awarigan, which occupied the northeast coast of Tunisia in pre-Roman times, but which with other Berber peoples retreated by degrees into the interior till at length it became a Tuareg or desert people. Under the name of Awarigan, dwelling in Ashur, west of Ghat, this tribe, which has given its name to the whole continent, still exists. 20. The computation given by Eusebius would, according to the late Sir E. H. Bunbury, date the founding of the colony at 631 BC. In laying stress on the word historical, I wish to impress on the reader that European immigration into Africa from Sicily and Spain stretches far back beyond the records of written history to ages quite remote in the existence of man. 21. The fruit of the date palm was almost certainly the lotus of the ancients. It is much more likely to have made a profound impression on them by its honey-sweet pulp than the insipid berries of the ziziphus. 22. The modern Santorini or Thera, the most southern of the Cyclades. 23. The cranes with whom the pygmies fought. 24. Other evidence goes to show that baboons were found wild in the southern parts of Mauritania in ancient days. 25. This evidence has been fully discussed by the present writer in other works, such as, for example, The Nile Quest, London, 1904, The Opening Up of Africa, 1911, Liberia, 1906, George Grenfell and the Congo, 1908, and Pioneers in West Africa, 1911, in which works references to the opinions and researches of other writers are also given. 26. The Vandals were a Gothic people supposed to be not far from the Angles and Saxons in origin. After sweeping down on France and Italy and settling in Baetica or southern Spain, a region to which they are supposed to have given their name, Vandalusia, corrupted by the Arabs into Andalusia, they built ships, on the Spanish coast, crossed over with a host of Spanish camp followers into Morocco, and with the aid of the Berbers swept the Roman power before them till they conquered the whole country to the frontiers of Tripoli. They also acquired Sardinia. By degrees they concentrated their settlement on northern Tunisia, and here, mingling with the Roman colonists and the Berber indigenes, they gradually lost all their fighting spirit. But probably they added a not unimportant element of European, Aryan, blood to the mixed populations of North Africa, a region more or less ruled by their Teutonic kings for 116 years. 27. Tuareg is the plural of an Arabic word, Tarki, a raider. 28. The origin of the name Allah applied by Mohammedans to the supreme God. Allah acquired a masculine sense although in its original form the word was feminine. 29. Jerba, usually called Meninx by the ancients, is supposed to have been the island of lotus-eaters of Greek mythology. 30. The origin of the name Kairwan has been much disputed. The present writer, visiting this place some years ago, was told by a native that the word was the Arab name for a small bustard-like courser, a bird which the French call poule de Kairwa, and that, seeing this bird in large numbers, where it is still to be found, in the marshy plain on which the city was built, the Arabs gave its name to the town. Kairwan was chosen as the site for the Mohammedan capital by the early Arab invaders because it was considered sufficiently far from the seacoast to be beyond the reach of attack from a Byzantine fleet. 31. Count Julian appears to have been a Byzantine governor on the coast of Morocco, who after the Byzantine downfall to some extent attached himself to the Romanized Gothic kingdom of Spain. 32. This is the Arab rendering of her name. Dahia meant queen and Al-Kahina, the wise woman or prophetess. This remarkable personage was from a Berber tribe, the Jorawa, which had been converted to Judaism and was partly Jewish in blood. 33. Jewish colonies began to settle in North Africa soon after the destruction of Jerusalem, or even as far back as the Ptolemaic rule over Egypt. The Jews were particularly attracted to Tunisia and Tripoli, the former Carthaginian coast, by their kinship in race and language with the Phoenicians. 34. The rocky peninsula where Tariq landed was called by the Arabs Jibl al-Tariq, a name which subsequently became corrupted by the Spaniards into Gibraltar. 35. There has been a succession of great cities since prehistoric times ranging round about or situated on the site of Cairo, an inevitable city site, because it is at the head of the Nile Delta. Memphis was only 12 miles away, and Heliopolis or on less than half that distance. Babel or Babylon was built by emigrants from Old Babylon on the Euphrates on the actual site of Cairo in about 525 BC. This became a Roman city and was succeeded by the Arab Alabama Fostat or Masr. 36. A little more than one-third of the modern population of Cyrenaica, Tripoli, and Mauritania is of Arab race, but 7/10 of the North African population speak Arabic and not Berber. 37. Prince of the Faithful. 38. From the Arabic wahad, the one. 39. It also later on left traces of its temporary occupation on the island of Jerba, where a fine Spanish fortress remains intact to this day. 40. Arzila. 41. Sharif, plur. Shorfa means in Arabic nobly born. The first Sharifian Arab dynasty ruled Morocco from 788 to 970. Then followed a long succession of Berber dynasties till 1524, when the Saidi Sharifs from the Upper Dra began to rule Morocco. The third Sharifian Arab dynasty, Filali, from Tafilal succeeded the Saidi sultans in the 17th century and still occupies the Moroccan throne. 42. Timbuktu had been founded by a Tuareg, Berber, tribe about 1100 AC 43, or Askia. 44. Now in the hinterland of Algeria, and occupied by the French. 45. Algeria and Tunis were conquered by Turkish pirates, quite as much from the mild Berber dynasties possessing them as from the Spanish encroachments. Tripoli was taken from the Knights of Malta. Gradually all these three regencies detached themselves from the Turkish Empire in everything but the mere acknowledgement of suzerainty, but, in 1835, the Turks abruptly resumed the direct control of Tripoli and Barca, to which they added Fezzan in 1842. 46. Or Oman. Muscat is the capital of the Principality of Oman, a word which is really pronounced Yuman, in East Arabia, ruled by an imam or laicized descendant of a line of preacher kings or prince-bishops, leaders of the Ibadite sect of Puritan Mohammedans, believing mostly that sin was worse than unbelief. The Ibadites were identical in origin with the African Khariji already described, whose tenets, in the 18th and 19th centuries, were unconsciously repeated by the followers of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the conquering Wahhabis of Najd. 47. The architectural style known as Saracenic made its beginnings in Inner Syria and Mesopotamia a century or nearly so before the Mohammedan invasion, and the horseshoe arch or the arch prolonged for more than half a circle was invented by Hellenized Syrians in the 6th century of this era. The marb of the mosque and some of the doming were added by the Arabs and actually descend from the symbols of phallic worship. 48. From the Arabic Algarb, the west, the sunset. The title of the kings of Portugal was King of Portugal and the Algarves, on this side and on the other side of the sea in Africa, etc. 49. This battlefield was on the banks of the river Lucas, not very far from the coast port of El Arish, the Roman Lixus. 50. It was finally ceded to Spain by Portugal in 1668. 51. It had however been known to Italian and Norman navigators a century earlier. Indeed, it is increasingly probable that the Portuguese as discoverers of West Africa had been preceded 100 years earlier by the Genoese, the Catalans and Majorcans, and the Norman French of Dieppe. A remarkable map of the continent of Africa was painted in Italy, about 1351, and is now in the Medicean Library at Florence. It is known as the Laurentian Portolano and gives the most correct general outline of the whole continent which had as yet been depicted. For the first time the Great Bight of the Gulf of Guinea is shown, together with the tongue-like projections southwards of Central and Southern Africa. There is even the indication of a river where the Congo emerges into the South Atlantic. 52. Only a long inlet in the desert coast. At the head of this inlet was the little island of Cairn, still called Herne by the Moors, which was once a trading station of the Carthaginians. 53. Nowadays known as Elmina. 54. As will be seen in another chapter, there are traditions of Norman merchants from Dieppe having established forts or trading stations along the West African coast in the later years of the 14th century, especially at La Mine d'Or, Elmina, where the Normans possibly preceded the Portuguese. 55. Mr. E. G. Ravenstein deduces 1485 as the date from the details shown in the coat of arms in the inscription. This inscription was only discovered on the High Rock, near the Mpozo confluence, by a Swedish missionary in 1906. The inscription begins Aqui chegaram os navios do esclarecido rei Dom João José de Portugal, and is followed by the names of Diogo Cam, Chao, and others. See the Geographical Journal for June, 1908. 56. They described the Arab settlements on the southeast African coasts and alleged that certain Arab ships had been driven by stress of weather past the Cape of Good Hope, and had brought back word of the northward trend of the west coast. 57. The Canary Islands, inhabited by a race of Berber origin, had been rediscovered, for Greek and Roman geographers knew of them, by Normans and Genoese in the 14th century. Previous to that they had already been brought into touch with the Moors of the Moroccan coast, though they were never Islamized but remained in some respects in the primitive, Stone Age condition which the Berbers of the mainland had quitted 2,000 years before. The men often went naked, but the race in some respects exhibited a characteristic Neolithic civilization and was far removed from savagery. The archipelago was partially conquered by a Norman adventurer, Jean de Betancourt or Bethencourt, and his title after passing through many hands was finally claimed by Portugal. Portugal, however, transferred her rights to Castile in 1479. 58. It is necessary to discriminate in spelling between the River Congo and Congoland generally and the Little Kingdom of Congo between Stanley Pool and the Atlantic coast. This important native state, whose legendary founder was a mighty hunter armed with an iron spear, Congo, gave its name to the great river, which was also styled Zaire by the Portuguese from the native term Zadi. 59. The original name of this tribe, which came from the southern Congo basin, was Mbangala. Jaga was apparently like the Jinga of Old Angola, merely the title of their clan chieftains. Jock or Kayakwi, as they are called in Lunda, was a nickname meaning hyena. Their descendants seem still to reside on the river Kwango behind Angola under the name of Mbangala. The Bayaka of the northern Kwango are quite distinct. 60. Grandson of the explorer, Bartholomew. 61. Such wheat as is cultivated in Africa north of 15 degrees north latitude is similar to the European and Egyptian kinds. The wheat introduced by the Arabs and Portuguese into Zambezia is red wheat, apparently from India. 62. Duarte Lopez, who records this fact in his description of the Congo region at the end of the 16th century, gives incidentally or directly other interesting scraps of information, such as that the coconut palm was found by the Portuguese growing on the west coast of Africa. This palm, we know, originated in the Pacific archipelagos or on the Pacific coast of tropical America. It is possible to imagine that its nuts may have been carried over the sea to southern India and thence to Madagascar and the coast of East Africa, but, inasmuch as the coconut palm cannot grow further south than Delagoa Bay owing to the cooling of the climate, it is not very clear how it reached the tropical West African coast, unless it was introduced by Europeans. Lopez mentions the banana for the first time under the name banana, a name which seems to be derived from the Vai and other languages of the Sierra Leone-Liberia coast. Hitherto this fruit had only been known vaguely to Europe as the Indian fig or by its Arab name, which was Latinized into musa. The long banana or plantain was of ancient and widespread cultivation throughout tropical Africa, but the small banana with stubby fruit seems to have been a recent introduction from India which has penetrated into few parts of the interior. 63. Philip II of Spain had the best claim to the Portuguese throne after the death without heirs of the Cardinal King Enrique. But the Portuguese disliked union with Spain and would have preferred to elect a Portuguese king. 64. In 1621 Pope Paul V sent a mission to the King of Congo at São Salvador, and thenceforward, until 1717, the Congo Kingdom was evangelized by Italian and Belgian Capuchins, and after 1673 by Belgian Recollets friars. But in 1717 the Capuchins were expelled by the king's people. In 1760 Catholic missions were resumed in Congoland, Longo and Congo, by French, Italian and Portuguese missionaries, but these two came to an end by 1800, and for some 80 years the Congo Kingdom relapsed into complete barbarism. 65. This place was named after the Baron de Mossamedes, a Portuguese governor of Angola, afterwards minister for the colonies. 66. This fort, by the abortive Congo Treaty of 1884, was to have been made over to England. Although the Portuguese never in any sense ruled over or controlled Dahomey, their indirect influence and their language were prominent at the Dahomean court because certain Brazilians had during the first half of this century established themselves on the coast and in the interior as influential merchants and slave traders. Their descendants now form a Portuguese-speaking Brazilian caste in Dahomey. 67. Most prominent features, and some countries on the west and south coasts of Africa from the Senegal round to the Cape of Good Hope and Mozambique, bear Portuguese names. Cape Verde is the Green Cape, Sierra Leone, Serra Leoa, is the Lion-like Mountains, Cape Palmas the Palm Trees Cape, Cape Coast is Cabo Corso, the Cruising Cape, Lagos is the Lakes, Calabar, Calabara, is the Bar is Silent, Cameroons is Camaros Prawns, Gabon is Gabeo, the Hooded Cloak, from the shape of the estuary, Corisco is Lightning, Cape Frio is the Cold Cape and Angra Pequena is the Little Cove, and so on. All the prominent points on the Liberian coast, and most of the Niger mouths, have Portuguese names. 68. This is a little coral islet about 2 miles long by a quarter-mile broad, situated between 2 and 3 miles from the coast, a shallow bay, in 15 degrees south latitude, where the East African coast approaches nearest to Madagascar. It commands the Mozambique Channel. Its native name was probably originally Mozambique. By the neighboring East African tribes it is now called Muhibidai, Zambiji, and Mozambique. It has sometimes been the only parcel of land remaining in Portuguese hands during the vicissitudes of their East African empire. 69. A corruption of Muimatapa. According to some authorities this title meant Lord Hippopotamus, the hippopotamus on the Zambezi above Tet being looked upon as a totem or sacred animal indicative of the royal clan. But in my personal opinion Muimatapa is really Lord of the Mine, or gold mining, Matapo or Mtapo being a shallow pit dug in clay or sand for mining, or washing gold. 70. Where they have not yet brought under subjection the Mohammedan Makua and the Arab half-castes of Angosh. The chief native foes of the Portuguese in East Africa at the close of the 16th century were the Bazimba, one of those Zulu-like marauding tribes like the modern Angoni, which would range over hundreds of miles in a few months and commit devastations that left their effects for nearly a century. 71. Except Mombasa, which was retaken and held between 1728 and 1729. 72. Zumba was given up, though it was never much more than a Jesuit mission station, in 1740. 73. These Makololo chiefs were formerly headmen of Livingstone's second expedition, left behind by him on the Cataract Shire to stiffen the resistance of the timid natives against the Mohammedan slave raiders. 74. The modern and existing town of that name was not founded till 1867. 75. The use of the Chinda mouth of the Zambezi gives free water communication between the outer world and Nyasaland, by way of the Zambezi and Shire rivers. 76. In 1490. 77. Or the rock, or pennon, overlooking the town, seized and garrisoned by Cardinal Ximenes in 1509. It was taken by Karadin, the Turkish corsair, in 1530. 78. Held by Spain from 1535 to 1574. 79. The following is a resume of the history of the first intervention of Turkey in Barbary. In 1504 Urij, Barbarossa I, a pirate of mixed Turco-Greek origin, attracted by the rumors of American treasure ships in the western Mediterranean, captured Algiers, 1516, and Tlemcen, 1517, but he was defeated and killed by the Spaniards coming from Oran. His younger brother Karadin, Barbarossa II, appealed to Turkey, which had just, 1518, conquered Egypt, and received from Sultan Selim the title of Turkish Beglerbeg of Algiers and a reinforcement of 2,000 Turks. He mastered almost all Algeria, was made admiral of the Turkish fleet in 1533, captured Tunis in 1534, was driven out by Charles V, and retired to Turkey in 1535. His successors were sometimes Sardinian, Calabrian, Venetian, Hungarian renegades, but among the more celebrated was Dragut, a Turk of Karamania. 80. Susa, Sfax, and Monastir, which were lost to the Turks by 1550. 81. The oldest of her continental African possessions, dating from 1490. 82. The Chafarinas Islands are off the mouth of the Maluya River, near the Algerian frontier. 83. This Portuguese name becomes in Spanish Rio de Oro. 84. This also, like so many other places on the west coast of Africa, was named by the Portuguese, Carisco meaning sheet lightning, a name applied to the place because it was first seen during a violent thunderstorm. 85. Buba is said to be a cant term meaning male, from the Bantu root, ume, loom, and the real name of this race is perhaps Edia. This subject is fully treated in the author's book, George Grenfell and the Congo, which gives a full account of Fernando Pa and the Buba indigenes. 86. Their capital was at Elmina. They held, when in full vigor, Fort Nassau, built before they took Elmina from the Portuguese, Cormanton, Secondie, Takarari, Accra, Cape Coast Castle, Vredenburg, Chama, Battenstein, Dichtstop, Inzuma, Fort Elise Carthage, Ankabra, Apollonia, Dix Cove, Axim, Prince's Fort near Cape Three Points, Fort Whipson, and Pakwaso. Before the abolition of the slave trade, Dutch Guinea was very prosperous. It was governed by a subsidized chartered company, the Dutch West India Company, under the control of the States General, and the local government consisted of a governor-general at Elmina, a chief factor, or trader, a chief fiscal, or accountant-general, an under-fiscal, or auditor, and a large staff of factors, accountants, secretaries, clerks and assistant clerks. There was a chaplain. There were Dutch soldiers under Dutch officers who garrisoned the forts. After the wars of the French Revolution, the Dutch government took over the management of these establishments on the Gold Coast. 87. As Sir Charles Lucas points out in his Historical Geography of the British Colonies, 164 years after Bartolomé Diaz had sighted the Cape of Good Hope. 88. The Cape Malays. 89. It will be no doubt remembered that this word is derived from the Arab word unbeliever. The Arabs of Southeast Africa applied this term to the Negroes around their settlements. The Portuguese took it up from the Arabs, and the Dutch and English from the Portuguese. 90. Tolbag deserves special remembrance not only from his geographical explorations, but from the fact that he was the first person to send specimens of the giraffe to Europe. 91. Named after Van de Graaff, who was governor at the time. Rainet means in Dutch a goat's beard, but I have not been able to discover why this term should have been added to the name of the governor. 92. Nevertheless, by their final and more complete contact with the Hottentots and Bushmen, the Zulu Kaffirs adopted 3 of the Hottentot cliques, whereas earlier invaders, Karana, Bechuana, and Herero, though adopting a few Hottentot terms, kept clear of Hottentot phonetics, and use no cliques to this day. The Zulu Kaffir language, divided into 4 dialects, Xhosa Kaffir, Zulu, and Swazi, all 3 closely related, and Tonga or Rona of the Delagoa Bay district, is on the whole most nearly related to the East African Bantu groups, with some affinities with Central African Bantu. But it has no near relations and has developed a very peculiar vocabulary, as though it had been isolated for centuries. 93. If Dingiswayo, his master, can be regarded as the first. Dingiswayo was rather the paramount chief of a Kaffir confederation, of which the Zulu tribe was a member. Shaka was the younger son of a Zulu chief, but was eventually elected chief in his father's place and then succeeded to the paramount sway of Dingiswayo. Racially and linguistically there is very little difference between Zulus and Kaffirs. 94. The Sand River Convention, recognizing the independence of the Transvaal, was signed in January 1852. The Bloemfontein Convention, which loosed the Orange Free State from British control, was signed in February 1854. In 1858, Sir George Grey laid before the Cape Parliament proposals from the Orange Free State for reunion in a South African federation, and was recalled by the Home Government for advocating this policy. 95. For the first few years of its existence it had much fighting with the Basuto. 96. Zulus under Msulakazi and Swazas in the east, Bechuana tribes in the west and north. 97. The part played by the Jews in the development of South Africa has been as remarkable as their share in the settlement and civilizing of North Africa, of the West Indies and the Guianas, of Australia and New Zealand. Between 1840 and 1850 a number of Jewish business houses were founded or became prominent in Cape Colony and Natal. They started the guano collecting off the SW coast, the mohair, wool, hides, sealskin and whale oil industries, and sugar planting. Notable among such were the De Pass and Mosenthal firms. The De Passes came, I believe, from Gibraltar, and followed to the Cape of Good Hope the first consignments of British troops. The protection given by the British government to Spanish-speaking Jews at Gibraltar from the early part of the 18th century onwards was well rewarded by a great increase of British commerce and political power in the Mediterranean. The Mosenthals were attracted to South Africa by the importation of German troops and German colonists. Already in the early 60s members of the firm of Lilienfeld were established in the Orange Free State and hastened to develop the diamond mining industry of the future Kimberley district. The part played by Alfred Beit, of a Hamburg Christian Jewish family, by the Lipperts, the Honorable Simeon Jacobs, Sir Sigismund Newman, Sir Lionel Phillips, Sir George Albu, Sir David Harris, Senator Samuel Marks, Professor Alfred Mosley, by the Mendelssohns, Rabinowitzes, and Rappaports, in South African finance, politics, industry, education, law, and philanthropic work has been a considerable one, and recent South African history, either in the Boer states or in the British colonies and protectorates, cannot be written in detail without an allusion to their names, their achievements, their intentions, influence, mistakes, and dogged, persevering belief in the resources and splendid future of Cis or Trans-Zambezian Africa. This was a region in earlier days so unpromising to the eye and on the surface that it needed the Semitic flair for gold and precious stones, the same mysterious divination which led the Sabaeans, I am sure, to Zimbabwe, the Phoenicians to Spain, and the Arabs to the Ashanti hinterland, to induce that persistent opening up of Griqualand, Orangia, Inner Cape Colony, the Transvaal and Rhodesia, which has by the first decade of the 20th century laid the foundations of another United States in the southern quarter of Africa. 98. This Delagoa Bay Railway was made by a group of British and American concessionaires, headed by Colonel Edward McMurdo, an American, between 1887 and 1889. In the following year it was arbitrarily seized by the Portuguese government on an unfair quibble. The Portuguese then completed the line farther inland until it joined the Netherlands Railway Company's line to Pretoria, thus giving the South African Republic a means of access to the sea independent of British control. The wrong inflicted on the Delagoa Bay Railway Company went to arbitration in Switzerland, 1889, and the case was decided after 11 years' deliberations in favor of the company, to whom the Portuguese paid £978,000 in compensation. 99. Sudan means in Arabic black man or the land of the blacks. 100. As for example, Janjira in Konkan, which has an area of 325 square m, and Jaffrabad in Côte d'Ivoire, 42 square m in extent. 101. 300 Negro porters and soldiers accompanied Cortés on his march to Mexico in 1519. Negroes carried the loads of Balboa when he discovered the Pacific Ocean in 1513, and accompanied Hernandez to Peru in 1530. Negro workmen assisted the Spaniards to found the city of St. Augustine in Florida in 1565, and Negroes, rising high in the Spanish service, in the first half of the 16th century explored for Spain the lands of New Mexico and Arizona. 102. For particulars on this subject consult my book on the Negro in the New World, 1910. 103. Natives of British India, however, continued to hold slaves on the east coast of Africa until it was made a criminal offense in 1873. 104. Liberia commenced with an attempt made by philanthropic Americans, the American Colonization Society, in 1820 to repatriate free Negroes from the United States. It was formally recognized as an independent state by the British government in 1847 and occasionally assisted to maintain its authority by British war vessels. Liberia did not enter into diplomatic relations with the United States till 1862. 105. Slavery was abolished in the Turkish dominions after the Crimean War, but the slave trade exists still to some degree on account of the harems, which demand a supply of eunuchs. Slavery of a mild kind also continues in force in the states of Arabia, in Persia, and in Morocco. 106. Sikhs from the Indian Army. These campaigns have been described in the present writer's work on British Central Africa, and by Mr. Alfred Swan in Fighting the Slave Hunters in Central Africa. 107. Though Liberia is quite a small country, some 40,000 square miles, and is not clearly demarcated by natural features from the surrounding lands of the West African coast, it is found to possess a peculiar mammalia of great interest and a rich flora which also has its regional peculiarities. Amongst singular Liberian mammals may be noted the pygmy hippopotamus, the zebra antelope and genting sticker. 108. Made from various aromatic seeds, such as those of true pepper vines, Piper subpeltatum, Piper ganense, and of the fruits of Xylopia ethiopica. 109. The seeds of the Aphramomum, a zingiberaceous plant, of the same order as cannas, bananas, etc. These early English voyages are described in detail in my book on Liberia, 2 vols, 1906. 110. It was this company that sent out in 1618 George Thompson in charge of a trading expedition. Thompson was killed in some quarrel with his men at Tenda on the Upper Gambia. In 1620-21, his companions were rescued, and his explorations continued by Captain Richard Jobson, who ascended the Gambia as far as it was navigable from the sea, came into contact with the Fula and Mandingo peoples, and on his return wrote an account of his experiences in a book called The Golden Trade. This work, recently republished in the unabridged form of the MS, is one of the most vivid pen pictures of Negro Africa ever penned. 111. They rise at the highest to 2,000 feet. 112. Maroon was a corruption of the Spanish Cimarron, an outlaw frequenting the summits, cimas, of the mountains. 113. Properly Whydah. 114. All this period in the history of the Gold Coast, including Bodek's mission, is described in detail in my book, Pioneers in West Africa, Blackie, 1911. 115. Afterwards Viscount Wolseley. 116. The territory was ceded by its king to Great Britain in 1861. 117. The powerful kingdom of Benin, remarkable for its development of the arts of sculpture, ivory carving, and of bronze casting, extended its power seaward to the mouth of the Benin branch of the Niger Delta, and gave its name to this great bay or bight of the low-lying coast. Biafra was a native name given by the Portuguese to the opposite, eastern, bight between the Niger Delta and the Cameroons. 118. British Nigeria and the exploration of Africa generally, its botany, anthropology, and languages, owe much to the work of William Balfour Beatty, a native of the Orkney Islands, who between 1854 and 1864 served the British government on the Niger and succeeded the equally remarkable John Beecroft as consul. Beatty founded Lokoja in 1860. Lander, Laird, Beecroft, Beatty, and the Black Bishop Samuel Crowther were the principal creators of British Nigeria. 119. Afterwards the Right Honourable Sir George Taubman Goldie, PC 120. The Fulas, as already stated, are a semi-white race, who originally came from the Western Sahara, and colonized much of Senegambia and the upper Niger Basin, penetrating as far south as Borgu, and southeast to Adamawa, Mandara, Bagirmi, and Darfur. In the early 19th century, under a great leader, Othman Dan Fodio, they conquered Sokoto and much of eastern Nigeria, stopping short of Bornu, where they were arrested by the power of the Kanemi Sheikh of Bornu. A succinct account of the different Fula kingdoms and conquests is given in a footnote on page 201. 121. This man was no doubt a Negroid Arab religious teacher from the country of Kanem, northeast of Lake Chad. He settled in Bornu early in the 19th century and became the advisor of the king of that country, a phlegmatic descendant of a great and ancient dynasty of Berber or Hamitic origin. Muhammad al-Amin al-Kanemi assisted the Bornu sovereign and people to beat off the Fula invasion and became the virtual ruler of Bornu. He bore the title of Sheikh of Bornu. 122. It might be advisable at this juncture to explain clearly about the Fula power in French Nigeria and Senegambia. The Ful or Fooled people appeared first in the 13th century in West African history as peaceful cattle keepers on the lower Senegal, but as a matter of fact they had probably reached the upper Niger and Senegal many centuries before. The Western Fulbe had become Mohammedans at quite an early date, between the 12th and 15th centuries. Those in the more eastern part of Nigeria remained pagan in some settlements down to the 19th century, and are pagan even still. About the 16th century those of the Senegal began to emigrate as cattle keepers into the cooler highlands of Fouta Djallon, and became the ruling power on this upland 200 years later. At the same period, the beginning or middle of the 18th century, they likewise founded dynasties of Mohammedan kings in Fouta Toro and Bondu, south of the upper Senegal. In 1802, a Fula religious mystic and imam or religious preacher, Othman Dan Fodio, arose like a Mahdi in eastern Nigeria, Sokoto, called on the Mohammedan Fulas of the central Sudan to join with him in a holy war, and in a few years conquered a vast Fula empire, which was almost conterminous with the British, northern, Nigeria of today. Fired no doubt by this example another Fula sheikh or holy man, Amadou Lobo, in the country of Messina, between Timbuktu and Jen, about 1813 attacked with his followers the vestiges of Moorish power on the upper Niger, the Rumas, as they were called, from their having come originally from Andalusia, Rome, and took all power from them, creating in central Nigeria between Jen and Gao the powerful Fula kingdom of Messina, which lasted until about 1861, when Amadou, the last Fula emperor of Messina, was attacked and killed by a rival Fula Mahdi from the west. This personage was Omar bin Saidi, a Fula of Fouta Toro, who had spent some years in Mecca and Medina, and had acquired the reputation of a holy man and a doctor of religion. On his return to West Africa he was received with great respect by the Fula princes of Fouta Djallon, and with their support he rallied to the cause of Islam the Fula Negro peoples of Fouta Toro and Bondu, the Taker, Torob, or Tukulers as they came to be called. Al-Haji Omaru, as he was called, after his return from the pilgrimage, Al-Hajj, to Mecca was unsuccessful in his attack on the French, 1857, and so turned his army against his fellow Moslems of the upper Niger. 2 years after the defeat and death of Amadou, the Fula Sultan of Messina, Omaru himself perished at Bandiagara, in the Messina kingdom. The Tukulur power was, however, maintained by his sons and successors till it finally fell in 1892 with the capture of Ségou on the Niger by a French force. 123. It is averred that this name is a contraction of Idolos. The islands would appear to have been named by the early Portuguese navigators Ilhas dos Idolos from the idols or fetishes which were very prominently in use. 124. Of Arab descent, born near Mascara in western Algeria. 125. In 1861, there were 112,229 French settlers in Algeria, and 80,517 Italians, Spaniards, Maltese, Germans, and Swiss, in all, 192,746 European colonists, as against about 650,000 in 1910. It is a common mistake among British writers on political economy to assert that the French are not good colonizers, though they have eastern Canada, Louisiana, Algeria, and Tunis before their eyes. There are now some 340,000 thriving French inhabitants of northern Africa between Morocco and Tripoli, who will play a considerable part yet in Mediterranean politics. 126. This title arose of course from the Beg, or colonel commanding the Turkish army of occupation. The present dynasty was founded in 1706 by the Bey, Hussein bin Ali, who was really a renegade Cretan Greek. 127. This now forgotten bone of contention was, in the autumn of 1898, sold by the Italian company to the French Railway Company of Bonguelmi-Tunisie. 128. Some of the latter performed really gallant services, and afterwards passed into the military and police forces organized by the French. 129, now in the British Museum of Natural History. 130, the Mubangi is the name given to the western and southern course of the river which is known as the Wheel in its upper waters, and was discovered by Schweinfurth in 1871. 131, the invidious analogy of the Royal Niger Company was soon afterwards disposed of by its charter being redeemed for £900,000, and the Niger being thrown open to general trade. 132, Major Lamy was killed in the battle which also cost Rabah his life. 133, at the end of the 18th century there was born at Mostaganem in West Algeria from an Arab family in that place, Muhammad ben Ali, further named as Sanusi, after a celebrated saint of Tlemcen. He went as a young man to Mecca, and there achieved a reputation for holiness and learning. Here also he made the acquaintance of Muhammad Sharif, a Negro prince from Wadai, who afterwards became sultan of that country. In the middle of the 19th century as-Sanusi returned to Africa and settled in the Cyrenaica, but finding the Turks suspicious he changed his headquarters to Jagbub in 1860, just inside the Egyptian borders, 30 miles from Siwa. Here he died soon after his arrival, and as a religious leader he was succeeded by his second son, Al-Mahdi. Al-Mahdi Sanusi too renewed the relations with Wadai, where his father's sect numbered many adherents, and in the last quarter of the 19th century removed his headquarters to Al-Jaf in the Kufra Oasis, midway between Cyrenaica and the Sudan. Sanusi refused to countenance the revolt of the Mahdi in the Egyptian Sudan, but between 1899 to 1902 interfered strenuously in the central Sudan to prevent the advance of the French, especially towards Kanem and Wadai. But his efforts were fruitless, and he died in or near Wadai in 1902. His nephew and successor, Sanusi III, wandered about for some time in the borderland between Wadai and Kordofan, and finally betook himself to the Kufra Oasis in the Libyan desert, where he now resides. The Sanusiites profess a purified form of the Mohammedan faith, are rigid abstainers from alcohol and tobacco, but are above all an honest, industrious folk, who have done much of late years to improve the conditions of life in the Saharan and Libyan oases. 134. For the detailed history of the Portuguese, Italian, Flemish, and French Catholic missionaries in the Congo Kingdom, see my book, George Grenfell and the Congo. 135. Goncalo de Silveira, killed somewhere to the southwest of Tet about 1565. 136. At that time the Arab viceroy of Zanzibar was only known as Sayyid, Lord, not as Sultan. 137. The Portuguese Church had produced the first Roman Catholic Negro bishop, in the 16th century. He was Bishop of the Congo, was a member of the royal family of Congo, and was educated at Lisbon and Rome. Samuel Crowther was an Egba slave boy from Lagos, who by education acquired the intellect and outlook of a European. He was an upright, sensible man who wrote valuable works on African philology, and did much towards founding British Nigeria and exploring the Niger and the Benue. 138. It quitted the Cameroons altogether soon after the establishment of the German colony, the German government having expropriated most of its establishments. 139. The same body also established an industrial mission, initiated by Dr. James Stewart, the founder of Lovedale, in British East Africa, halfway to Uganda. 140. Who worked for many years in Nyasaland and in East Africa, and was drowned in Lake Nyasa in 1895. 141. As against an area for all British South Africa up to the Congo boundary of 1,152,619 square miles in 1912, all of which has grown from the Cape Colony of 125,000 square miles annexed in 1806. 142. XOSA is pronounced with a preliminary click of the tongue like a cluck to encourage horses. 143. The Negro and Malay slaves then numbered in all about 39,000. 144. He was at that time Sir Charles Grant, and a member of the Great Reform Ministry. His action in the matter was prompted by a mischievous personality, a Dr. Philip, representative of a missionary society in South Africa, who conceived a great and unjust hatred of the Boers, and an affection for the Negro invaders of Cape Colony, which was exaggerated and unreasonable. Much may be learnt of his attitude towards public questions in My Life of Livingstone, 1891. 145. Griqua was the cant name, Griqua, given to the half-castes between Boers and Hottentots. 146. The Fingo, properly Amamfengu, Kaffirs, were mostly fugitives into Cape Colony from Natal, sent flying westward from the Zulu slaughter raids of Shaka and others. 147. Discovered by the Portuguese in 1502, its existence was kept secret by them until 1588, when Captain Cavendish returning from a cruise round the world suddenly lighted on it. The Dutch twice seized it and held it each time for a few months in 1665 and 1673. In this last year it was definitely allotted to the East India Company. 148. The largest of a little group of islets in the South Atlantic, about 1,260 miles west of the Cape of Good Hope. Tristan da Cunha has an area of about 45 square miles, and is extremely mountainous, rising to 8,264 feet. 149, or Land of the Abambo, the name of one of the original Bantu tribes of the country. The root Bo is very common as a tribal name among the Bantu, and occurs repeatedly in Central Africa. 150, to which were added in later years tea, a great success, and coffee, the latter subsequently destroyed by the Ceylon coffee disease. 151, NOV, 1912, nearly 1 million. 152, 12 years later the Northern Railway line had traversed British Bechuanaland and had reached Bulawayo. It attained the Zambezi in 1903, and now enters the Belgian Congo in Katanga. 153, the Jews, as we have seen, played a considerable part in the development of North Africa since the 1st century of the Christian era. They have similarly had much to do with the progress of South Africa. Between 1840 and 1860 important Jewish houses of business were established in Cape Town and Port Elizabeth. Noteworthy amongst these firms was that of the De Pass brothers. The De Pass family specially concerned itself with the acquisition and development of the guano islets off what is now the coast of German Southwest Africa. They developed the copper mining industry of Port Nolloth, were the first to manufacture ice in South Africa, and started the sugar planting in Natal. The firm of Mosenthal, of the eastern province of Cape Colony, did much to promote agriculture and stock rearing, the introduction of the Angora mohair goat, ostrich farming, sheep and cattle breeding. Other South African Jews who have taken a prominent part in science, in the legal profession, in political, philanthropic, industrial, and mining affairs have been the Honorable Simeon Jacobs, a judge of the Supreme Court, the Mendelssohns, Rappaports, Rabinowitzes, Solomons, Lilienfelds, Kishes, Newmans, Mosleys, Alfred Beit, Sir David Harris, Sir Lionel Phillips, and Sir George Albu. 154, to which was added later, over all Portuguese Africa south of the Zambezi. 155, Damara is the Hottentot name applied to these black Bantu Negroes, who call themselves Ovaherero, Ovambo, etc. 156. Dingiswayo, the Wanderer, a Zulu of the Abatetwa clan, may perhaps be regarded as the founder of Zulu power. All this portion of South African history is described in some detail in my History and Description of the British Empire in Africa. 157, driven out of the Orange Free State and the Transvaal by the action of Boers, British, and Basuto, a section of the Zulus conquered much of Portuguese Southeast Africa, with nearly all modern Rhodesia, and carried their raids past Nyassa and Tanganyika to the vicinity of the Victoria Nyanza. 158, a rebellious general of Shakas, often known by his Sesotho name, Moselkats. 159, the African Lakes Trading Corporation, as it is now called, was founded mainly by the energies of the brothers John and Frederick Moyer, sons of an Edinburgh doctor, about 1878, as an adjunct to the missionary enterprise in the Shire Highlands. In course of time they established trading stations on Lake Nyassa, and cut a track or rough road over mountains and forest from the northwest corner of Lake Nyassa to the south end of Tanganyika, conveying over this Stevenson Road, so called because a Mr. James Stevenson, a director of the company, provided the cost of this undertaking, a little steamer in sections for the London Missionary Society. This steamer, the Good News, was the first to navigate the waters of Tanganyika. The African Lakes Company, being established at the north end of Lake Nyassa, inevitably came into contact with the slave-trading Arabs who had settled there about 10 years before. In 1887 the agents of the company intervened to protect natives from being raided by the Arabs. The Arabs retorted by attacking the white men. Volunteers hastened to their relief from several quarters. Amongst these were two men afterwards to become famous as African governors, Sir Frederick Lugard and Sir Alfred Sharp. But the Arab question was not definitely settled until the Protectorate had been established for 4 years, 1895. The African Lakes Corporation certainly did the pioneer work of British trade in South-Central Africa. 160. The cession of Cape Colony from Holland to Britain took place on August 13, 1814. 161. The franchise is limited to men of European race and descent only, while women are not granted the parliamentary vote, as is the case in Australia, New Zealand, California, Colorado, Wyoming, and 3 other states of the American Union, the Isle of Man, Finland, and Norway. In these points, the framers of the Act of Union have shown the unprogressive spirit characteristic of the African Dutch. 162. He reached England in 1811 but was treated there with a neglect and ingratitude by the British government which will long remain a scandal in our imperial history, and for which as yet no public reparation has been made. His only descendant is Professor Flinders Petrie, the Egyptologist. 163. See the article of Professor Flinders Petrie in the Geographical Journal, November, 1908. 164. Caius Plinius Secundus, born at Verona or Como 23 AC. His geographical publication or natural history was published, according to Sir E. Bunbury, in 77 AC 165. He visited the Upper Niger in 1352. 166. The subsequent adventures of this heroic man, Lobo, are summarized in my book, The Nile Quest, 1903. 167. Probably identical with the Bajak or Viekioko between the rivers Kwengo and Kasai. 168. See My Pioneers in West Africa, 1911. 169, where he was British chaplain. 170. Pliny and one or two succeeding classical geographers mention the Gur or Gur and the Niger as rivers of Western Africa, the former being possibly the river Dra. Both words may be derived from Berber roots. 171. See my work, Pioneers in West Africa, for details of Hormund's journey and the possible date and place of his death. 172. Afterwards Sir William C. Harris. He explored Shoa, south of Abyssinia, in 1841-2, and was knighted for concluding a treaty on behalf of the government of India with the King of Shoa. 173. Then nearly independent of Turkey, and ruled by the Karamanli dynasty of Turkish pashas. 174. Denham, who had really rendered great services in the cause of exploration, was rewarded somewhat inadequately with the post of secretary to the colony of Sierra Leone and superintendent of the slave settlement at Fernando Pa, where he soon died. 175. In a patent collapsible boat. 176. His name is spelt by the French Mardoquis. 177. Ludwig Krapf, like his colleagues in East Africa, Rebmann and Erhard, was a native of Württemberg, having been born near Tübingen in that South German kingdom. 178. These in order of achievements were, Frederick Caillot, French, who explored the Nile as far as Khartoum and the Blue Nile to Fazagal, 1819-23, Adolphe Linant, Belgian, who in 1827 penetrated 150 miles above Khartoum, Thibault, French consul at Khartoum, who, with one of Muhammad Ali's expeditions reached as far south as Bor, 6 degrees, 30 and lat, and Ferdinand Wern, German, who got as high up the mountain Nile as Gondokoro, 4 degrees, 20, and mapped the whole course of the river from Khartoum to Gondokoro in 1841. 179. For a detailed account of Miss Tin's work and terrible death, see my book The Nile Quest, 1903. 180. Dr. Bastian had explored the Lower Congo in 1858, and the region of Longo was examined by a German scientific expedition in 1875-80, by Bastian, Petrel Loesch, Falkenstein, and other German explorers. 181. This was the letter which Stanley wrote to England appealing to missionaries to come out and settle at the court of the King of Uganda. It was taken away by Linant de Belfons to be posted in Egypt. After leaving Uganda, de Belfons was killed by the Bari on the Upper Nile. Stanley's letter was concealed in one of the boots of the corpse when it was recovered. It was handed to General Gordon, and transmitted by him to England. 182. Sir Harry Johnston and Dr. Cross discovered the south end of this lake in 1889. 183. Wisman was a lieutenant in the Prussian army, born at Frankfurt on the Oder. He played subsequently a great part in German East Africa. 184. Baumann made a careful examination of the mountainous country of Usambara in East Africa, and mapped the lands due west of the Victoria Nyanza. 185. Sir J. R. L. MacDonald, then Captain MacDonald, R.E., had conducted with Captain Pringle, R.E. a very remarkable railway survey at the beginning of the 90s, from Mombasa to the Victoria Nyanza, a survey which was really a geographical exploration of the East Africa Protectorate. 186. It was never officially styled the Congo Free State. The meaning of the French words was the independent state of the Congo, and unhappily it was no more free in its subsequent history than in name. Beulah Matadi was its local title in Congoland, such being Stanley's nickname, Rockbreaker. 187, Hamed bin Muhammad bin Juma, nicknamed Tipu Tipu or Tipudib. 188, The Fall of the Congo Arabs, Methuen, 1897. This campaign is also described in my book George Grenfell and the Congo. 189, Civilization in Congoland. 190, the direct trading agents of King Leopold and his concessionaire companies, and the oft-times worthy and gallant servants of the Congo state, were miserably underpaid. 191, Sir Henry Morton Stanley, John Rowlands, was born in 1842 at Denbigh in North Wales, the son of a farmer's daughter who was very poor. He became eventually a workhouse boy, but managed to acquire a passable education and to find his way twice to the United States, where he pursued many careers till at length he became a press reporter and a special correspondent. In this capacity he found and relieved Livingstone and prolonged Livingstone's life by 2 years. In 1899 Stanley, who had been in Parliament since 1895, was made GCB by the British government. 192, the dynasty of Muhammad Ali may be said to have begun in 1841, in which year it was recognized and made hereditary by Turkey, but Muhammad Ali was the ruler of Egypt, as Pasha, from 1811, after the slaughter of the Mamluk Beys. His sons and son-in-law conquered for him Syria and western Arabia and the northern part of the Sudan. The conquests west of Sinai were given up in 1841, but in that year he became the vali or viceroy over Egypt and the Sudan, the succession to that post to fall to his male descendants. His immediate successor was his grandson Abbas bin Tissin, then followed the rule of his favorite son, Said bin Muhammad. Said was succeeded in 1863 by his nephew Ismail, son of Ibrahim, the reputed eldest son of Muhammad Ali. But according to some accounts Ibrahim, the great conqueror, was only the adopted son of Muhammad Ali. The present Khedive of Egypt is the great-grandson of Ibrahim, but he is also descended from Muhammad Ali through his mother, Princess Amina, who was the great-great-granddaughter of Muhammad Ali through Tissin. The title of Khedive, a Persian word meaning prince, was conferred on the Pasha or Viceroy of Egypt in 1867. 193. This was a revolt against Egyptian rule, taxation, and interference with the slave trade, started by an Arab fanatic born in the Dongola district who was named Muhammad Ahmad, but called himself the Mahdi or Messiah. His first successes were amongst the ignorant Mohammedans of Kordofan who had grown to loathe the exactions of Turkish, i.e. Egyptian, rule. Muhammad Ahmad died in 1885 and was succeeded by his lieutenant, the Khalifa Abdullah al-Taisha. His fanatical followers were usually called the dervishes. Muhammad Ahmad's forces captured Alabaid, the capital of Kordofan, in January 1883, and overwhelmed 9 months later a force of 10,000 men under Hicks Pasha sent by the Egyptian government to recover the western Sudan from anarchy. Hicks Pasha, Colonel William Hicks, was an officer of the Indian Army who had served with distinction in the mutiny and had fought in the Abyssinian campaign of 1867-8. In 1882 he entered the Khedive's service as chief of the staff in the Sudan, recaptured the center country from the Mahdaists, and might have suppressed the whole rebellion and obviated Gordon's mission and all subsequent disasters if he had been allowed a free hand by the Egyptian ministry at Khartoum. Out of his force of 8,000 fighting men and 2,000 camp followers, all but 300 were slain at Kashgil on the fatal day of November 5, 1883. 194. This phrase first made its appearance in a pamphlet issued by the late Sir Edwin Arnold in 1876 and was revived by the author of this book in an article in the Times of August 10, 1888. 195. Taken by the Italians from the dervishes in 1894 and restored to Anglo-Egyptian control in 1897. 196. Placed under British protection in 1884. 197. The first British agent, for the East India Company, and Consul General at Zanzibar was appointed in 1841. 198. Uganda will probably continue to be the general name for this protectorate, but the correct form of the word is Buganda. This rendering is now reserved for the native kingdom or province of Buganda, while the Swahili version of the term, Uganda, is applied to the whole protectorate of 5 provinces. 199. Kabarega was the son and successor of the Kamasi who had so persecuted the Bakers, Emin, Kasadi, and other travelers. 200. The work of this special commission was additional to and confirmatory of the efforts of Sir Henry Colville, Mr. Ernest Berkeley, Mr. F. G. Jackson, since Governor of Uganda, Mr. George Wilson and Colonel Trevor Turnan, commissioners or acting commissioners, to found a stable confederation of warlike and peaceful Negro peoples, to combat famine and disease caused by intertribal wars, and to extend the boundaries of this protectorate northwards to the navigable Nile. 201. The Kabaka of Buganda has been, down to 1912, a minor under a native regency. He is descended from a dynasty which has apparently ruled in Buganda since a period contemporary with the reign of Henry IV in England. This dynasty, like most others in equatorial East Africa, appears to have been founded by a man of Galla descent. 202. The protectorate now contains 7 provinces and a northern tract of territory not yet organized. The narrow coast belt from Lamu to the Umba River is leased from the Sultan of Zanzibar for a payment of £17,000 per annum. 203. Leo Africanus, who wrote the most important work on Africa in the 16th century, was born at Granada in southern Spain in 1494, just after the capture of that place by the Spaniards. His family migrated to Morocco, and Hassan ibn Muhammad al-Wizaz, surnamed al-Faisai, was educated mainly at Fez or Fez, whence his nickname. He traveled throughout North Africa and crossed the desert to the Niger, visited Guinea, Mandingaland, the Niger Bend, Agadha, Hazaland and Lake Chad, Egypt, and the Nile. Captured by Italian pirates, he was sold as a slave and presented to Pope Leo X, who converted him, christened him, pensioned him, and encouraged him to give to the world his valuable geographical and historical information. 204. East Friesland. 205. Perfunctory regret for such concessions may be spared when it is borne in mind that the United States of Europe, as they would have become in an anti-British league, would hardly have allowed even free trade England to acquire all the coastline of the Dark Continent. 206. The concession of Witu, or Vitu, had been obtained by the Denhart brothers on the 8th of April, 1885, and a German protectorate was declared on the 27th of May. For subsequent history see page 384. 207. Dar es Salaam is the capital of German East Africa. 208. Cameroon is the official spelling of the Old Portuguese name for this region, Camaros, which we render Cameroons. 209. In the early days of the colony, when Germany rather despaired about the unprofitable region she had annexed on the map, she brought into existence the German Southwest Africa Company in order to introduce capital into the country. To this company were given extensive land and mineral concessions without any regard whatever for native rights or sentiment. Hence, when these rights were exercised, arose much trouble with the settled Negro population. 210. There are said to be only about 20,000 Herero people now living in Damaraland. It would be a great pity if this intelligent, strong race of Bantu Negroes disappeared. They must have an interesting history behind them, which is being slowly pieced out by tradition and by the etymology of their remarkable language, by some regarded as the Sanskrit of the Bantu. They seem to have emigrated almost direct to southwest Africa from East Equatorial Africa some 15 or 1600 years ago, bringing their longhorned cattle with them. 211. There is stronger evidence to show that Manuthias was a little island, Zanzibar, probably, close to the African coast. Manuthias is repeated in the Arab name Manutia, and al-Fil means ivory, the ivory island or market. 212. Almost certainly this was an egg of the gigantic Epiornis. The Epiornis, a ratite bird as large as, or larger than, an ostrich and distantly allied to both ostriches and cassowaries, lived on in Madagascar to the human period, say 2,000 years ago or even later. It was quite possibly seen alive by the earliest Arab visitors to the island. 213, but by the natives as Andrian Potsi, i.e. White King. 214, already famous for his discoveries in India, a beautiful jungle fowl is named after him. 215, the Malay immigration into the Comoro Islands was relatively slight. The bulk of the population here is composed of East Coast Negroes, speaking a Bantu dialect allied to the tongue spoken on the Zanzibar coast. There was a large influx of Arabs, however, and this mingling with the Negroes produced the present race of the Comoro Islanders, a very fine type of the successful results that attend the mixture of the Semite and the Negro. 216. The Hovas, or Merina, as they are properly called, of central Madagascar bear a strong physical resemblance to the Javanese. They seem to have reached East Madagascar much later than the ancestors of the Sokolova and Betsimisaraka, and subsequently to the Arabs. The Merina ruling caste is very Malay or Mongoloid in appearance. 217. A post a little to the north of Tamatov on the east coast. 218. Further confirmed by the Treaty of the 13th of November, 1815. 219. The tribes of the western half of Madagascar, a finer race physically than the Hovas owing to their greater intermixture with Negroes. They now number about 156,000. 220. In 1840 Jesuit priests had again endeavored to establish themselves in Madagascar, on the northwest coast, but they all died from fever. 221. This law was completely abrogated by the French in 1896, and foreigners can now acquire land as easily as natives. 222. Who had made themselves ill by appropriating and drinking his claret, that was all. 223. Whether the Hovas had overlooked the Mojanga route and had decided to concentrate all their resistance on the approach from Tamatov is not known, but after their repeated boasts as to the determined resistance they would make to an invader, the collapse of their defense and the feebleness of the resistance they offered to the French are matters of considerable astonishment. It must have been mainly due to the fact that the Hova rule over the bulk of the island was hated, and that the other tribes were not inclined to fight for its maintenance. 224. Since the annexation to France, and the consequent dominating influence of the Roman Catholic missionaries, many natives have been constrained to exchange their Protestant faith for Roman Catholic Christianity. 225. Particulars as to General Gallieni's reforms and the resulting condition of Madagascar are given in an article French Policy in Madagascar, in the October Journal of the African Society, London, 1904. 226. The French occupation of Madagascar has resulted in great gains to science. Noteworthy are the investigations in paleontology of the two grenadiers and of Amé jelly, which have revealed a marvelous extinct fauna of lemurs, hippopotami, carnivores, birds, and giant reptiles. 227. Although in the Sahara Desert and the coast region of German SW. Africa the great summer heat and the waterless nature of the soil are obstacles sufficient, at any rate at the present time, to render these countries uncolonizable. Such difficulties are being fast overcome by the resources of science. 229. It is interesting to observe how under the British aegis Maltese are prospering in Egypt and on the northern and eastern coasts of Africa. Transcribers note errors deemed most likely to be the printers have been corrected, and are noted here. The references are to the page and line in the original. 28.27 When discovered by the Portuguese removed. 169.32 of Xylopia ethiopica. Added. 246.9 French protected subjects. Added. 290.10 under proper guarantees. Added. 319.31 French consul at Khartoum. Added. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. A History of the Colonization of Africa by Alien Races. Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.1 through 1.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.8 or 1.9. 1.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.1 through 1.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1.1. 1.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1.8 or 1.9. 1.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you ASIS, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84116-801-596, 1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.